Good morning and welcome to the BUKC 2024. We're here at Paul Fletcher International PFI for another season of BUKC racing. We cannot wait to get the racing underway. The driver's briefing is just finishing in the background, so we'll be going green in about 10 minutes or so. But let's start and talk about what we have ahead of us today. 6 sprint races this morning, 3 lightweights, 3 heavyweights. I can just hear behind me that the drivers are heading towards the carts. Then this afternoon, we have 3 one-hour endurances, which is pairs of drivers. Each university will compete in 4 races this morning out of the 6, and then 2 of the 3 this afternoon. And the conditions are looking a little tricky. Don't know if we can pan Melissa, our camera up. Just look at the circuit here. Very, very wet. And what's a BUKC race without it being February, cold and wet, hey? And I'm looking forward to seeing if the drivers can actually handle the circuit conditions. JV has bet against the drivers handling the circuit conditions because he's actually offered a prize. I think he's offered a prize of a team entry into the Club 100 Championship to any team that can go throughout the whole day without getting a penalty, a warning, a black flag, or even spinning throughout the whole day between their 4 drivers. So he's bet that that won't happen. Drivers are heading to the grid, so let's grab a word with them. First round is, of course, the first proper round. We had the qualifiers a couple of months ago, back in November. Oxford Brookes A had a very strong round, as did Coventry and Reading. Loughborough B was up there, so was Birmingham B, so a couple of the B teams actually outperforming their A teams. We're going to jump on through and grab a word with some of the first drivers who are keenest, are ready to get on the grid. Good morning, team. First interview of the year. Come on in. Let's get all 3 of you. We've got a little while. Which team are you representing?
Clan A.
U Clan A. What is your name?
Jack Smith.
Jack Smith. So you're starting, what's a pretty good starting position for the first race of the year? What, about 10th?
Yeah, but we're on the outside, so we could get loaded because it's a bit wet on the inside.
It's not just the inside where it's wet, mate. It's wet everywhere, I think.
Well, yeah, but it's there's probably more grip on the outside, so yeah, we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, don't really know what's going to happen, to be honest. I'm just sort of hoping we get around the first corner.
What did you make of JV's wager? Just remind us of what it is. I think I just caught the back of it. I'm pretty sure I got it, but just remind us what he said to you in the driver's briefing.
Yeah, so if we don't get a warning, we get entry into a Club 100 round. So part of us are thinking, maybe just pool around and just not get any warnings, get a free entry.
I think it worked in JV's favour. JV, of course, John Viger runs the championship. What about you guys? Are you guys racing later on today?
Yeah, we are. Race 5 and 6.
And what are your names?
Ross Woodford.
Max Mooney.
And where are you guys starting? Is it a front of the grid, back of the grid?
35th.
Right at the back. So, hey, you can only go forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. Hopefully it'll dry out by then. So,
fingers crossed. And yourself, you're starting in race 6?
Yeah, I'm 26, so I've got a little bit further to go than Jack, but not as bad as Ross.
I did a brief word in driver's briefing saying, right, how many Mackey's breakfasts? Were you guys Mackey's breakfast eaters?
Yeah.
How many? 1? Oh.
This guy went to one that was closed, so he's had a nightmare. But he went to one anyway. But I don't know whether that counts if it's closed.
What's your breakfast of choice?
Breakfast roll, ketchup.
Good choice. And yourself?
Double sausage McMuffin, no egg, bacon, cheese.
Wow. So you're fueled and ready to go. Right. Good luck, guys. We'll see you get on from 10th on the grid. 8th, 10th? Yeah. 10th on the grid. Good luck with that. We're going to wander down and grab a word with some more drivers. Most keen driver of the day goes to...
Sorry?
Most keen driver of the day goes to...
Kate.
Kate, who are you racing for?
Coventry.
Coventry, which team?
Coventry F.
Coventry F. You got an F team this year. So what's that one? 6 teams?
Yeah.
Wow. Coventry A did pretty well in the qualifiers. I think they're right up there. I think they're 2nd or 3rd in the championship. What are Coventry F hoping to do today?
Win everything.
Win everything. So you're starting, what's that, 13th?
13th? Yeah.
I love the way that you had to ask a team where you're starting.
I'm just here to drive.
Just here to drive. And have you experienced PFI before, maybe in the Club 100 karts in the wet?
Yeah, actually, yes, I have. I had one race 2 years ago.
2 years ago, and have you got some of that knowledge stored in your brain?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay, what would a good race look like to you, and what would a bad race look like to you?
Definitely win with a big gap, and lose with a big gap.
Well, you keep things simple. What about the rest of the Coventry F team? Well, you stay there, Melissa, and we'll do an interview over the top. You Coventry F as well?
Yeah, I am.
What's your name?
Tiago.
Okay, and which race are you in?
Race 3.
Starting where?
8th.
8th, is that, do you reckon you can go forward from there, or?
I hope so. I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, maybe we'll take inspiration from Kate. Guys, good luck for the rest of the day. Coventry F. There's a lot of teams from a lot of the unis. An F team, that's almost unheard of. I think we've had a few E's in the past from the likes of Oxford Brookes and stuff. But why don't we grab a word with Birmingham, University of Birmingham. Guys, you don't look like you're quite ready to go in the car, so I'm assuming you're not in first race.
Surprisingly, we're not racing now, but yeah.
When are you racing?
I'm racing race 6.
And which team are you guys? Give us your names as well.
I'm Ben Pepper and I'm in, oh God, put me on the spot here, the 6th race.
Sixth race, Birmingham.
B.
Birmingham B. You had a very, very good qualifier. Up in the top 10, I believe.
Yeah, in our day, Saturday, we came 4th, 1 point off 3rd, but we'll try get there.
Actually outdid the A team as well, didn't you?
Yeah, we haven't let them live that down. So, yeah. The captain, he's screwed over the A team because he's moved back into the B team, the better team.
All right, wait, go on. Just name the captain. Name and shame.
Simon Ram.
Simon, we'll see you in the B team. What about yourself? Are you racing later on today?
Yeah, I am. So Birmingham B, Henry Weathersby, race 3. So hopefully it's dry.
Hopefully. It's pretty damp and pretty cold out there. Where's your driver?
We don't know.
He's just coming. We'll grab a word with him in a moment. Is it the tall dude with the white helmet?
That's the one. Yeah.
What's his name?
George.
Hanley.
George Hanley. George, come on in. George, you're starting the first race. Birmingham B. You've done very well at the qualifiers. You're going to continue on that today?
So racing for Birmingham A today. First time in an actual BUKC round, but qualifiers went well with Mill. And so just trying to stay out of trouble.
Staying out of trouble is definitely going to be part of the issue, especially on this first race with brand new tyres, cold, wet tarmac.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. I'm going to grab a word with your teammates called you a pot hunter.
A pot hunter? Why am I a pot hunter?
Because apparently you dropped yourself down to the B team to try and get yourself up in a good position.
No, I'm just not a very good driver, to be fair. So. Yeah, just B team. Gotta respect when there's better drivers. But I know.
But regardless, it was a really good qualifiers for the B team, upside the top 10.
1 point off a podium, almost there. If our C team member actually let our B team let him pass, we would have got a podium. But
Are you the captain?
Yeah, I'm captain.
So you should have let him know that, right?
Yeah, no radios. I could give him some hand symbols, but from the 24-hour race, hand symbols aren't very good apparently.
No, hand symbols generally, I won't repeat what most hand symbols are. Anyway, good luck Birmingham B. Happy to have a good day. Let's have a wander further down towards the back of the grid. Grab a word with some of the drivers. They've got more karts to pass. Of course, 35, 36 drivers on the grid. Fraser, you got a new lid for this year?
Yeah, new same style, but yeah.
I was about to say, it still looks exactly the same. But Fraser, very strong season last year for you guys at Cardiff. Yeah, I always forget if you're Swansea or Cardiff. I know that's a bit of a touchy subject. Last year, great season for yourself as well. I think you won a lot of the race you did. You put yourself in a position where you've got a lot of drivers to pass. Still possible though?
Yeah, it's always possible. It's a bit wet as well, so that will help. I think some of the owner kart kids are at the front, so hopefully I'll have a mare and I'll just plough through.
That's the plan. Brand new tyres on the karts and also very, very wet and slippy conditions out there. The ice is just about melting, I think. There was ice on top of the barriers, so...
I haven't done a track walk yet, so I'm...
You haven't done a track walk? That probably would have helped, but anyway, it's very wet. Is it literally going to be a case of just don't bin it?
Yes, I think... how many people do you reckon are going to go off at the bowl, first lap?
Well, didn't JV say that anyone that goes off...
No. Well, I think there's still people going to go off.
And what do you reckon to JV's wager that he's made against everyone? Do you reckon you guys as a team will manage not to get a warning throughout the day?
I don't know, we've got a few suspects.
Bandits?
Jensen, yeah.
Jensen?
He's one to watch out for.
Yeah, Jensen very much one to watch out for. We'll see you coming through the field. It's always good to watch you carve through the field on the first lap. Oh, there's a driver looking... Come on in. Remind us who you are and who you're driving for.
Pardon?
Remind us who you are and who you're driving for.
Thomas Aiken, Liverpool A.
Liverpool A had not a bad qualifiers, I think, didn't you? Remind us where you came.
Yeah, we came 4th on the day and I think 7th or 8th overall. So yeah, all 3 of our teams were in Prems as well, so yeah.
And were you one of the teams that had a McDonald's breakfast this morning?
Yeah, I definitely was. I can't remember what I had. I think I had like a bacon roll with ketchup. So yeah, feeling ready.
Feeling fueled, ready to go.
Yeah, big sends.
Big sends. Also, talking about big sends, new tyres, very cold track, wet surface. I assume practice is just going to be a survival and then go from there.
Yeah, try not to bin it into turn 1, I think, on the first lap, and then, yeah, big sense near the end of the race, maybe.
You're starting quite a long way down the field, a lot of drivers to pass. How far up do we reckon we can get?
Be happy with maybe a top 10, top 6, but yeah, need to get my elbows out, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of good drivers in this race, so good luck with that, Tom. Hopefully you have a good one. We're going to walk down towards the front of the grid. Got time for about 1, maybe 2 more interviews. We'll grab an interview with Jacob. You're looking very busy. Jacob, what do you reckon the chances of all the drivers making it through turn 1 without crashing are?
The guy on pole was in Inters last year, so...
0.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a word with him then. Let's go and grab our pole sitter just before we get going. Jacob, of course, very much behind the scenes, making sure that everything gels together nicely. Used to do my job, actually. He was much better at it than I was. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's your name? Who are you driving for? You're on pole position. I just heard from Jacob that this is your first round in the mains.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, obviously, with these tyres, very slick, first couple of laps, so hopefully won't bin it, but we'll see. I think it'll be good. I just got to keep pace with the guys behind me, obviously. BUKC, very experienced guy, so just got to keep it on the track, no pens, keep it clean. I think it'll be a solid race, hopefully.
That sounds like a great tactic. What's your name and who are you driving for?
I'm a race bright, Coventry B.
Right, well, keep an eye on that. I think we're just about ready to go, so I'll head up to our commentators today, Andrew and Reeve.
Well, a good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from here in the commentary box at PFI. And yeah, we are here for a new dawn, a new season, ready to go. It should be an interesting one, as we say. Very wet, very slick out there. Fresh tyres and a set of drivers ready and eager to go after a very interesting qualifiers. A little gap after that, and we're ready to go racing once again.
Yeah, it's really good to be back here at PFI for another start of a BUKC mains season. It's going to be tricky, I think, particularly this first half of the race. We touched on it briefly down there with Piers in the box. New tyres, brand new Dunlop tyres on all of these karts, which means you're not going to have much grip. You've got to get that release agent off the tyres first. Air temperature around, what would you say, about 2-3 degrees at the moment?
Yeah, at best.
It's not snowing. It's at least one thing.
Don't curse things.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's still the case for the Inters tomorrow. Let's have a look through the grid. We're not able to bring you the grid graphic, unfortunately, but we can do things the old-fashioned way and go through. Oh, we have got the grid. There we go. Coventry B on pole position. Reese right there in pole position. Leeds B alongside on the front row. Oxford Brooks A and Brunel A on the second row. Cambridge A and Liverpool C on row number 3.
Then we move to Exeter A, Loughborough D, sorry, first there. Then Exeter A, Leicester A, UCLan A, Surrey A, and Leeds A. Before we move down to row 7, Coventry F, Loughborough B, row 8, Sheffield D, and Southampton A, row 9, Manchester A, and Birmingham A. Then moving.
Yeah, Southampton forming up an all row 10 there. C team ahead of the B team. Huddersfield A and Bath A, row 11. Lancaster B and Liverpool A on row number 12. And then towards the back end of the grid, Cardiff A and Brighton B on row 13. Oxford Brooks D and Portsmouth A on row 14. Bristol A and Sheffield B on row 15. And then Coventry A and Liverpool B, row 16, Reading A and Loughborough A, row 17, and Swansea B make it 35 karts on the field. If you're new to the BUKC, or just needing a reminder because it's a bit sleepy in the morning, every team has 4 drivers, and in a sprints round, they all race once. So for an individual team, they will race in 4 out of the 6 races. And the best 3 scores from those 4 will count. So essentially, Reeve, of these races that we'll see this morning, for each team, their worst race will be dropped, not to count. But you do want that consistency across you are the 3, of course.
Yes, that will, of course, change in the afternoon. We're already seeing now, as these karts are freezing cold, heading down on the exit of the hairpins into that final sector of lap. People spinning off already, not quite used to the karts in these conditions, not quite back up to temperature just yet. So I suspect nowhere near ready for a race start just yet, given these conditions. The karts woken up, I think, just as early as some of the drivers.
As some
are
of
as
the
well.
drivers,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, it's. Well, they'll have a few practice laps anyway. A few of the stories from qualifiers, because I appreciate that some of you. Well, we didn't stream qualifiers, so some of you need a bit of a recap. We had 2 qualifiers days, as per usual, at Wilton Mill back in November. From those 2 qualifier days, the 54 best teams in the country qualified. 53 of those teams are present here today. University of East Anglia and Norwich are the only ones who are not here. Oxford BUKC are, of course, here. They won one of the qualifier days. Southampton A won the other one. BUKC could be a return to form for them, the multiple former champions of this series, of course. Southampton A, they did well in the qualifiers last year. They won one of the qualifiers in 2020, in the 2022-2023 season. Then once they hit the main championship season, they didn't really have the consistency. Let's see if they can have a bit more of that consistency in 2024 and be a championship protagonist. Also to note, reigning champions Exeter A, they were 6th in their qualifier. A couple of other former champions to note as well. Loughborough, although strangely it was their B team, as Piers mentioned, some of the B teams beating the A teams. Some teams not quite knowing what their best team selection is perhaps at qualifiers, but a Loughborough team finished 3rd in their qualifier. That's the important bit of information. Coventry A as well, looking decent off the back of Wilton Mill before Christmas. They were 2nd in their qualifier. Should note as well, a couple of key runners in Clubman. Another one of the overall former champions, Huddersfield A, qualified for the Clubman series, so that's the second half of the 54 teams who qualified. Give them something to race for in the midfield. And Leeds as well, perennial Clubman runners, look pretty strong in that. Other things to note as well, the highest number of teams from a single university to qualify, 4, but not Oxford Brook.
No,
So this is the first
big
time it's been a bit of a difference here. So 2 universities achieved 4, Sheffield and Coventry. I was talking of team selection. I'm not quite sure what happened with Coventry, because their A, B, E and F teams qualified. C and D, rubbish in the inters. I don't know what happened there. Sheffield did it properly. A, B, C and D got in. But as I say, Brooks only 3 teams in this year, which...
Only.
I say only. Still very good effort from Brooks. And I think that's pretty much everything, isn't it, from our qualifiers roundup?
Yeah, as we were saying in the run-up to this event, it's always quite an interesting part of the year, this run-up into the start of a new season, because we do have those kind of perennial, continuously teams, the likes of Oxford Brooks A, but there's a few kind of new up-and-comers as well. It's always good to see, as Piers was talking about before, a new driver from Inters on pole this time round in race 1 here, so it could be very interesting indeed.
I mean, yeah, that's a brave one to go straight in and take one of those pole positions. Should explain again, just for anyone who needs a reminder who is new, the grids are randomly drawn, but across the course of a single team's 4 races, they have the same average grid position. The way we always like to say it, Reeve, in the box, is they have kind of 1 from the front, 1 from the very back, and 2 from the middle-ish. 1 a little bit further forward than the other. So that tends to be how it works out. So it means, particularly if you're like a clubman team, you're in that second sub-tier, when you've got your high up the, your grid slots a bit higher up, you've got to really take advantage of those. So formation laps continuing. Drivers just getting used to the circuit. I can see Joe Holmes there. Regular viewers of the Club 100 Sprint Series will know that helmet very well, and will be very used to seeing that helmet at the front of an order. Slightly different situation for Joe today, driving the pace kart, but the grid will form up. A couple of notes as well. If you're on live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, that is your main repository of timing information. There are 2 classes, as I say, in this category. Everyone in the same machinery, everyone scored together as well, so there won't be split points for Premiers and Clubmans. The Premiers are the ones with the black number boards, and it's same as you're seeing on your screen. The Clubmans are the ones with the red. So that's the difference between the 2 classes here. Ability based off the results from qualifiers. Premiers, the top tier, black. Clubmans, the second tier, red.
Good stuff now. So behind the pace card here as we head round that final couple of right-handers towards the end of this track. 14 corners to negotiate here in the cold and damp conditions at the start of the racing this morning.
So 25 minutes are on the clock, Reeve. What do you think they'll be going through the drivers' heads at this stage ahead of a new season?
Well, whenever we interview them, they always say, we're going to play our cards right and try and gain positions where we can. But at this moment in time, it's going to be, need to get ahead right now. So as we head now through the final couple of corners on to the start-finish straight in just a moment's time. As drivers form up into their grid lines now. And we are I
think we'll be going round again. It's the gesture from Jimbo there on driver's left. So another formation lap for the drivers. It'll be a short formation lap. They'll probably cut through on the old layout here at PF International. Circuit that dates back to the mid-90s and had the extension. Well, it's now a bit longer ago. It still feels fairly recent for the likes of me, but that's because I'm old. But the extension that takes in the Lichfield Bridge and over the top of the circuit. Magnificent circuit here in the UK. Always, we've got a spinner in the middle of the pack. Now, that just shows how much. Now, if that driver, it's one of the clubmans, can get back into position in time, then we'll still be good for a go here. If not, they will have to start a little bit further down. It was the number 36 of Leicester A who had a decent round here last year. But PF International, big year for PF International, hosting the FIA World Championships in direct drive later in the season. British Championship events as well, which you can watch here on Alpha Live. But Reeve, I'm going to hand over to you for hopefully that second go. Start of this first race of the day.
Yeah, here we go once again. Let's see if now we are a go as we once again get into those grid lines. It looks like, I think we are in fact getting ready for a go here for a day's racing. Let's hope then the first couple of corners are clean now as the drivers are full throttle across line, and we start the 25 minutes of racing here at PFI. Already looking like it could be a little bit tight between a few in the mid-pack there. Actually, yeah, there is someone spinning off the back of there. Now running through the big left-hand bank turn of turn 4 here. Actually looking relatively clean. A few carts going 4 wide, but so far no one having any major difficulties now heading over the bridge. And a nice, clean and composed race start, I'd say.
That was a composed start from the drivers. So they've obviously heeded the advice from JV and their teammates. It's all been squeezed onto the grass there. The number 33 of Cambridge A, but Coventry B lead into the first hairpin on lap 1. Now this could be interesting. First really big braking zone. I think there's been a problem for Gracie Holdsworth in Loughborough. D-Cart, I can just see out of the window here, has come to a stop at the outside of turn number 1. What I would say though, Reeve, at this stage of the race, it's a long race. It's 25 minutes. If you do have a problem here on lap 1, you have got time to recover.
Yes, and for the most part, actually, given the conditions we're facing today, let's remember, cold, damp. It was sub-zero this morning, and fresh, brand new tyres as well. All things considered, fairly clean start, I would say. Heading now into the more technical part of the lap. Once we're up to full pace, this is where there is a good amount of time to be found here. It's, as I say, nice and technical part. It's relatively easy. I say easy. It's a lot of wide open throttle earlier on in the lap before we run down towards the tighter, twistier stuff. We've got to be a little bit careful of the track limits as well, so that's one to watch out for the drivers if they are wanting that offer of that Club 100 seat for their team, wanting to avoid any penalties now as we start another lap once again.
So indeed, end of the first full lap. Coventry B lead. There's always a bit of a moment for one of the drivers there running wide. Leicester A leads B, Brooks A, Coventry F, Loughborough B, Birmingham A, Exeter A, Cambridge A and UCLan A are your top 10. Who was the biggest mover on that first lap? Loughborough A up 17 positions on that first lap. Brighton B up 14 as well. Fallers on that first lap. Leeds A down to 30th place, down 19. Sheffield B into 31st. Loughborough D, Liverpool C, Bath A, all strugglers as well. There's a battle going on for the lead here. First battle of the year at the front of the field. Leicester A trying to find their way through and past Loughborough B. Coventry B, while having spun on the formation lap, is going quite well for Leicester A.
Got some momentum underneath them now. Gained 7 positions so far. Let's see what they can do now as we head towards the end of the hairpin section. And when driving in these conditions, you're not necessarily taking that traditional racing line. You might be pushing a little bit wider, might be using a little bit more steering lock just to try and get some temperature into those front tyres, to get them to grip up, to get the car to do what you're asking of it. They won't be doing that just yet, as we see Leicester number 36 car now having a look up the inside there. Wasn't able to get a move done. Is now near enough side by side now through the left-hander. And no overtake there just yet as we get back onto the start-finish straight, as there is a big off.
Yeah, I think that was the number 12 off the road there of Loughborough A. So Loughborough A had made a lot of progress in the early stage of this race.
Leicester up the inside at turn 1 there. Fantastic move for the lead. But I have a feeling this battle isn't quite over just yet.
Yeah, Oxford Brooks A are on the scene there. Looking pretty good at the moment, but back to the front go Leicester A. Coming through is the number 14 of Loughborough B as well. That's the highest positioned Loughborough kart. Loughborough team in the standings after the qualifiers, but a lot's going to be changing here today, of course. Leicester A looking pretty comfortable, going to the inside line there, trying to find a little bit of grip. Around the outside there is probably where more grip is. You can see that slight change in the tarmac, that rougher surface on the outsiders. Who is that off? That is that going to be a Clubman kart? Dante Dillon looking to just help the driver get back on the circuit there. We'll look to see if anyone's falling down. Quite a long lap here by Club 100 and BUKC standards at PFI. So lap time's currently up around 1 minute 40.
Yeah, and all the battling isn't just at the front end of the field. We're looking at the mid-pack heading through the second hairpin. Actually 3 wide for a few cars here. The number 6221 and 41 cars there enjoying a bit of a battle though, but having another look at the front end here. Leicester A falling back potentially, not falling back as such, but Oxford Brooks A rather on a bit of a roll at the moment into the 39s. Actually the first of the top 5 to do so. I say that, Birmingham A actually with a great lap as well. Loughborough B, sorry, that's around 37s for the number 14 kart there. So already this early on, we're just over 5 minutes into this race now. The temperature's starting to pick up a little bit. The cart's becoming just that little bit more drivable. Already found a few seconds as we head around the bank section once again. Pick up some decent speed here actually at PFI. We've got that drop off after the bridge and into that heavy braking zone into the first hairpin. It's I believe I'm right in saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, one of the fastest parts of any track we'll visit on the Club 100 calendar.
Yeah, it's one of the longest runs at full chat, full power with the long gearing as well. Very tricky to get your braking point, especially on a day like today when there's so little grip out there, because it can feel like an age sometimes. And you're like, I'm ready for my braking point. Oh no, I've missed it by a metre or 2 and now I'm in the wall. But no, it's very testing circuit here. I think it's one of those that because it's so long, it's quite difficult to get into a rhythm round here, because you're not as regularly going through, let's say, somewhere like Clay Pigeon, where you've only got 6 or 7 corners over 40 seconds or so. The rate at which you're going through them at a 25-minute race, you get literally more practice at each corner, so you feel like you nail it a bit earlier. Whereas here, we'll see a significantly less number of laps. So it's room for improvement for drivers, but also room for opportunity as to whoever gets to grips with the circuit quite literally quickest often does well here.
Yeah, the opportunities can be very interesting as we're looking at a potential opportune moment here as another battle for, well, at least at the top end of the field, lingers on now, heading over the bridge in just a moment. But yeah, opportunities plenty, because if driver necessarily isn't quite au fait with your kind of longer, more high-speed circuits at the first part of the lap, it doesn't matter so much, because it's almost like a tale of 2 circuits almost. You've got your more kind of traditional British layout towards the end of the lap here, as we see. And now the top 3 still battling on. Loughborough ahead of Coventry B on this lap, of course. And still side by side for the lead now as we head down towards the second hairpin. Nice clean exit. As we all follow pretty much the same line here. There'll be, at this stage in the race, there'll be kind of one relatively clean, grippy line to follow as you might try and bravely risk an overtake, but that might not be necessarily the fastest part of the track, and it can find you off the track. So heading now down towards the last part of the lap. That's still the same top three. Running on then to the start-finish straight once again. No one looking like... Actually, no, we're seeing number 11 and the number 1 of the previous year's championships, of course, Exeter A. Potentially having a bit of a battle now running into the first corner. A little bit of time to be found over the curve on the first corner if you're feeling particularly brave. Reading A, fastest lap of that time round. As we see, still very close indeed for the top end of the field. The top 3 separated by less than 1 second.
Yeah, things developing on quite nicely with this first race of the year. Fastest driver out there at the moment. Reading A going pretty quickly. Number 13 into the top 10 now. 135.191 a side by side. Out of hairpin number 1. Looking down the inside. Leicester A trying to hold on to position. There may be opportunity here for Loughborough B on the cutback. Side by side as they come off of hairpin number 2 and going towards the Fullerton S's now. And good power there for Leicester A, getting that run off the corner. Slightly deeper line. Able to square it up and get on the accelerator in a straight line a little bit earlier than Loughborough B. And that told quite well there. Just looking a bit further back as well. Birmingham A and Exeter A coming into this. Exeter A, as we mentioned earlier, had a bit of a quiet qualifiers by their standards. Winners of the championship last year, hence why they're wearing the number 1. Second the year before, very close second place. Could have, with a bit of different luck along the way, could have quite easily been winners of this competition for the last 2 years. But there's going to be some eyes on them today as to whether they can recapture that form that stunningly took them through to the championship 12 months ago, and that's going in the right direction. Past Birmingham A there and up to 5th.
Yeah, fairly even pickings at the moment between Leicester A and Loughborough B. If Leicester has a little bit of an iffy braking entry into the first hairpin, Loughborough B will capitalise on it, but then we head into the second hairpin and it's still even between the two once again. So great battle here. Oxford Brooks A in the just very quietly in the background, hoping maybe for a little bit of difficulty for the 2 carts up in front. They're very much still in the mix here. And then Coventry B enjoying their own battle with the aforementioned Exeter A, and Birmingham A also in the mix there as well.
Just running through some of the jurisdictions, because some of you might be wondering, my goodness me, 9 minutes into a race and Andrew hasn't talked about a penalty yet. I was only pulling your leg. Of course there's been penalties out there. Southampton C have had an ABC takeout, as have Liverpool A. So any of these teams, scratch them off your bingo card for being able to get that,
no longer
free
beckoning.
bit of time. As I say, JV's looking pretty good at the moment as I'm crossing out all these warnings and which teams have picked them up. So mostly track limit warnings, as you'd come to expect. What are the penalties that we had here? Loughborough A have had a penalty for a spin under yellow. That's not good for them, and that's all she wrote at the moment for on the penalty front.
We're technically a team here at the racing today. Does that mean if we don't get any warnings or penalties, we'll get a Club 100 drive?
We will inevitably get a warning at some point. I've seen it before, track limit warning for the commentary team.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Still less than half a second between the 2 leaders of this race. We're currently looking at them now heading down that fast section into the first hairpin once again. Fastest lap there for Bath A into the 33s now. So already about 9 seconds so far into this race. We're just about to cross the halfway stage. So the time's tumbling down now and will only improve. I'm not going to commentate this courtesy, but it looks like we should be relatively clear weather-wise today. Yeah, we'll see about that one. Well, now that I've said that, expect a massive thunderstorm of some description. But
well, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on this one because it is quite tricky to to predict the weather here.
Because we're in a bowl.
We're in a proper bowl for those
Yeah.
who don't quite know the geography of the area. So many a time I've been here, and the local weather station is saying it's raining, and I look outside and go, no, it's not, and then vice versa as well. Penalty for Leeds B. Track limits ×3 is what TLX3 stands for. So that'll be some positions demoted for them at the end of this race. Lap time started to come down though, Reeve. 1 minute 33s now for the leaders. Leicester A holding on to that lead at the moment, a quarter of a second. Brooks A in third place.
Some really good racecraft on display here, actually, from Leicester A and Loughborough B. Pushing each other and battling, of course, but still really consistent, really strong lap times. We've actually managed to build a decent gap to Brooks A, Birmingham A and Leicester A behind, obviously involved in their own battle, which is more the kind of thing they'll be thinking about maybe in the afternoon when we come to the Enduros. Obviously, sprint's more kind of an out-and-out gun it, but still interesting to see how well some people are managing these races.
I can tell you on JV's bet with the field, we've already lost 15 teams out of 53.
So the rate of attrition.
At the rate of attrition, JV's not in danger here at all. But 10, 11 minutes of this one to go. Drivers, I'd say, are very much in the rhythm now. There are spots where I think maybe there's a bit of a drying line starting to form.
Yeah, I'd say there's parts of the track where there's very much one line that you want to be sticking to, but still not ideal in other patches. I always feel like a bit of meteorologist at this kind of phase of the day. Always.
Bath A going along pretty quickly at the moment, Reeve. 1 minute 32.729 for them.
Loughborough B move for the lead there. Now half a second actually on Leicester A, so really nailing the last part of that lap. Still 10 minutes to go though, certainly not out of the fight just yet.
Yeah, we'll see this one go back and forth. Oxford Brooks A, wonder if they can get a bit of pace going. Well, that was decent last time around. As Cardiff A restart off the grass now for the newcomers amongst us. Why is that a bad thing? Well, all of these arrive and drive karts prepped to the same specification. And one of the main ethoses of Club 100 Racing is wanting to keep that machinery equal. And all of them have a clutch system. So if you go back a few years, it was direct drive on the old engines, but nowadays with the Rotax Evo engines, they have a clutch. And what that clutch particularly doesn't like is lots of revs and lots of slip. And if you try and restart one of these karts on the grass,
you're going to get
lots of slip. Yeah, it's not good for them. So that's why a restart off the grass, if you've spun off, if you just put your foot down and try and get going again, and it was a lot of rain last night, so it's going to be particularly boggy out there today. It's a big no-no. That's a black flag, and that'll be Cardiff A coming into the pits for a little bit of, as we say around here, re-education. See what the lap times are like on this time round, Reeve, as Birmingham A have had a good lap there, because they've just moved they've moved past Exeter A and now past Brooks A as well. This is going to be one of those races where it's all about feeling what the track's doing. If we had loads of mechanics like we do in owner racing, they'd be doing like the little, I call it the crab pincer gesture to the drivers of smooth, keep it nice and light out there. But you'll see drivers picking up speed at different rates, maybe using a bit of experience out there. Birmingham A really on the charge. Birmingham, we have a decent record round here. We've had a number of race wins at this track over the years. They're in the hands of Rory Smith or Oliver Basey-Fisher in previous editions as well. Another one of those teams who have had ambitions of being right at the front end in the BUKC, but never quite had the consistency to mount a title challenge, particularly at the tracks in the south of the country. This is one where you'd expect the Midlands universities to do well here today, but this is the battle for the lead. Now, this is the other phase of the race for those of you new to the BUKC. in the second half of the race, as we get into the latter stages, the leaders having to deal with traffic, Reeve, and there's no blue flags here. This is not like Formula One, where if Max Verstappen catches 17 drivers at the field, they all have to jump out of his way. It is on the fastest drivers to find a way through safely and correctly. They're not going to get the help of the blue flag telling others to get out of the way. It's down the inside there. Loughborough B and Leicester A fighting for the lead once again. Birmingham A right on their tail. It's the number 58 that they're moving by at the moment, which is Swansea B. It's surprised to see as well the Cardiff A driver who has had the restart off grass penalties, Fraser Brunton. So can't say that was a lack of experience and not knowing the rules on that one. But this is when it starts to get a little bit tasty out there, Reeve, as there's a track limit warning for Sheffield B.
Yeah, you can see Leicester A as we headed through the fourth corner there, really trusting that the car was going to go, chucking it in to the inside of turn 4 there, and fair play. It worked there, side by side, still not quite got the overtake just yet, but you beginning to wonder now, as we say, getting into that phase of the race now where it's going to be kind of show your full deck of cars, really see what you've got. As you see the number 7 car there, Cardiff A back end, kicking out over the curbs there, so pushing maybe to try and gain a few more positions at this last stage in the race.
Yeah, it
could be costly.
This is not going to be a good one for Cardiff A. They would have fancied Fraser Brunton, the Club 100 lightweight sprint champion 2 seasons ago, to go in and put a big score in for them. That's not going to be the case on this day in history. Round 2 start another lap then. The 42, the 48 and the 7 there are back markers, but I expect the number 7 to pull away. The number 14 is your race leader, Loughborough B, 36 of Leicester A, 11 Birmingham A. They've dropped Oxford Brooks A here. And once we continue with the action review, I'm just going to have a little review of penalties to see if we've got any of these with some things to worry about.
Bath A really on a bit of a roll now. We've seen a few fastest laps in this later stage of the race. Currently running in P9, 5 minutes to go, and about 2 seconds there or thereabouts behind UClan A. But having a look at the battle for the lead on screen at the moment, the number 14 they're still dealing with some traffic. There is Leicester very close indeed. I think there was actually contact there.
There was. And that opened the door for Birmingham A to step through. So this is what we're talking about, that experience of getting through the traffic. This is where the finest of BUKC drivers come through to the fore. 5 minutes to go in this one. Bath A continuing their good run. They're up to 9th place, fastest team on the track at the moment on a 1:30.781. Tyres will be nicely scrubbed in now. They'll have got rid of that release agent that we were talking about at the start of the stream. Which is good news if you're in race 2. You won't have to have that worry. Fraser Brunton trying out some different lines there. I wonder if he's doing that to maybe report back to the team to say, oh, maybe try this, because if you're at the front of the field, I don't think you're going to try anything, you know, you're not going to start trying something that you haven't tried in the last 10 minutes when you've got a good position on the line. So
one of the interesting things about the kind of early kind of maybe damp races, what do? Do you put your experienced driver in knowing that they might be held back a little bit by the conditions, but they can then report back to the team and say, here's how the track is, here how it's driving.
In these conditions, you know, starts the season as well, I would put my most experienced steady Eddie driver in that I've got, because as I say, that's good for, normally that's good for the results that you're looking at in a course over the course of one of these 25-minute races, but also, as you say, good experience to then report back to the rest of the team who are maybe not as experienced. 3.5 minutes to go then. Loughborough B have done a good management job on this one to control this race so far. Can they close out this victory? The first race of the year, first round of BUKC 2024 here at PFI.
Birmingham really jumping on the opportunity. There, of course, a few laps to go with the traffic, and still running in P2, a few tenths down on the lead there. Leicester A looking not too far behind either, so don't count them out just yet. Still 3 minutes to go to just over 2 laps worth of time here at PFI. We mentioned a long lap here. Now fastest time into the 1:30, so not too far off. 15 seconds has been found during the duration of this race.
2 more laps to go then. No +1 lap here in the BUKC. Birmingham A, this is the time where they'll want to strike. Moved up from around 6th place in the mid-phase of this race. Not long to go, but they have got a decent amount of track ahead of them to try and make this overtake work.
Leicester A at the start of this lap still had a little bit of traffic to contend with, have got past that now. I see that the two leaders here, Birmingham a little bit wider on entry, gets a better exit out of the first hairpin there, but actually losing out. Looks like going the long way around, you're able to carry more speed over that rougher tarmac, and it's worked well for Loughborough B through the first hairpin. Yellow flags out as we exit the second hairpin.
Bath A have improved up to 8th place. Exeter A have faded a bit in this race, down to 9th now, and have got a cone penalty out there for their troubles. Leicester A still holding there in 3rd. That'd be a decent start for Leicester A on a big day. Oh, it's off the road. Oh, the Leicester A are off. There we go. First commentary curse of the day. About to say that was going to be a very good result for them in Clubman. Won't be any more. Local team to this area are off. Down going into the 3rd sector. So last lap board about to go out then with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Lap time still above 1 minute 30. There it is. And what a time to do the fastest lap of the race if you're Loughborough B. 1 minute 30.112.
Yeah, exactly the sort of lap that you need to if you want to try and secure that race win. As we say, not long to go now. Just a couple more times to navigate a hairpin. Loughborough B this time around with the fastest lap. They're really strong showing so far in this race. Commiserations, though, to Leicester A. It's been a fantastic race for them, as you said, and unfortunately, just at that very last minute, which goes to show every second is important here in the sprint races. And it now leads the two front runners, looking very comfortable indeed.
Well, the team for Loughborough B rather, but they are sort of the A team because they're doing better at the moment. Tom Dixon, Sam Harrison, Giulio Peroni and Vishal Patel. This will be a fantastic start for them if they can hold on. They've managed this race superbly, but it's not done yet. They've got a bit more traffic to deal with. They have got a buffer in between. That's a key move down the inside of the 72. I think that was just about okay. They're being helped by the fact there's 2 carts in Birmingham's way at the moment. They found their way through. 2 more corners to go. Reeve, can they hold on?
You have to say it's looking good for Loughborough A now as we head for the final time round the last couple of corners. There is Loughborough B as we head down those grid lines for one last time in race 1. It is Loughborough B who takes the checkered flag. Victory for Loughborough B. Birmingham A, cracking effort there, comes home in P2. Oxford Brooks A after the unfortunate events for Leicester A, coming home in 3rd, rounding out the podium there. Then Coventry B P4, Bath A P5, UCLan A P6, Reading A P7. Then it will be Manchester A coming home in just a few more seconds.
Very good stuff. Loughborough B to the top of the standings then in the early stages of this one. Former champions, the rich history in this competition. 60 points to them for that race. Let's see if they can continue that on to ultimately convert it into 60 championship points. Provisional results, of course, we should mention, is before penalties are applied. Birmingham A 2nd, Brooks A 3rd, they'll be happy with that. Coventry B as well, 4th, that's the top club and team home there. Bath A completing the top 5, that was a good drive through the field for them. UCLan A 6th, Reading A 7th. Manchester A, Leeds B and reigning champions Exeter A complete the top 10. Leicester A, Surrey A, Coventry A, Southampton A and Cambridge A all inside the top 15. So okay results there for Coventry A and Southampton A, but they'll hope by the end of this round to have those as their drops if they could have scored big in terms of championship, which we'll come on to in a bit. Leeds A and Loughborough D both in the top 20 that was completed by Sheffield B. Portsmouth A, good to see Portsmouth in the mains. Brooks D in that top 20 as well. Southampton B, Liverpool A, Coventry F, Liverpool B and Southampton C in the top 25. Lancaster B, Cardiff A, Brunel A, Huddersfield A and Liverpool C inside the top 30. That really was a costly penalty for Cardiff A. Very uncharacteristic mistake there from Fraser Brunton. Brighton B, Bristol A, Swansea B, Loughborough A 34th, Sheffield D complete the 35 runners who finished that race. And I think what was quite impressive with that one, Reeve, everyone was either on the lead lap or only one lap down. I think in previous years, before the licence system, you'd be seeing drivers in those conditions 3, 4, 5 laps off the leaders after 25 minutes. Good,
we had to go quite far into the race before we actually saw any lapping at all. I thought we did okay there. In fact, overall at race 1, I thought relatively clean given the conditions, especially that race start.
Yeah, no, you say that was a decent start. Keep your comments coming in. We have been keeping an eye on them. We've got a lot of our regulars in the chat. Hello to who we got in there. Hello to Pedro, who's watching, I think from overseas. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you are in the world, Pedro. Apologies. I've not quite seen where you are. He's asking Motorsport Magpie, aka David Whitehouse, what is SOD? That is the spreadsheet of doom. Do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. The spreadsheet of doom is back, rejuvenated for 2024, and calculating all of the very provisional and unofficial results for us here in the box. If you do want to look at the results in an official capacity, not just our Excel spreadsheet, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, or, as I always keep forgetting now, on live.alphatiming.co.uk, in the top right-hand corner, there's a little podium. If you click the little podium, that will then bring you up all the results as well. So if you're a bit of a stats nerd, that's where you need to go. Right, let's head down to the dummy grid, and Piers Pryor, who's finding the drivers after that first race of the day, and we'll then be having a talk with the drivers for race number 2. Piers, over to you.
Well, potentially one of the slowest BUKC races we've ever seen. Very, very slippery out there. Good racing at the front, though, and we saw a great battle for the lead for pretty much most of the race. But we spoke to Kate before the race. Kate, you wanted to win with a big gap. You didn't, but how was it for you?
Well, I had actually really good pace, I think. I was able to catch everyone very quickly. I had a good start as well. First 2 laps great, just kept overtaking everything, mostly everyone. But got unfortunate a couple of times with people sliding right in front of me and just grabbing with me. Me just getting stuck with them. So I dropped down quite a lot of paces, I think. Not sure actually how many. So hopefully it's all right, because I didn't get any penalties as far as I know. I did get 1 warning, but...
Oh no, so you're not going to be able to get...
It's going to be all right. I think it's going to be all right.
Okay, well, how was the conditions out there?
Well, most of it is getting actually quite dry very quickly, but the parts where you want it to be dry, it's still wet, so you can't do anything. But it's interesting. A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Well, thanks very much for chatting to us. I'm going to grab a word with our eventual race winner from Loughborough B, Sam Harrison. Sam, that looked pretty tricky out there, but you mastered the conditions. It was a good race, though.
It was a brilliant race. That was so much fun. It got a bit sketchy at some points, just slicks in the wet and everything, but yeah, that was great fun.
Great fun. A good race between you and the Birmingham A car. You were right together for pretty much the whole race, chopping and changing. That must have been interesting, especially with the hairpins being so wet.
Yeah, the hairpins were treacherous. It got bumped a few times and probably did a little bit of bumping, but nothing too much. So, yeah, hoping my teammates can not get any penalties, Julio. So,
is Julio in this one?
No, he's later, but so we'll see.
Well done, Sam. Thanks very much for chatting to us. So that rounds up pretty much race number 1. We're now heading into race number 2. So let's grab a word with some of our drivers. And we haven't got a pole sitter at the moment. But we might as well grab a word with the driver starting in 2nd place, correct? Right, so you look like you're University of Edinburgh. Who are you?
Dougal McGregor for Edinburgh Uni.
Sorry, what now?
Dougal McGregor.
Dougal McGregor, what a name. And of course, Edinburgh University. Dougal, brand new tyres. So do you reckon that's going to be an advantage or a disadvantage for you in this one?
I think not good.
Not good. Right, have you ever started on the front row of a race before?
Not in BUKC, no. So we'll see how it goes. I think hopefully plan is just to disappear down the road and let everyone catch up by the last lap.
Or just not let them catch up.
Yeah, that's probably the better plan. But
what was the Edinburgh team's breakfast this morning? Were you part of the McDonald's contingent?
No, we were Asda sausage rolls.
Nice. Hot or cold?
Cold. No hot deli available, which is
No.
poor show from them. Poor show.
Very poor show from Asda. Okay, so you still got 3 laps practice. You've seen one race. What's going to be your outlook for this one?
Gung ho.
Fully gung ho.
Starting on the front row, it's got to be. I've done too many races from the back where I've just played it easy, so I just send it. So.
Well, Dougal, thanks for chatting to us. We'll chat to you later. Dougal McGregor, what a name. Wow. Let's get a word in on this team talk.
Pin. It's normal braking. It's more normal braking in the middle, and then bring it back over to the left.
Some in-depth insight going in there. I'm going to grab a word with them in a moment. Come on in, sir. Come on in. University of Leeds, who are you?
Adam Gurnis from Leeds B.
Leeds B, and were you in that one?
No. We had Jake out for that one.
Oh, Jake. No, come on in. Jake, how was that out there, mate? Talk to us.
It's really treacherous. Hard conditions, changing every second. So, you brake in one corner, you're not, you're accelerating, whatever. Not fun.
And you're about to give him some words of advice to your fellow teammate?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
What are you going to say to him?
Going to say stick to the outside, it's where the grip is, until it dries up.
Until it dries up. Right, let's head a bit further down the grid. We've grabbed a word with a few of the drivers at the front. There's another pretty strong grid here. We've got Josh Taylor there. And that was a good first race, I think, of the season so far. Not too many penalties, actually, which means that the drivers were listening. Mr. Healy-Smith, number 39. What's your first name and who are you racing for?
Ben, and I'm racing for Cardiff B.
Cardiff B. Cardiff A, normally right up there. Unfortunately, Fraser did not have a good one in that last one, did he?
No. Yeah, I was expecting a podium for Fraser, but I'm sure there was something wrong with the kart. It's not like Fraser.
Well, he did also get a black flag.
Yeah, again, I'm sure that's not Fraser's fault.
Okay, well, what are you going to do in this race?
Just enjoy it. It's my last year. Nothing special.
Nothing special. Well, we'll see if nothing special happens. I think we're about ready to go one more time, so I don't get yelled at by Jimbo. Back to you in the comms box.
Thank you, Piers. Ready for race 2 then. The karts firing back up, roaring to go. And what a good race 1 was. What a way to start this season. So then, new drivers, fresh faces ready to go on the warm-up laps now. Should be, not going to say it's going to be easy, but it should be a little bit more comfortable for these guys. The car's a little bit warmer, track a little bit more grippy. As we actually have our first spin. So there's my first commentator's curse of the day. What's our order looking like at the moment is that Edinburgh A, UCLan A, Birmingham A heading across the timing line first. As we see the grid warming up the cart there next to A. One to watch out for, of course. Great showing last season. And a decent run out in qualifiers as well. First hairpin at the moment. Still part of that track not looking entirely ideal just yet. Arguably not going to at any point during the racing today. But race 2 then, second 25-minute sprint race here this morning. So our top 10 at the moment, as we have a few carts changing position, of course. Just coming across the line now. Grid for race 2 will be UCLan A, Edinburgh A, Birmingham A, Warwick B, Leeds A, UWE B, it's not UWE, and then we have Nottingham Trent A, Southampton A, Manchester A, and Oxford Brookes B, rounding out our top 10. Of course, just a reminder in case you are new and you didn't quite catch the start of race 1, start of the stream there. Prems and Clubmans running in the same field. Clubmans with the red number plates on their carts, Prems with the black number plates on their carts. As already we can see compared to race 1, warm-up laps already running quite a bit quicker. These drivers ready and eager to go for, well, as Pierce put it, what felt like quite a long race 1 should be a little bit shorter feeling at least race 2 this time around. At the end of race 1 got into the 1 minute 30s towards running it in race 1, so I'm expecting at least to see time similar to that. No pressure though. Obviously still a few teams in the running for JV's offer of a Club 100 drive, although not many, as we were saying. Rate of attrition not looking good at this point. So for the few of you still out there, let's go for it. Let's see if we can get a team in the Club 100 for free. I mean, you can't turn down that offer. Seeing a few cars here heading down that run into the first hairpin as we are still forming up. As you mentioned, one of the faster parts that we like to go racing on, one of the fastest parts of any track that we go racing on in the Club 100 calendar. Be a real test of skill, that run into the first hairpin, that very treacherous braking zone. You've got to absolutely nail your braking point. Brake too early, you'll lose boatloads of time compared to your competitors. Brake too late, and you'll either go careening off into a barrier, or you'll brake a little bit too hard to try and catch one. Of course, only brakes on the single axle in these karts, and you'll quickly find yourself with a bit of a swapper on. Just ask me how I know.
So indeed, the formation laps continuing here at PF International. This is...
We do have a pace kart.
Yep, we do have a pace kart indeed. So change of weight category, and again, there's no separate lightweights, heavyweights class within the teams aspect. That's just to make sure that we've got all our taller drivers. That tends to be where the weight class comes into effect. Are all against each other. All of our, like, you know, people blessed to be 5'11" and higher, they all race against each other, as opposed to, you know, Fraser Brunton, who's about the weight of a piece of asparagus. And you know that's you know, basically drivers who can't hit the 75 kilogram weight limit, you know, give them a little bit of a boost there.
The drivers who don't need to duck down quite as much down the straights.
Yes,
as I like to put it.
But some big hitters in this one. Tom Fleming's just in the background there. He had a good run here last year. Very experienced driver. Was in a Ferrari World Challenge, of course, just showing the level of driver that we've got in this one. Who else have we got in there? Sam Hampshire for X2A, very experienced around the circuit as well. Tyler Dequois for Warwick A. His name jumps out at me here. Ethan Annett on pole position for UCLan A. Edinburgh A with unknown driver.
As we've had what looks like another go around there from the pace kart. Heading down that start-finish straight once again, where in just a few moments' time there will be pedal to the metal and the sound of lots of Rotax Evo engines gunning it down into that first corner before we climb uphill once again. It is, obviously, people have got their favourite track, but for me, one of my favourite sectors of any track is kind of just the thrill of running up that long bank,
two sector one
uphill. It's always, it's just cool, isn't it? It's just,
it's got a bridge. Who doesn't love a bridge?
Well, we currently don't love a bridge because we currently can't see it.
No, we can't see it. Dave Manchester's working on that one for us. Appreciate his help on that one. So the grid continuing to form up here. Remember, it's all random grid slots. So for those drivers at the front of the order, they haven't done any timed qualifying here. They've agreed with their teams of 4 drivers that they'll take the start towards the front. So a bit of pressure on those drivers to deliver for their teams in this one. Track conditions fairly stable at the moment, still damp, still cold in the air here. I doubt it'll dry up all day, especially if we get a little sprinkling of rain coming through. Joe Holmes will lead the pace kart round. I think he's got his hand in the air to say, thumb up to say, yes, we are good. They'll sweep round the final corner. Holmes will pull to driver's right, and it'll be over to UClan A and Edinburgh A to get us underway here for 25 minutes at PF International Race 2 for round 1 of the 2024 edition of the BUKC. Off we go then for 25 minutes. Good start for those at the front of the order. UClan A cuts across straight away to defend that position and defend it well. Birmingham A already trying to come through. Someone's taken a shortcut across the grass and rejoined. It's looking pretty good as they go under the bridge. Everybody pointing in the right direction, Reeve. That's a good start.
Yeah, fantastic effort from everyone so far this morning. Heading around the banked left-hander, still looking good. Actually, a bit of contact in the mid-pack there. Number 1, Exeter A, number 6 car involved in there as well. That was Manchester A there, but everyone's still pointing that right direction. A bit of a swapper on for the Edinburgh lad there, number 22. Actually, big contact there. Bit of a shunt heading into the first hairpin. So there was some expressive language, shall we say, I think, from some of the drivers heading in to that first hairpin. Continuing on, though. Yeah, the track conditions on the braking, I think, not entirely confidence inspiring at this point in the race, though I think things will pick up in just a moment's time. And as we're back on the yellow flags as these stewards try and neutralise at least parts of the track just to make it a little bit safer for everyone involved. Back, though, with the leaders as we head around the final part of the lap, of the first lap of this 25-minute race. Already a bit of a pack battle potentially forming up here. It will be between Edinburgh A, will be between Birmingham A and UClan A. So our 3 protagonists as we started this race, still the 3 in contention. Absolutely looking a little bit further back there, the battle between Southampton A and Warwick B. Actually, looks like Manchester A in the mix there as well. Heading up towards turn 4 once again as we have our first couple of track limit warnings coming in, but there is confirmation that the condition actually a little bit better than what we've had in race 1, of course, already into the 30s. UClan A, of course, leading this race. Of course, they will take the fastest lap so far, already into 1:30.7 though, so strong pace on display from our front runners there. Manchester A bump and pass, so ABC advantage by contact, BAP bump and pass there for the number 6 kart.
So yeah, that's not good news for those. It's going to be 4 positions for Manchester A, as noted. And it also means they're off the list. That's another team gone. Who have... is the number 27 is going to have a bit of an off-track excursion there. Did manage to just about keep the wheels rolling. Bit of a pirouette. That was Swansea A going for a dive into the grass.
That's a shame because they had a really good start otherwise. Yeah. 16 positions gained up until that point. Still plenty of time to go in this race.
Well, we saw it with Loughborough A in the previous race as well, didn't we? That, you know, it can be very easy in these conditions to think, oh, I'm king of the world. I've overtaken half the field here. And then bin it on lap number 2. Just getting a bit excited out there. So, end of the second lap. UClan lead, Birmingham A second, Southampton A third. Tell you what, Birmingham A have a good start here. You know, 2 strong results potentially on the board if they can keep it on the road for the next 21.5 minutes. At the moment, though, they're under threat here from Southampton A. One of our winners from the qualifiers had an okay result in race number 1. But this is Josh Adams at the wheel with the blue suit and the white shoulders. Very experienced driver. Has raced with Club 100 for many years. And one of our very first Young Drivers' Championship drivers. So before it became the juniors. So raced in that for a good couple of years. Now into the seniors. And now, of course, racing in the BUKC as well. And he's got through there as Adams, through into second place.
Yeah, good effort there by Southampton. Number 11 car there, Bergam, was putting up some very nice defensive lines there. Actually was just about moving, not to say moving under braking, just about leaving a kart width for him, but was putting off the Southampton kart for the time being until, of course, at the later part of the lap, number 3 car gets ahead and into second position with the fastest lap as well. 1 minute 25.7 for Southampton A. So really flying along now within a second of the lead of this race. So UClan A out in front there, can't rest easy just yet. There we have Reading A now, fast lap into the 24s. I think these times are going to continue to absolutely plummet down. Penalty there for Huddersfield A. Number 66 card. On board then with this battle for the lead. Wide into the corner, Southampton A. Actually, as this is looking like it could be a three-way battle for the lead there, building up now as we exit the second hairpin. And run down towards the final part of the lap. Once again, got to be careful of track limit here. It is so enticing to try and run wide, go over those curbs and push the cart through some of these switchback corners. There's time to be found if you do that, but of course the stewards do not look kindly to that type of driving. It's not nice on the cars, it's not fair on your fellow drivers, so want to be careful of the track limit there. Very close now though, this battle for the lead as we head through to the first part of the lap with the front runners now up the left-hander. Southampton A really putting the pressure on now, occupying his full field of view if UClan A are deciding to look behind. Not that you've got much time to at this point in the race. You've got to keep your head focused on the corners coming up in front. Southampton A just keeping to the outside on the braking zone entry into that first hairpin. Still probably a little bit more grip going on the outside line. What we've seen so far is it still offers you a little bit more potential pace that you can carry around that first hairpin and a better exit as well so far. Reading A, must be said, absolutely flying along in the 22s now, up into P5, as well as Bath A. Another good showing for them so far. 3 positions gained in the last couple of laps.
So 18 minutes to go in this second race of the day. Plenty of racing still to go. 4 more sprint races after this, and then the endurance is this afternoon. Time schedule, just if you're wondering, 11 o'clock we'll have race number 3, 11:45 for race 4, 12:30 for race 5, 13:15 for race 6, an hour-long break before the 3 endurances, 1 hour long each, 2 drivers in each kart. Not at the same time, obviously, that would be quite a spectacle. But 14:15 for race 1, 15:30 for race 2, and 16:45 for race number 3. Penalties for Sheffield A, ABC. But interestingly, absolutely rapid pace coming from Reading A, 1 minute 20.9. That is going to be Tom Fleming, very experienced driver round these parts. There's a lot of owner racing races for DHR. And as I say, Ferrari GT driver, World Challenge driver as well. So where did he start in this race? I'm struggling to see where he started now. He started in 21st, and he's now up to 5th.
Great progress.
In 5 laps.
Yeah.
And is 3 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on circuit. He come in fast.
Oh yeah. If you are Edinburgh A, you're going to be looking over your shoulder probably sooner than perhaps you would have thought, because that is a very impressive pace delta from Reading A there.
So you'll see him there in the number 13
leads this race.
with the white suit, the blue and yellow details of Dan Holland Racing. Very familiar race suit to anyone who watches the British Kart Championships, for example. And with the red, white and blue helmet coming through. I also picked him as our, face of the championship event for the event poster that we did earlier in the week.
So the great move by Birmingham A up the inside as we headed over the bridge then. Now running in P2 as it stands. Top 3 still separated by around about probably 1.2 seconds at this point. Timing system will next update on screen when we cross the line for another lap with the leaders.
penalty watch, as we say, Lancaster A have picked one up. That's both Lancaster teams out of the opportunity for prizes for a clean day. They've actually picked up 2 penalties at Lancaster A. Sheffield A, as mentioned, Huddersfield A have picked up 1 as well. So yeah, a couple of penalties out there. Drivers will need to keep a lid on. They'll start losing positions for their teams.
There is a little bit of me that is ever so slightly surprised that we haven't seen the team yet just trundling along around just to not pick up any penalties at all. I'd be thinking about it.
It is a difficult one out there. Track limit warning for Birmingham A. Just a warning for the moment.
Yeah, don't want to pick up too many more than that. Yeah.
But Josh Adams really pushing along now, isn't he? But to the lead of the race. Number 27. So we already seen traffic in this race. That's quite early. That's the Swansea A carts that we saw spinning off earlier on lap number 2. That's fallen a lap down. But Josh Adams using all of his experience at the moment, leading this one nicely. Pace is coming up for the others out there. 122.8 last time around for Adams. 122.6 for Birmingham A. It's still Fleming absolutely flying along at the moment. 121.6. There he is in 4th place, trying to find a way past UClan A now.
So yeah, now, as we say, some traffic between Southampton A in the lead and UClan Reading behind the Birmingham as well, of course. So it's looking good, it must be said, at the moment for Southampton A. Not a massive lead, you can't just rest on your laurels just yet, but starting to maybe build that confidence a little bit more. Maybe settle into a bit of rhythm, as we say. It can be quite tricky here on quite a long lap, and quite a varied lap as well here at PFI, but still in good standing. Southampton A. Bath A on a bit of a roll now as well. 120.1 on that last lap up into P6. We saw them do the same in race 1, really. Strong pace building, a good few positions, and yeah, they're going to be quite pleased with their showing so far this morning.
This is Karting. Oh, look at the speed that Fleming has got.
He's found a nice line there.
Yeah,
hasn't he?
I think he was a little bit apologetic there to the Birmingham A driver. He just knows this circuit so well, does Tom. That's him up to 3rd place now. Really is rocketing along with Bath A once again. We saw this in race number 1. I like the look of this Bath team this year. They're one of those teams we talk about, teams on the rise, teams on the fall, and you see this cyclic nature of teams over the years if you spend enough time in this championship. And what I would say about Bath is that they are a team on the rise. They maybe not this year for winning rounds, and we're talking about them being in the championship, but at the rate they're going, they could be a contender maybe for next year's championship. I'll be looking to spoil some parties here in 2024, and they are the fastest team, and they've got a bit of space to grow into now as well. Now, let's focus at the front of the order, because there's going to be changes here. UClan A down the inside of Southampton A, going for the lead of the race, and Fleming's on the scene as well for Reading A. Sorry, no, that's not a change for the lead. That's drivers going through past back markers. Josh Adams has actually bolted away from this group. Where is he? He's down in hairpin number 1 right now. 4 seconds clear. So this is a key phase of the race now for these drivers. Oh, as the Reading A and UClan A nearly get taken out by a back marker there. They've swapped places for 2nd spot. Swansea are having a little bit of adventure once again in the number 27.
I don't think that's a back mark. That was Edinburgh A in the mix there as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, that may have been Edinburgh A coming back. It was. The number 22 in the green suit was going back down the inside there with unknown driver. But 4 seconds is the gap now for Josh Adams. Now, on paper, that should be a big enough gap for him to just stay away here from the rest of the pack. But saying it's easy to stay away from the pack of the BUKC is one thing, doing it is another. That's Joe Holmes in a test kart, so ignore him. He's under instruction to not overtake anybody today. He's going to have to really restrain himself to do that. Birmingham may have emerged in all of that battle, actually got back up to 2nd place now.
Southampton building a nice lead now, 119.5.
That's big. That's really good from Josh. Really good from Josh. He's worked his way through the traffic very efficiently.
Now he showed us what he's
and
made
is
of.
now showing that pace. If he keeps that up for the next 10.5 minutes, he's got this race won.
Cardiff B as well, not wanting to be outdone there, showing that they've certainly still got it after a bit of a race one to forget, really. Race two looking a little bit more positive for them at this point in time into the 119s themselves.
So the phase of the race that we go into now is almost akin to an owner sprint race. Reading A and Birmingham A, I think, have got to work for at least a couple of laps here to see if they can start to bridge the pace back to Josh Adams. If they can't, then they'll fight over second place. Cardiff B are going along quite quickly. The track's really nicely drying. It's not going to be a fully dry line today. It's going to be that kind of slightly greasy line throughout the course of today. And off that racing line is very much still damp. 1 minute 18.8 for Southampton A now. What's the pace for Reading like? 1:18.7. It's quicker, but not at the kind of rate that needs to concern Adams at the front of the field. 6.8 seconds is the lead.
Bath A also still on a roll now, with times still tumbling down. As you say, it's getting better out there. It's starting to look good now. And a few drivers are really capitalising on it. A few drivers have found what works them out there, what lines are best. And into the mid-118s now in terms of lap time there. Yes, really strong showing from Southampton A. Obviously got the lead, had a bit of traffic in between them and P2, P3, but decided, you know what, no need to rest on our laurels just yet. Let's push even more and build what is now looking like a more and more comfortable 7-second gap. I'm sure Reading are going to try and push, but with 8 minutes to go, it is looking good for Southampton. Birmingham A and Edinburgh A still embroiled in their own battle. Only a few tenths separating them. They're more focused on that battle for the podium. Still, of course, a very important battle to be partaking in. As we see there, Birmingham A leaning down into the car, trying to gain any possible advantage. There's Reading A now, 1:18.1, so about 7/10 of a second faster. In fact, 9/10 of a second faster on that last lap in comparison to Southampton A. So let's say at best about a 1 second pace delta between the two. We've got maybe 3 or 4 laps to go in this race. It's still looking good for Southampton out there. Edinburgh A potentially down the inside there. No, thinks better of it. Smart thinking there from Edinburgh A. Wants to stay on that outside line there. Try and benefit from a better run out down towards the second hairpin. Has a look up the inside. And, oh dear, pressure there. Who's that off?
Birmingham A, the number 11. Well,
I feared it might be.
That is how quickly things can go wrong in these conditions. They've slipped behind Manchester A. I think they're going to re-emerge in around 8th place, and the driver knows that that is a throwaway of points that could be key at the end of this round. That'll put Edinburgh A back up to 10th, UCLan A 4th, Bath A into the top 5 now. What is the gap between Southampton A and Reading A looking like? It's coming down, 5.9 seconds.
17.3.
That's a huge lap from Fleming. Fleming's just kicked it up a gear again, brought it down to 4.7. Now, at that rate, he could catch. What is the traffic situation as well? That's going to be important for this one as well. Well, Adams is just coming down into hairpin 1 now. I can see out of our commentary box window. You'll just see his blue and white suit passing through the back of shot there. So this is difficult now for Adams because he's hitting another load of traffic. It's always the thing in these races, particularly when it's a bit spread out, when you're the leader and there's no blue flags as well. Very hard to make your way through the traffic as efficiently as those behind, because once the back markers know, oh, the leaders are coming, they're a bit more reactive to leader. Not in my race. I'll get out of their way. The one person that doesn't happen for is the leader.
Yeah.
Second, third, fourth, it's fine. But so Josh Adams is just going to have to stay calm in this one. He's still got a gap that he can play with. Just under 6 minutes to go. Birmingham A have come over the line in 8th place. Lost them about 16 seconds, that spin.
Could be worse. Still decent points on the cards there, of course, but I'm sure despair all round for that one. It was great bit of racing from Edinburgh. Didn't go for any kind of opportunistic overtakes, just started to build that pressure and build it nicely, and it clearly worked.
Contact warning for UEA.
As we see now, it is Reading A 1.7 seconds behind last time across the line. It is really hotting up with 5 minutes to go in this race. This fight is on for the lead of this race.
But it is. But this is now. It flips back the other way. Fleming has now got to make his way through the traffic. He's got past the first week. Josh Adams has gone past 6 carts. He's put 6 carts off the lead lap in the last lap and a half, and now Fleming's having to do that hard work. And especially with the thing that is in Adams' favour right now is the damp line versus the greasy line, because today the back markers don't want to jump off that greasy line. They're quite happy there going round and being under control.
It's a big
and they're
fleet
like,
of them
right,
as well. Yeah.
leader, if you want to overtake, you're going to have to go on the damp stuff and put yourself at risk and slow yourself down. Let's have a look at the gap at 4.5 minutes to go then. Here comes Josh Adams for Southampton A, checks over his shoulder, probably didn't quite see Thomas Fleming in that one. 1:17.4. Yeah, it swung back the other way. 1:19.5 for Fleming that time around. So the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away. But the
credit
lead
to Adams
back
there
up
as
to
well.
3.8.
Great lap last time round.
Yeah, really had to put a good one in there, did Josh Adams. That could be the difference between him winning this race, taking 60 points in the round for Southampton, or it being 59. But Fleming's not going to give this one up. Edinburgh A are not going to give this one up as well. There they are, number 22 in the middle of this field. That's a fight for position as well. Bath A, the number 4, trying to get into the top 3 here. And I think, was that Axel Slijepcevic at the wheel? Yes, this has been a great drive from Axel. Another driver who knows this place very well. Started 29th on the grid in this one, and it's knocking on the door of a race podium.
Still some great pace in the mid-pack as well. Sheffield A into the 1:16s there with a 1:16.9. Cementing their position in the top 10 at the moment. We are looking now at the end of the lap once again. 3 minutes to go in this race now. There is Southampton A coming across the line, having a look over the shoulder. Doesn't need to worry too much at this point in time. Reading A closer behind now, trading fastest laps. 16.5 for Southampton A, but a 16.3 for Reading A. 3.5 seconds with 3 minutes to go. That is what we have to fight for the lead with. Having a look now at this battle for the podium. Bath A currently running in P3. Edinburgh A, some great pace, as we've said, hunting down Bath A, who've also had a really good showing in this race into the first hairpin. A little bit of traffic separating those two cars there, which plays into Bath A's hands. Not too long to go now in this race. See. Three and a half seconds last time we came across the line. The gap between Reading A and Southampton A as we come across the line once again. That gap now stands at 2.3 seconds. So unless there is some magic on track by Reading A, it's looking quite good there for Southampton A. Well, there is some magic. It's a 15.6 from Reading A on that last lap. That is an absolutely fantastic performance. Do you remember about just over an hour ago when the good laps were the 39s? Now we're in the 15.6s.
Yeah, it's a track that that can get quick pretty quickly. The pace comes into it, and the experienced drivers are finding it out there. As long as Josh Adams, I think, can keep some carts between himself and Thomas Fleming. Now I'm just seeing out my window. Was that a spin for the number 22 of Edinburgh A? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
So just off our screens, I can tell you that Edinburgh A have had a spin. That is Swansea down at hairpin number 2, or one of the Swansea drivers with the green and black livery that they've run for many years. But expect to see Edinburgh A dropping at least one position, possibly more, when they next come round. Right, where is the leader? looking for the blue and white suit of Josh Adams. There he is. And there's Thomas Fleming, and
Certainly
Josh
close
Adams
behind.
sees him. So he knows now he's got to defend a 1.2 second lead on the last lap here at PFI. Last time around, Fleming was 1.1 seconds faster. He's going to be right there on Southampton A's rear bumper for this race victory as they go into the last corner.
It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake. So it is, well, it's anyone's guess already, isn't it, as to how this is going to go. Looking at number 77 and 48 cars running down into that first hairpin.
There is Adams. Every corner he checks off, he gets a moment closer to this race. We can see Fleming's corner speeds are better at the moment. But Fleming's not in striking distance yet through the Fullerton S's for the final time. Can Josh Adams hold one of the fastest drivers in this championship off? This would be a real boost for the winners of the qualifier back in November. It's just got a couple more corners for Josh Adams to hold on. But Fleming is going to be right there. If this was one lap more, Thomas Fleming would say, I would have had you, mate. But Josh Adams gets the loud pedal down and is going to take victory just by 0.062. Josh Adams. That is a big race victory, and it was all about the traffic management. He didn't panic. He used all of his experience, even with Fleming throwing the fastest lap of the race at him on the final tour. Adams wins. 60 points for Southampton, 59 for Reading. What a drive from Thomas Fleming. You've got to give it to him. That was a superb run. He could be pretty happy with that. Bath A finished third. Axel Slijepčević goes from 29th to third. There is your provisional result. And Southampton A, with a great run in the middle part of the race, hold on to the win. That is how you win one of these 25-minute sprints.
Fantastic running from both drivers there. Well-deserved congratulations that they gave to each other there, which is what we like to see. I should say there are your provisional results, and some great pace on display from the top two, about a 7-second margin down to P3 there. Bath A rounding out the podium, of course. There we have
The rest of the order running down. The provisional results, we'll just go through and have the added positions applied. I'm just going to check through that there were no penalties for either of those cars. I didn't see.
Yeah, this is where we find out that we're actually.
No, I think we're clear on both. There was a contact warning for Southampton A, but I think that's about it. So yeah, there was a penalty for Birmingham A that we should mention. Track limits ×3. Now that I say, I've seen Josh race for many years. I say he's one of those drivers who's got a lot of experience, especially in this kind of machinery. I've got to say that I think that was one of his best drives.
Yeah, just when you thought
maturity of beyond his years with that one, especially because when he'll have checked over his shoulder and seen, oh my goodness, Mr. Fleming's coming. This is going to be a little bit close, but it doesn't matter how much you win it by, as long as you do. We'll just wait a few moments before heading down to the dummy grid. The provisional results becomes a full result, and yes, just to confirm, Southampton A ahead of Reading A, Bath A, UCLan A, Edinburgh A, your top 5. Hello to F5 Tornado. No shifters. No shifters here at PF, but plenty of direct drive action for you. Do check out some of the other stuff that Alpha Live here have had here from PFI. For now, though, let's head down to the dummy grid, because Piers Pryor will hopefully have a few words with our drivers from race 2 and those about to go out for race number 3. Piers, over to you.
Another thrilling race there for race number 2. Southampton and Reading coming right down to the wire there, less than a tenth of a second. We'll grab a word with those drivers in just a moment if we can. In fact, let's grab our race winner, Southampton A. You can put your lead down if you want, or hold on to it, up to you. But yeah, we can't have a race like that without grabbing a word. 0.062 over the line, but you took the win.
I got so frightened on the last corner because I knew he was catching me. and I got a little snap and I nearly lost it on the line, but I think I got lucky it ended when it did because I think he would have got me. But
Yeah, well, he got you by turn 1, didn't he? But that still a very, very good race. I'll let you take your helmet off for a second, but you got a good gap at the start, and that was pretty much critical for your race. You want to just give your face a little white because I know it's a bit cold out there, isn't it?
Yeah, can't feel my fingers very much. It took quite a while to get through the first sort of pack of karts, but I was trying to take my time, not making mistakes, not risk any penalties. Eventually made it through, and obviously I saw Tom catching me up, and thankfully at the end I kept it. But yeah, it was good.
You did keep it in the end, and it's a good result for Southampton. You've had a pretty good run for the start of the year, actually, haven't you?
Yeah, we won qualifiers, which was tight with who came second? I can't remember. And we were obviously looking forward to this, but race 1 was okay for us. We already had a driver out. But yeah, hopefully the next few go well, and we'll see what happens.
Do you know who's starting in which races and where they're starting in the next couple? Because you're on for a good result for this one, potentially even a round win if you carry on the way you're going at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Jono and Sam are in races 4 and 6, and I think they're starting 22nd and 28th. So obviously tough run from there, but anything's possible, especially in conditions like this if it stays the way it is. So it doesn't seem to be drying out that much more anymore. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Nearly dry out there now, only a couple of corners.
Yeah, the chicane and maybe round the outside of hairpin 1 is where you've got to go still. But yeah, other than that, pretty much dry.
Anyway, great race. Congratulations. A good result for Southampton now. I'll let you go and get yourself weighed. Make sure you're not underweight. Let's have a word with some of the drivers in our queue for the weigh bridge. Of course, that was it. Was that a heavyweight race, guys?
Yeah, that was everywhere. I had to put like 10 kg of ballast on. Balance was all over the place.
Balance was all over the place. Who are you? Who are you racing for? And how did that go?
In Coventry E. It wasn't bad, to be fair. Changing conditions got me, but like you couldn't put an overtaking on anyone because there was no grip instantly. So it was not too bad. But no, it felt good.
Felt good out there. Were you a part of the McDonald's breakfast crew?
No, I had Frosties this morning. Much better.
Frosties?
Yeah, they go down a lot better than McDonald's.
Yeah, I hear that sometimes McDonald's brekkies can make you feel a little bit sketchy. Here's a man that looks like he's got his game face on.
Yeah. Well, I've got the Nigel Mansell stash. So
I remember we spoke to you last year. The stash is still in force.
Well, I had to bring it back, obviously. I came second in that race, so it's the lucky stash. Have to keep the lucky stash.
Have you been out today yet?
No, race 6 and then race 1 in the endurance, so I'm back to back.
Back to back stashing?
Back to back, baby.
Is there any circumstance in which you would shave that off?
My mum's birthday, she doesn't like it, so I'll shave it for my mum's birthday.
When's your mum's birthday? Let's say hello to me. Who's your mum? When's her birthday?
Mum's Clem. Hi, Mum. You're probably not watching, but it's 22nd of Feb, so just after Butmore.
Okay, how about I'll make a wager with you. If you finish first or last,
yeah.
then we shave it on stream.
Okay, great. Have you got a razor?
I can bring one.
Yeah, great. Okay, we'll shave it.
There we go. So, Clem.
Yeah, Mum, if I come win or come last, it's gone. It's gone.
There you go. Right. That's it. All you need your lead, apparently. Right. Drivers are coming onto the grid for race number 3, lightweight, second lightweight race of the morning. Try and say that when you're on stream. Pole sitter, come on in. Let's grab a word. Who are you? Who are you racing for? Number 23.
Adrian Porter, Surrey.
Oh, I thought you said sorry. You don't have to apologise for being Adrian.
No, yeah. Looking forward to this one. It's been a while since I've been in the kart. Yeah, haven't driven here in the damp. It was ice last year when I came out.
It was very icy last year. A little bit icy this morning, but it's all mostly cleared up. From what I'm hearing from the drivers, basically hairpin 1 and the chicane are wet, but everyone else is almost dry.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, we've done all right so far. So I think P12 in the first race is what it is. Start from pole. I can only go backwards, but hoping to keep it where it starts.
You can stay where you are. You don't have to go backwards.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is to stay where I am. I mean, fingers crossed.
Give us a bookie's odds on whether you're going to stay where you are.
I think it's 99% I'm going backwards, but we'll stay with that.
With that attitude, you might. But anyway, enjoy. Thank you very much for chatting to us. I want to ask one of the drivers what they reckon is the best tactic for getting a good lunch, or what the best lunch is for a good afternoon. Because we've spoken a lot about breakfast. Seb, I cut a video together earlier on this week when we chatted about breakfast earlier on. I very much enjoyed it. It's getting quite a lot of views on YouTube. If you haven't watched it, have a look at the Alpha Live YouTube channel. What's your plan for lunch?
Well, I'll tell you now, I had 1 double sausage. I feel quite good.
Another, were you in double sausage again?
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah.
Although I am in a lightweight race, and I'm 85 kg.
Maybe you should have gone for single sausage then.
Maybe I should have. Or Weight Watchers, that'd have been a better option.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what my family at home are saying to me anyway. But for lunch, I'm going fast, I think.
You're going full fast?
Yeah, nothing today. The cafe, not for me.
Your body is going to be so confused as to what's going on. You ram a double sausage in there first thing, and then you don't eat for the rest of the day.
I've got 2 Twixes in my car.
Okay, so you're going to do like Twix one before the race and one after? Or is it all both together?
I'll try and ball out of me once, and then I'll leave it until I get home.
You leave it? Okay, right. Anyway, race. Starting P8.
Is it? I thought it was
P10.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, yeah.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. So, I mean, I haven't done very much of PFI, and last 2 times I've been here, I haven't been very good, so.
Well, you know, it's going to be good fun. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah. I'll give it my best shot, and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. Anyway, how's the team been going? Formula Brooks, you're Brooks B?
Brooks A now.
Wow, promotion.
That's partly because they haven't got enough drivers, but it's not going too bad. But obviously, we managed to get A, B, and D into mains.
Let C let you down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Poor C.
Alfie had a good race earlier, so he's a good start for the team.
Yeah, exactly. And then we've got Eddie, who's done a lot of PFI. So I'm hoping for a strong shot there, if he doesn't get any penalties. Yeah. And then Charlie, captain, he's starting from the back. So hopefully A team will get a solid result. And I think B team's doing quite well as well today, so it's all good.
Good day for the Brooks. Anyway, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us about your breakfast and lunch choices. Always a pleasure, never a chore. We've got a driver that looks far too professional to be in the BUKC. Who are you and who are you driving for?
I'm Hugh Lawrenson, driving for Edinburgh A.
Edinburgh A. Well, you just had one of your teammates starting on second position, didn't we? Dougal McDouglas. Oh, there he is, Dougal. We were chatting. We were saying up in the box earlier on that Dougal McGregor, potentially one of the best names I've ever heard in my life. That was a good race, though. You were in second for a while.
It wasn't bad till I spun at the end. I was fighting for third, I think, like a second last lap, and just spun at the hairpin trying the inside line. But I don't know, live and learn.
Hey, it was still a good race, though. It looked like you were doing well out there. Yeah. Well, how do you reckon Mr. Lawrenson's going to get on in this one?
He's a PFI magician. He was brought up on this track. He was actually born somewhere at the second hairpin. So we're expecting a win for sure.
I heard he's going to spread his ashes at the chicane.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's where he's going to.
So, P1, yeah?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
For sure. We're going to grab one more interview because I think we're almost ready to go. Let's grab a word with this person here. Kartmaster sticker on. That means you've driven around this kart circuit before.
Yes, yeah. Well, not for a while. But
when was this Kartmaster sticker from?
The sticker's from 2021, but I won it in 2020.
What? He's won it before, so good luck again. Right, let's go racing for the third time today. Back to you in the comments box.
Thank you, Pierce. And I'm assuming Pierce must be hungry. All the chat about lunch, breakfast, and double sausage.
He's always hungry, which is surprising because he's such a svelte and fast-looking man. Here's your grid for race number 3.
It's Surrey A, Imperial B, Bath C, Cardiff B, Sheffield A, and Loughborough B on 1, 2, and 3. Just catching us up a bit there.
Yeah. Oxford Brooks B and Coventry F go from row number 4. Sheffield D and Oxford Brooks A wrap out the top 10. Leicester A and Loughborough E on row 6.
Then we have row 7, Edinburgh A, Warwick B, row 8, Liverpool C, and UWE B. And then we have row 9, Brunel A, and Nottingham Trent A.
Row 10, Bristol A and Portsmouth A complete the top 20. Lancaster A and Sheffield C go from row number 11. Oxford Brooks D and Liverpool B are on row 12.
Moving on then to row 13, Cardiff C, Coventry A, 14 is Swansea A and Warwick A, row 15, Birmingham B and Southampton B.
Southampton C and UE Bristol A complete row number 16. Coventry E and Cardiff A go from row 17. Liverpool A and Imperial A complete the 36 kart field here at PF International. A PF International that is not as sunny as it was looking on those shots for the grid. That was, I presume, taken last year, probably in the summer. But it's not too bad at the moment. Bit of low to mid-level cloud in the sky. Can't really see any rain on the horizon either, because that is one of the things with this being in a bowl here at PFI. When the rain is coming, you can, depending on which way you're facing, you can see it. Track conditions pretty good now for this time of year. For those of you interested in the Intermediates Class Championship, We won't be streaming that tomorrow, but we will have a bit of social media coverage of that. So do make sure you're following at the BUKC on all the social media platforms, mainly Facebook and Instagram. That's the one we're going to be posting on. And if you're enjoying the stream as well, if you're new around here, why not click that subscribe button here for Alpha Live for the first Club 100 and BUKC stream of 2024. It's going to be a busy one for Alpha Live. It's already been a busy one. A lot of the team have been out in Europe the last few weeks.
Don't just leave
for
it
the
in
new year.
Valencia, Spain.
We don't talk about that one because that was technically not with Alpha Live. I get hit round the back of the head for Luke Austin when I talk about gigs where I'm working for other clients.
Sorry for dropping you in it then.
But yeah, all the Porsche Cup racing from Europe is worth a watch. But what I will say is, if you want to follow things outside of Alpha Live as well, at @MM across your social media networks for various things, including European karting trips.
Have we got our comms bot cam?
Not today, no.
No. I can pick my nose.
No, based on some of the bandwidth constraints that we have here sometimes at PFI, that we didn't run it today. Just want to keep people focused on this. But plenty coming up, including, here he goes with his plug, ladies and gentlemen, the BUKC iRacing Trophy. We had the first round of it last week as, oh dear, problem there for Seb Marlowe. What's he looking at? He's looking down towards the engine. Something has gone awry.
Checking lead, maybe?
No, lead would be on the other side. So I think there's going to be a bit of a delay to the starts here. Has he lost throttle cable, possibly? But yes, so that will get itself resolved. There'll be time to get another kart out for the Oxford BUKC driver there. But yes, BUKC iRacing Trophy. If you are on iRacing, even if you're not on iRacing, if you're thinking of getting an active iRacing subscription, it is open now. We're running with the Club 100 Sim Racing Championships at the moment. So this is the same group of people who've brought you the Club 100 iRacing Championship the last few years, since 2020, when we all weren't able to race in real life, so we all went to iRacing. We're currently running a 5-round championship. The first round of it was last week, but there are drop scores. So even if you join the grid for round 2 and do round 2, 3, 4 and 5, you've still got enough races to get a representative championship score. And it's all free content, because we know that sometimes iRacing, for when you've just joined it, can be a little bit expensive. So all you need to do is have a history of racing in Club 100 or the BUKC, even if you raced 10 years ago, or have a recognised relation to a person who fits the previous category, or be a current BPEC driver, or even be a member of a BUKC affiliated university club. So let's say you are a member of Loughborough Kart, but you haven't actually done the BUKC. We'll let you in there anyway if you can prove that you're part of their club. And it's in the Formula Ford FF1600, which is a free car as part of an active iRacing subscription. And it's all free tracks as well. So plenty of chance to get practiced up. And there are prizes both in a monetary fashion in iRacing dollars for the top 3 in each class. I won't bore you with how the classes work now. And also the top driver overall and the top newcomer. That's a key one. If you've never raced with us before, there's a chance to qualify for free by winning. There's still an entry fee to get into the championship, of course, for the main Club 100 iRacing Championship later in the year. And if you go and win that, then you get some free track time out of JB. So join up. We've got about 7 spaces left on the grid for the rest of the season. Next one is on the 21st of February. Head across to DDMM social media for more information. Right, race number 3, Premier Class here at PF International. Away we go for the start of this one. Surrey A lead from the front of the field. Imperial B in the tricky spot on the outside and do the sensible thing and just pull out of that one. Survive through the first couple of turns. Are they all going to get on the bridge? Yes, they are. No, they're not. There's 1, 2 drivers off towards the back of the field. I spoke too soon.
For Liverpool C there.
Yes, now that's an interesting one. Straight away, before they've even got through Sector 1. Oh, there's a melee coming off the bridge. And a number of carts held up by that one, and some drivers going 3-4 wide as we go down towards hairpin 1. This is not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. and it doesn't. There's a kart spinning off towards the back of the field. So this is a bit of a messy start, Reeve, here on race number 3. I think a few drivers have got out there and maybe thought, oh, the track's dry now, I can push it a little bit hard. We saw a little bit of this at qualifiers. As it dried out on the racing line, people were going in full bore, thinking the whole track was as dry as that, and it wasn't, and we saw quite a few incidents.
Yeah, of course, where in the small break between races, there will be a little bit of time for the cars to cool down ever so slightly. The tyres won't be quite at their best as they were in the previous part of the racing. Not to say that the grip's going to be bad at all, because these are fresh, lovely, scrubbed-in tyres for the drivers to enjoy as we start the second lap. Now it's BUKC leading from Loughborough B and Surrey A as we head now up the bank left-hander once again. Bit of a mid-pack battle forming up here as well. 3 carts, not side-by-side just yet, but I imagine they'll be giving it a good look in as we run down towards that first hairpin once again.
So that mechanical flag for Liverpool C, I'm curious as to what that would be for, and I wonder, is that something to do with drivers' equipment? I'd be very surprised if someone has managed to achieve a karts-related mechanical in the space of 2 corners. Bit of contact there. Said Marlowe, correctly putting his hand up saying, sorry about that, sir. Oh. And reforming back into position. Won't get a penalty for that one. There are going to be penalties though for Leicester A and Liverpool B. Now, BF sometimes confuses people, including myself. That is not black flag, that is breaking formation.
Yes.
So that is going to be, they weren't in position, they weren't in tram lines, they've jumped out of them early, they're not meant to jump out of the tram lines here on the pit straight until they cross the start line there. Do that on first lap, you will get a penalty. Down the inside, Loughborough B take the lead of the race away from Bath C. There was an incident, I just caught my eye out the window through the Fullerton S's, so there's going to be a couple of carts moving down the order. I think we'll try and track who that was in a short while, because they were both off the road. But 3 minutes gone here, Eve. It's Loughborough having a good day so far. They've already got 1 race win with Samuel Harrison in race number 1. Here they are early stages of race 3 looking for another.
Yeah, as we still got a little bit more battling heading in to that first corner. Pence coming in for Lancaster A there. ABC advantage by contact.
I think the 2 spinners were Southampton C and Liverpool C, because they're both late coming through to complete lap number 2.
Yeah, not the strongest start of the day for Liverpool so far. My home team, of course, wanting a shout-out from me today, and unfortunately I don't think
that's not the one they wanted. No.
Yeah.
Oh, round go BUKC. Now, that looked encouraged. They have got a contact warning, but that might have been for something else. But, well, yes, into the tricky third sector. Now, there was a close pack of carts there, and there's another spinner off at the final corner. Nearly 4 wide going down the pit straight. This is a bit of a scrappy race so far.
Yeah, got a feel for Brooks in particular there. Not the best start as well, of course, with that cart issue before we were underway, and now this as well. Looking good, though, for Loughborough B.
Lancaster A have received a takeout penalty. That was before the Oxford Brooks A spin, so I don't think that's related. This has got the feeling of survival mode at the moment here, Reeve, of just keep it on the circuit, keep it pointing in the right direction, keep it clean, and you'll do well in this one.
Of course, Loughborough being poised to do so. 7 seconds down to the next Prem class kart, running very nicely indeed. Track limits warning there for BUKC leading the club under there as we have another driver spinning out.
I've got bad news, Reeve. I'm just going through the list of who's had a warning and who's not had a warning. And the bad news is all Liverpool teams are now out.
Oh no, I'm so surprised.
They've all had some form. Sheffield add to that list. They've had 4 teams. They're all out of potentially winning some free. I think my quote from
last year was Liverpool picks up penalties like their trophies. So I'm not in the slightest surprise, to be honest.
Yes. That was the number 5 going through there. Oxford Brooks B on the recovery. So for those interested, so this was was announced this morning that JV is willing to give a free endurance race in the Club 100 Endurance Championships later this year. So this is a 2-hour endurance. As looking down the inside there is Cardiff A on Cardiff B. That should be a fairly straight. Oh dear, Cardiff. That Jacob Harris will not be happy with that one. That's not how you swap carts over, gents. A went past B, but both of them lost 2 positions in the process. It's a long race, 19 minutes to go. If a team gets through the whole day, oh dear, as everything's going on there. I think, I was about to say that was a UEA driver spinning round, but UEA aren't here today unless that's a driver doing an illegible run. If a team gets through all of their races today without a single warning, without a single penalty, without a single track limit excursion, they will get a free endurance drive worth a couple of £100. In fact, more than a couple of £100 for the full team later on in the year. And at the moment, I've
Not
got
many left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 teams from 53 remaining, and we're not even halfway through race 3 of 9.
I said Loughborough B had a nice comfortable margin down to the next Prem class car. Trent A is trying to do something about that with a 13.7 on the last lap. Still 7 seconds on the road separating them, but certainly hunting them down at this middle stage of the race. We saw Southampton A in race 2 nail a middle sector of the race, and it won them the race.
It did.
So let's see if Trent A can repeat that feat.
Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Hello to Sahib.
Yes.
Says, I'm guessing this is not on the picking up penalties front. Doing what we do best, Andrew. That's indeed. See, you can't even blame me today, Sahib. I'm not observing today. I'm not giving you the penalties like I was at qualifiers. New fastest lap of the race, Coventry A in the number 8 cart. Fourth on the road at the moment, and they've just overtaken Loughborough D as well. 1 minute 13.006. That's a handy bit of time in these conditions.
It is indeed. Next cart down to them in Prems is Liverpool A, so still some hope for us just yet. Not that I'm biased, of course.
No bias in this commentary box. Never. Henry Mackenzie Friedman. Hello, Henry. Good to hear from you, mate. Asking Sam Dimolo in the chat. Great bit. And Sam has been doing some great... if anyone's wanting tips of how to drive Club 100 carts, head across to his channel. He's got some good content on there. It's asking any advice for driving in the snow, which could be tomorrow.
Yes.
Could be.
Well, I wasn't here for PFI last year, but we had a bit of ice, didn't we? So
we did. It is my fault, ladies and gentlemen. Long story. Yeah, I don't think Sam's got any snow driving tips on his channel yet.
Liverpool A flying along there with briefly the fastest lap with a 12.9, but Cardiff A showing what they're made of, 12.8 now in P10.
Liverpool A have gained a position, 5th place now ahead of Loughborough D. Edinburgh A have also gained a spot past Warwick B for 8th. Cardiff A as well now up into the top 10. There is their fastest lap of the race. Number 5 heading down towards hairpin number 1. See that nice drier line on the outside now. I'm going to turn to Piers Pryor because he's got far more experience running around this place at a rate of knots than me. Are we going to see a fully dry track today? Oh, Piers says yes. Okay.
I can see that happening. The karting is just kind of hoovering up all the moisture, and the track is absolutely ramping up now. It's looking...
But it is the thing with the Dunlop tyre that came in last year as well, that for my sins I still haven't driven on it. But what I'm told is that it's got a lot more base grip than the tyres that we had before, which means in these conditions it's quite nice to drive on. You can be a bit more adventurous than you were on previous suppliers. Oh dear, that's not a good bit of news for Cardiff A.
Just as it was going so well.
Yeah, bumper pass penalty for the Welsh team. Jacob Harris will be out there on circuit. Not very happy at that news. 14.5 minutes to go in this one. Portsmouth A have received a bump and pass penalty as well, and that's another one gone. That's the first time I've seen Portsmouth A's team name come up on the messages board today. So sorry, Portsmouth, no free track time for you. Reeve, Loughborough B, but it's not really the B team, it's the A team because they had a bit of a confusion second year in a row in qualifiers. They're looking pretty handy today, 1.2 second lead at the moment, lapping in the low 1 minute 13s, edging away from Bath C. There they are coming over the line.
Yeah, I wonder if towards the later stage of this race, whether they might use Bath C as a bit of a buffer between them and Trent A, just to kind of have that position on track. Coventry A, 1:12.2, they're flying along actually. Just quietly putting in the good laps running in P4 at the moment. They could be a bit of a thorn in Trent A's side actually, given how close they are together. That might stop their progression later into this race.
So it's Thomas Dixon in for Loughborough B at the moment, per our information. There is Dixon, in calm at the wheel. Quick check over the shoulder to see where Bath C are. As a bit of action down here into hairpin number 1. Two karts locking together for a slight moment there, compromising each other. One of the Liverpool karts was involved with the Century Sim Racing suits there. Who is? Well, I think that again, this is going to be one of those races where the middle phase will come and go, and it'll all crescendo towards the end. It's looking all right for Loughborough B and Bath C at the moment, but they need to keep an eye on for Nottingham, Trent A and Coventry A. There they are. They're going along pretty quickly. 1 minute 12.7, 1 minute 12.2, in fact quicker again. Trent A 1 minute 12.5, 1 minute 12.0 for Coventry A. That's a new fastest lap of the race. They are closing in. Oh dear, this is not a good race for Cardiff A at all. ABC ×2, that is a black flag for Cardiff A. Their second black flag of the day, because Fraser Brunton had one earlier for a restart on the grass. This is not a great round for the South Wales team. Made some good progress in this race. Have Cardiff A, but all of that work from around 20th on the grid is about to be undone, with a little visit to pit lane, a little bit of a sit in pit lane to discuss what they have done to incur the wrath of race control.
Decent race so far for Edinburgh A. Obviously had that pressure from Cardiff A, which is about to be released just that little bit. Lapping quite nicely, hoping I think to not make a repeat of what happened in the previous race, because it was going well for them last time round, of course, until the very end there. 1:11.9 there for Coventry A. As I said, really becoming a bit of an issue now for Trent A in P3. Battle for the podium is now on.
Sorry, I've just seen a comment which is something that would only, I think, ever happen in the BUKC. Hello, James. I don't know your second name. Could someone tell number 27 Swansea they should be at our group project meeting right now? I mean, I can, but I can't promise to deliver any actual results on that, because you know, a bad day at the track is better than a good day in the office or the classroom.
Absolutely.
I can say that now. I'm a long way enough from being involved with university courses myself to get in any trouble. But yes, 10 minutes and 15 to go. Loughborough B 1.9 ahead of Bath C, who in turn are 2.9 ahead of Nottingham, Trent A and Coventry. I have just realised though, we're on a Wednesday. Who's doing group project work on a Wednesday?
Yeah. What deadline is due? Because you're only going to... You don't do it until the day before that deadline, so what's due on Thursday? That's a... Trent A 1:11.7. It's Callum Pedder in the number 32 kart of Liverpool A. They're absolutely flying along. Really strong start to the season for him.
Oxford Brooks A on the recovery drive. Seb Marlowe, who had was at least from the one bit shot that we got of it, encouraged into a pirouette. I don't think he dropped it on his own. is working back up through the order. He's in the low minute 112, so he's actually quicker than the leaders at the moment, and is now back up to 14th place once the ticker time's through. So potentially still some good points to be had here for Oxford Brooks A. Track limit warning for Birmingham B. I wondered when that one was coming. I was surprised it's taken till race 3 for the Birmingham Bandit squad to get a warning, but now they have. So that's Birmingham completely gone off the list for my former university. 9 minutes of this one to go. Loughborough B managing this one very nicely. 1 minute 12.6. Theo asks, how much do I have to donate to bribe the marshals to black flag Seb Marlowe for any reason? I mean, you don't need to bribe the marshals anything. You just need to bribe this commentary box to commentate cursing.
Oh yeah. We haven't had any bribes so far. Yeah.
No.
We know we.
If you're new around here, it's one word: cake.
Yeah, cake. Or since Pierce is in the room as well, double sausage.
Or double sausage.
Yeah.
But mainly cake on a day like today. Curse your rivals with a nice Victoria sponge. That's the way to do it. 8 minutes to go. Here we're having a look at the number 18 coming through the order. That's Liverpool B. Fighting for 18th spot.
A little bit of
at the
contact
moment.
into the first hairpin there.
That's going to be, sorry Ash, that is going to be Ash Condola. Recognise that suit from qualifiers.
Fond memories.
Fond memories of contact through Zulu 1, 2 and 3.
Take-off penalty there, take-out penalty for UWEB. The number 89 car. Commentary really putting the pressure on now as we start the next lap. BUKC's had a relatively quiet race up until this point. They've had a few seconds to the lead, a few seconds behind, but now the fight is on in this final part of the race. Still, as we can see, no one braving the inside line there at that first hairpin, not looking like where you want to put your go-kart at any point so far.
Hello, Ollie Wedden. I recognise that little helmet avatar from anywhere. Pierce says hello as well. Let's go Loughborough, missed the BUKC days. Ollie, a champion back in the day. Making me feel old now that I'm saying back in the day. Twice, yes, sorry, yeah, twice Pierce, of course. Yeah, very accomplished driver here in the BUKC. Forever in the history books. There's number 87 coming over the line. That's Imperial B. Good. We've not talked too much about Imperial so far. Good to see them having two teams back in the mains. It's been a while since that has been the case. They're another one of those teams that had a bit of a dip, had a bit of a drop, had a year in Inters or two, and are now back to at least where they should be. You know, I think they've got one team in Prems and one team in Club. Good effort from the team based in London. 6 minutes of this one to go. So Coventry A have got past Bath C, are 2.3 seconds behind the leaders, Loughborough A. And the pace at the moment, so this is almost going a bit like we saw with race number 2 of Thomas Fleming trying to come through and catch Josh Adams, but they've now got the traffic, which is not going to want to cede that racing line position, is it, Reeve? As a mechanical flag for Cardiff B. So this is where the race is going to be won and lost.
Yeah, traffic in this race seems to be a little bit more sporadic than what we saw in race 2, where there was a lot more kind of large clusters of karts where the drivers had to negotiate. This time around, it seems to be kind of peppered karts, maybe a lap down or so to watch out for.
It's Eduardo Pozzo driving for Coventry A at the moment. Doing a sterling job out there. Here, coming through the order are the number 10 and the number 7. Now, that is the number 7 that served its black flag. So Cardiff are now, well, a long way down the order. But they are at least on track there with Nottingham Trent A. This could be either a help or a hindrance for Nottingham Trent A. Because Cardiff are quick. Well, hopefully, if you're in a Nottingham Trent supporting disposition, just push the number 10 along. At the same time, Cardiff A are wanting to recover as much time as possible. They're down in 35th place at the moment. And now have had a contact warning as well. So maybe a little bit of red mist under that helmet.
sure there will be for a few drivers at this stage of the race. Now is the final few laps, the final few minutes now is your last opportunity to try and make any overtaking moves, get that last couple of extra points if you can. The pressure builds once again. That rhythm that we've spent the past few laps building kind of sort of goes out the window at this point. Now it's much more focused on bringing the car home and bringing
We've had
the
a
car
question. We're all about educating here, and I get to use my jingle of doodle-a-doo track limits for the first time today. Question from Luigi about 2 wheels over the line is the penalty or not. So drivers have a number of get-out-of-jail-free cards. They have 2 warnings, essentially, on track limits before penalties. That's why you might see sometimes TL times 3 come up as a penalty. That means they've exceeded track limits 3 times. Side by side between the number 32 and 34. This isn't for position, but this is Liverpool A just making their way through traffic, looking on for a good result here in the top 5. It really boils down to what's on the outside of the white line. If it's a curb, like here at the exit of hairpin 2, you're allowed to use that. You can straddle the white line, use the curb. It's a fairly flat curb, no problem. If it's grass or a muddy hole, no muddy holes around here at PF International, but there will be at some circuits that we frequent that are a bit older. You know, we don't want the carts running there. Exit to the final corner is an example of that's got a curb. That's fine, as we just saw in the background there. But if you go all 4 wheels over the white line onto a curb, yes, that is then track limits. And if you go beyond the curb, well, now you're taking the biscuit, and you're really going to get a track limit warning at that point.
JB
So
will not be your best friend if that happens.
yes, but so say if you straddled the white line there coming off the bridge and then kept straddling the white line to the point where you're then on the grass, that's risking damaging the carts, and you're likely to get called track limits at that point. Hopefully that makes all the sense that you need. Meanwhile, back at the front,
I would call this fight very much on now between
yes,
Coventry and Loughborough
you'd be absolutely right.
111.1 on the last lap, also best lap of the race for Coventry. Likewise, Loughborough B, last lap was the best lap at 111.9. So Coventry really putting that pressure on now as we get ready to head around for another lap here.
The other bit about track limits here, and this is when I start to go into the nerd world, the curbs here at PF International, as there's a black flag ×2 for ABCs for Portsmouth. That's will be the end of their race for anything worth writing home about. They're raised curbs. So they're cattle grid curbs like we see at various places, but raised. So actually when you get on them, they start to slightly corrupt your steering and pull you away and off the race. You don't want to get on them, ideally, because they're not the quickest way around the corner in my finding. They're the particular CIK standard curve, this being the only CIK FIA graded circuit in the country, of course. So it's something that drivers new to this circuit have a little bit of difficulty with sometimes. Liverpool A cutting their way through the traffic. But was that Edinburgh A slipping by them? Yes, it was, unfortunately, for Liverpool A. So they've just lost 5th position there. Right, 50 seconds to go, Reeve. It's been a very well-controlled race from Loughborough B to this point, but unlike Josh Adams for Southampton A 1 race ago, they've only got 0.3 of a second to defend with 35 seconds to go, and Coventry A are half a second quicker each lap.
They are. Coventry A has charged and Loughborough B has responded to that charge, so we wait with bated breath now to see, as there has been a change of position, Coventry A takes the lead of this race. And with a decent margin as well, actually. Wonder if something's happened to Loughborough B. 12.8 on that last lap.
Yeah.
And what a shame there for Loughborough B, whatever happened.
Here are the leaders. I was about to mention that there was 2 spinners in hairpin 1, but they've just both cleared themselves ahead of the leaders. So no yellow flags through that zone.
Timer hit 0.
Yeah, so we are on the last lap. What a drive this has been from Eduardo Pozzo. From, I think, was it 29th on the grid? Leading this race. And Coventry A, I think, are going a little bit under the radar here. Great history in this this competition, of course. But they are back on form here. Yeah. And still early days in this championship. But this is a brilliant bit of news for the West Midlands team. Round the final corner, Eduardo Pozzo takes race victory for Coventry A, and he is happy with that one. Second place for Loughborough B, more good points for Loughborough. Bath C are going to come across the line in third. Nottingham Trent A get another good result. Only just indeed by 0.05 of a second ahead of Nottingham Trent A. Edinburgh A 5th, Liverpool A 6th. Warwick B, good result there for Warwick B in 7th place. Portsmouth A 8th, had a black flag and didn't come in to serve it.
Oh dear.
That's going to be trouble. I will use the word trouble for Portsmouth A in that regard. Swansea A 9th, Oxford Brooks A, good drive there from Seb Marlowe after the early spin, finishes P10. That is your provisional results. Good race there, Reeve.
Was indeed, just like we saw in race 2, that fight building up towards the end. Coventry coming out on top. After all, with that fantastic climb through the grid there, we see the order down P15 down to P27 provisional at the moment, of course, but as we can see, most drivers, in fact, on the lead lap of this race. Unfortunate race there for Liverpool C in the end, 3 laps down.
The rest of the order going through there. Remember, live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC for all of your stats and news and results as they come in. As I say, you've even got the latest results feature as well in the top right-hand corner with a little podium. Press that and it'll come up with a list of all the races that we've had so far today and what their results were. But a good win there for Coventry A. Moves them into a decent position so far in this round. You're watching live coverage of round 1 for the BUKC 2024. Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor on commentary duties for you. Enjoying yourself so far, Reeve?
Very much so, yes. But I think it's been great racing so far. A great way to kick off this season. I am wondering, our best lap that we saw from the last race was a 1:11.002. Will we get sub 1:10 in the next race? That's what I'm going to place bets on that. And it looks like now we are ready to head down to the dummy grid in the interval between race 3 and race 4. Back over to you, Piers.
Okay, so race number 3, a little bit more subdued than the previous races. A very close race though between Coventry and Loughborough B. Loughborough with a very strong result once again, following on from the win earlier on, a second place. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, good result. It's a bit of a shame coming under the bridge. Sort of stuck on second last lap, so he got on my inside because that. So, a bit of a shame. I was looking forward to a 2-lap battle at the end, but yeah, can't be too disappointed. Very happy with the result. So yeah.
No, remind us who you are as well, because so that people know who obviously dominate the first half of that race. It just got pipped at the end, but yeah, who are you? And also must be looking for a good result for Loughborough. Like hopefully, another couple of clean races with Juilliard next could be in for a win.
Yeah, no, I'm Tom Dixon, originally from Australia, which is probably why the accent for the UK listeners, but. Yeah, no, good result. We can't complain. Obviously, qualifiers for another year of the teams were switched around after, so the B team is the effective A team. But yeah, really happy with the result, and hopefully Julio and Vishal can have a good result later on as well.
Julio has been very rapid around here before, but also notoriously Julio doesn't like the wet. Do you reckon it's dry enough for Julio to be effective in the next one?
Well, as the captain, he did put himself in the later eights to avoid the wet. So he's done well in that regard. Put me in the nice, dodgy session where it's all a bit mixed conditions, but yeah. Hopefully he can put out a good result later on, yeah.
Hopefully he can. Congratulations. Second place, a very good result. Hoping to grab a word with our race winner from Coventry A. Come on in. That was good, wasn't it? Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Eduardo Pozzo. That's my name. From Spain. If you want, we can do the interview in Spanish. Maybe it's interesting if you want.
Go on, talk to Spanish. Yeah, go on.
Right, so primero de todo, buenas a todos. Quería dar un saludo a mis amigos, a mi familia. Ha sido una buena carrera, una buena victoria. Sí, all good. Yeah, muchas gracias. Os quiero a todos, and thank you very much.
Domingo.
But yeah, now overall, to be fair, it was pretty good. I started 26th, which was a little further back, and I had to give these guys the Coventry 8 some push-up there and get some good results. It worked out pretty well. I got first. So yeah, overall pretty good race, very clean. A lot of traffic over there, but it was all right. It was all right, to be fair.
I just hope you didn't swear loads, because I've given you my Spanish vocabulary, which consists of sí and domingo. Oh, and dos cerveza, por favor.
Exactly, cerveza por favor. That's all you need to know, to be fair, when you go to Spain. So cerveza por favor, when you go to Spain, that's all you need to know. That's about it. So yeah.
Anyway, Coventry 8, you've been up and down, had a good qualifiers, I believe. What about the rest of your team? Has it been a good day?
My teammate had a first race a little bit tricky, but to be fair, he managed to get a decent comeback, so we got a decent result. And now with the win, we can manage to get up there for the podium spots, hopefully. And yeah, we'll see how it goes from now on, but it's looking good. It's looking good, to be fair.
And what does a Spanish racing driver such as yourself, what does he consume food-wise throughout the racing day?
Paella. Paella is the food. It's the food we want.
Wow, and you prepare that here on site?
You in the middle of the car, you start cooking a little bit of paella, but it's a bit tricky to get the tray on it, but you can cook it, you can manage to do. I don't know.
You still won the race?
Exactly, that's the main thing. But
man of many talents.
Exactly, man of many talents, I guess. So yeah, thank you so much for that one. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you next time, hopefully.
Well, go get yourself weighed, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's great to... Well done. Thank you. I feel touched. I'll get told I got well done, you know. Normally it's the drivers that they get congratulated. Come on, let's have an interview. You look... Or is he getting away? No? Okay, apparently not. Right, let's interview some people. You guys look cold. Come on, come on. No? Oh, no, okay. Denied. Who are you? Who are you racing for? Where are you starting? What's going on?
I'm David. I'm at UEA, and I'm starting 5th. So, yeah. Hopefully, we've had a few bad results, so hopefully
Tell me something I don't know, or tell me something that you've learned recently.
I've learned recently.
I want new information.
Oh, I've no idea. I've never raced it, so...
I'm not talking about just in life or general.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Nothing's come to mind?
No, nothing. I'm sorry.
You're just pure zone, ready for the race?
Just, yeah, ready to race, to be honest, yeah.
And have you done much racing in the damp conditions at PFI before?
No, I haven't been here at all, so I'm completely...
Good luck.
Yeah, could be a bit of a disaster.
Well, what number are you, so we can keep an eye on you?
124.
124, so... 124. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much, David. I'm hoping we can chat to some more drivers who are either going to go forwards or backwards, or at least be entertaining at the very least. Young man. Sorry, I shouldn't assume your gender. Young person. How are you? What's going on? Who are you racing for?
I'm racing for Sheffield C.
Sheffield C. How's the day been going for Sheffield C?
That's a good question. It'd be good if I paid attention.
What have you been doing, not paying attention? Just chillaxing?
Yeah, like, I'm not the worst in the team, but yeah, I've not paid attention to where we finished yet.
So you doing uni work, or are you just chatting away, or?
Chatting away, chatting shit, not doing.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? That's what I do, and here I am. So, talk to me about what you're chatting about. You know, what's in your mind?
Not a lot, just random stuff.
Random stuff. Well, hopefully those thoughts don't encroach and you have a good race. What do you reckon? Well, must be starting about what, 15th-ish? Yeah. Where do you reckon you're going to be? That end or that end by the end of the race?
Grass.
Normally we try and stay off that.
Yeah, I mean, it's drying up now, so it shouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, or you'll just enter the grass going faster.
Yeah, like, I know JV didn't want us going off at turn 1, but, you know...
If it happens, it happens.
I'll do it at some point, so might as well do it straight out the pits.
I think JV would really enjoy that, and he would definitely let you continue racing, so JV would definitely black flag him for that. Anyway, moving on. Moving on down the grid. I can't go too far, just in case the signal starts to break up. Let's jump a word in here. Liverpool, young man, come have a word. Your get-up reminds me of the original Stig.
Do I? Oh, yeah.
Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Rishi Gupta. Yeah. Liverpool.
Who are you? No, come on. No, come on. Oh, no. Okay, tonight. So who are you again?
Rishi Gupta, Liverpool C.
And how's this race going to go for you, do you reckon?
Not too bad. I can only go forward. I mean, I've done this last year.
And did it go well?
It went all right. It's my first round of the BUKC, but yeah, hopefully it goes well today.
You might want to do this up, mate. Otherwise, it might fly off. Go on. Show us how it's done. Yeah, so through the first. Yeah, back again. And then you loop it back on itself.
God, it's hard as well.
No pressure, mate. It's not like anyone's watching it.
Yeah, I know.
Safety first, everyone. There you go. You're nice and safe now. I reckon we've got time to grab a word. Come on, team. Is this Nottingham Trent? Is it Nottingham? Nottingham Trent, how's the day been going? You had a good result in that last one, right?
Yeah, I missed out on a podium, had a back marker kind of ruin mine and the guys' race, but yeah, P4 just missed out, but hopefully we'll have a good one in this one.
How do you reckon your driving mate is going to do, Alex Lucas?
Yeah, good. He's only been here once, so he's going to give it his all.
What does giving it your all look like, mate?
Not binning it.
You know, that's probably quite a good plan. So Nottingham Trent, we'll keep an eye on you. I think we definitely have one more time for one more interview. Oh, here we go. Here's a driver that's clearly been to PFI before. But have you driven a brown PFI in these karts?
Absolutely not. I couldn't think of anything worse, to be honest with you.
That's a good fun round here. The racing's going to be good fun, at least.
Oh, yeah, that's why I get the back of grids. Just because there's no point driving around on your own.
No, absolutely not. And what's the tactic? How far up do you reckon we can get?
I'm hoping for at least a top 5.
Top 5 it is. Oh, we didn't ask who you are. What's your name and who you're racing for?
Eddie Matthews, Oxford Brooks A.
Oh, Oxford Brooks A, right. I think it's about time we went going again. So up to you in the comms box for race at number 4.
Thank you, Piers. There, always with the brilliant pep talks there. You might crash, you might not, you might drop backwards, you maybe might go forwards. It's always confidence inspiring for the drivers. Maybe that's why they've been so a little bit more on the careful side at the start of these races. But let's have a look at the grids though. Row 1, Imperial A, Liverpool A. Row 2, Cardiff A and Coventry E. Row 3, UWE A and Southampton C.
Southampton B and Birmingham B go from row number 4. Warwick A and Swansea A complete the top 10, go from row 5. Coventry A and Cardiff C go from row number 6. On the 7th row of the grid, we find Liverpool B, Oxford Brooks D are joining them on that row. Sheffield C and Lancaster A go from row 8. Portsmouth A and Bristol A go from row number 9. Nottingham Trent A and Brunel A start on the 10th row of the grid and inside the top 20. UE B and Liverpool C on row 11. And Warwick B and Edinburgh A start on row 12.
Moving on to row 13, it's Loughborough D and Leicester A. Row 14, Oxford Brooks A and Sheffield D. Row 15, Coventry F and Oxford Brooks B. Row 16 is Loughborough B and Sheffield A. Row 17, Cardiff B and Bath C. And then Imperial B and Surrey A are on row 18.
36 karts in the field once again. And lo and behold, it's the first Spreadsheet of Doom update of 2024. Should remind, these are unofficial and strictly provisional. If they're wrong, please don't get upset with us. Loughborough B, 190 points from a possible 120 for them so far, so that's a good start. Remember, it's the best 3 scores from 4 races that count towards the final round result. If you win the round, you get 60 championship points. You get second in the round, 59, third, 58, etc., etc. Bath A, a second, 114 at the moment, virtue of a 5th and a 3rd. Reading A are on 113, virtue of a 7th and a 2nd. Edinburgh A a 4th on 112, couple of 5ths. And UClan will have a tiebreaker on them at the moment. They've got 112 as well, virtue of a 4th and a 6th. Birmingham A are 111, virtue of a 2nd and a 9th. Coventry A 108, virtue of a 13th and a 1st. Clubman as well, just to note, so this is the subclass that's got the same point scoring system in relative overall position within a race. But Coventry B are leading that one at the moment. They're in around 10th, 11th place overall. But they've crucially got 106 points on the board already, virtue of a 4th and a 12th. And they've got a bit of a gap over the next closest Clubman team, which is Bristol A. Bath C running pretty strongly. Also, Leicester A are in the top 5 in Clubman, and Leeds B as well. There's an absolute gaggle of them, in fact, from like 99 points down to 90. Throw in UEA, Sheffield B and Coventry C into the mix. So Clubman, as it always tends to be, is looking pretty open at this stage of the competition. But for this round, that was only the halfway point, and as we see, things can go very, very wrong quickly. They can go well quickly as well. A lot can change between now and around, what will it be, about 1:30, 1:45 when this round is finished. Should note as well that teams that are not having a good one, Loughborough A are having a disaster, 34th in the disqualification so far, 27 points for them. who else is down there? Cambridge A are having a bit of a shocker as well, excluded in 20th place for their results so far. We should also mention every single team has raced twice. So you've either done races 1 and 2 and sat out 3, races 2 and 3 and sat out race 1, or you've done race 1 and race 3 and sat out race 2. I don't know why I did it in that order, but I did. So nobody's got a race in hand and things like that. Breathe.
Gets behind the pace cart now. Should be too long before things get underway. All things good, it's been a relatively calm few practice laps around this 1.4 kilometre circuit. We're not going around that 1.4 kilometre circuit, currently going around the shorter old loop, as you may call it. So we have Coventry A, and then Liverpool A at the top end of the field at the moment. Liverpool A, Tim Edwards is there. He'll be looking to make up for a bit of a slow start for Liverpool start of this morning. He's a quick driver, so hopefully commentator's curse not in effect there.
Should note as well, Loughborough B have their from the back of the grid race in this one, so start 31st. If you see Loughborough B starting to come through the field and into the top 10, they are then in a very decent position for a big haul of championship points at these early stages. The rest of the field just trying to get themselves in position. Oxford Brooks A coming through there as well. Well, Oxford Brooks A starting this race 27th. 3rd and 13th for Oxford Brooks A so far, so they're going to need to do a little bit of overtaking in this race. They've got their just behind the middle start in this one, and then they're from the back one in race number 6.
So nothing to lose as such, but it's been a good day for them so far as we get ready for some more racing here on race 4. As we get ready to line up in those grid lines, want to make sure that no one is falling foul of them again this time, just like we had it in race 3, as the pedal hits the metal, and we are ready to go for race 4 here at PFI this morning. Liverpool A up into P2 there. Good start for them as we run up the left-hand banked corner and into the lead. Liverpool A there, fantastic move up the inside. Door was left open for it and they took the opportunity.
Yeah, really good stuff. Coventry up to second place as well in the number 56. Saw a cone get absolutely destroyed going under the bridge, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody picks up a cone penalty. There's all kinds going on behind coming off the bridge.
Tim Edwards under pressure here. Looked like cart behind was going to have a move up the inside, but everyone's still trying to stay clear of that inside line in the first hairpin at the moment. We've got a couple of spinner, or one spinner at least, as we head through that first hairpin. But maybe getting a little bit more scrappy at this second part of the lap, but all things considered, another relatively clean start.
Yes, I'm pleasantly surprised that we only had one spinner there at the first hairpin, because it was all going on.
Yeah,
coming off the bridge. There were carts sideways. I think it was 4 or 5 wide in places, but it just about got themselves sorted by the time they got down to hairpin number 1, which is good to see from the drivers around this circuit. End of lap number 1 then. Let's count them through. Leader is Coventry E. Imperial A, Liverpool A, Cardiff A and Southampton C, your top 5. This Coventry E team is effectively their 3rd team, because from qualifiers they had a lot of representation, 6 teams in there, and it was the A team, the B team, the E team and the F team who got through. C and D team, who knows what happened there, but they weren't good enough, so they're not in.
Not a good start to this race then for Oxford Brooks A. We'll talk about maybe they'd be one to watch out for climbing their way through the field, and they have certainly gained a few positions at the start of this race. However, they've also gained a ABC advantage by contact bump and pass penalty.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all for Oxford Brooks A. They, yeah. I mean, so the best they can hope for now is 5th place in the classification if they come through and win this race on the road, or cross the line first, I should say. So, really, in these rounds, you need to be averaging at least 4th place in your 3 counting scores to be in winning contention. That was an attempt of a move by the number 8 of Coventry A that couldn't quite pull off, allowing Swansea A through. So end of lap number 2, Coventry E flying off the front of this order. This is a great performance so far from Coventry E. Liverpool A still trying to follow them through there in 2nd place. Changes there, Warwick A and Coventry A up 1 position each past Southampton C. Who's on the move? Oxford Brooks A are definitely on the move, up 2 there, up 3 as well on the last lap with Bristol A.
Yep, this battle for the lead has now very much become a battle for second position. Liverpool A potentially being a bit of a cork in the bottle. They have overtaken from P3 over the last lap, of course, so we'll see what their pace is looking like later on into this race. Having a look at this mid-pack battle over the number 45 car of Southampton B. Nice move up the inside. Has that cost them on the exit, though? We'll see at just a few seconds' time there. As we run now down towards the end of this lap. Oxford Brooks A there with the fastest lap so far into the 1:12, first team to do so. So they're trying to recover from that unfortunate race start.
They are indeed. A few more warnings coming in. Oxford Brooks A have had a contact warning. Battersea a track limit warning. It seems a little bit calmer in this race so far than the one before. This is race number 4. If you're just joining us, of 6 for round number 1. Change of not schedule, but format for this afternoon when we go to the endurance races. So all these races individual. In the afternoon, we'll be racing 2 drivers per team. There'll be driver changes as well involved in that. And no drop scores this afternoon as well, so they're very important races, those endurance ones. There's a nice move there from the number 8. I think that was Coventry A going past Warwick A. That's always a nice one for Coventry to do. Bit of a local rivalry, of course, between Coventry and Warwick universities.
Oxford Brooks A certainly have the pace, but they've also got another penalty. Contact this time.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be doing at this stage of the race, because that's going to be costing them points in the round, which could quite easily convert into points in the championship. To remind, within the round, you have 3 opportunities to score. 4 opportunities to score, and your best 3 will count. So the maximum score for the round you can get is 180 points. If you do that, you'll definitely be winning the round, and you'll receive 60 championship points. And at the end of the season, at the end of the 8-round season, and the qualifier applied in as well, the best 7 from 9 scores apply to the end of the championship. But there's a long way to go, of course. Is that another penalty for Oxford Brooks A?
I think it may be. Is it refreshed?
Well, I think it might be a repeat show.
Yeah. They're certainly flying along, though. 11.8.
Here, side by side between the number 7 and the 54. This is over 3rd place. This is Cardiff A, who are through and past Imperial A for that position. How are Cardiff A getting on so far today? Not great. 15th and 35th for Cardiff A.
No, it's been an unfortunate start to the day for them. So,
now that was a tip round, and 3. I mean, that's quite an achievement in a way. 3 cars taken out in one manoeuvre. Now the question was, who was doing it? It was the number 77. See, that is kind of the problem when you wear the race suits of the most recognised team in the country. You stick out from a mile off when you take somebody out. Oh dear. BUKC, if anyone was keeping track on that one.
Cardiff A up into 3rd place, but unfortunately a penalty for them as well. There we have, sorry.
Bang on cue. Thank you very much, Race Control. ABC takeout for number 77.
Meanwhile, Coventry leading by 2.5 seconds. It's been a nice quiet race for them so far, all things considered. Got away on lap 1 and haven't had to think too much else about it so far. Here we're seeing the number 2 car of Oxford Brooks A trying a move up into the first hairpin. It goes a little bit wrong under braking too deep into the corner, goes wide, is able to get back underway, but has lost 2 positions in the process. Oh, prolonged drift there.
F in chat for that driver, because that's now beached on the curb. And you see the driver's now got to get out of the cart, get it back on track. Safely. Because you're not going to be able to get going from there. Push it back out. Marshall's got the yellow flag out. Drivers taking due consideration. It was the number 10 spinning there, so that's going to be Nottingham Trent A. Oh, they were up in 12th place as well. That's a real shame for Nottingham Trent A. I'll probably lose about 10, 12 positions with all that. Now, this is another penalty for Oxford Brooks A again. This is not going well for Oxford Brooks A, and I just wonder whether there would be a little call up to race control for Edward Matthews at this in this race, because that's a few too many penalties for me in the first. We're not even 10 minutes through this one. 17 minutes of this one to go. Coventry East still leading by 2 seconds, but Reeve,
The gap has closed.
Gap has closed.
Yep.
And you're keeping pretty calm as well with it being Liverpool out.
Yeah. Tim's certainly a strong driver, and he's showing his pace at the moment, just about 3/10 faster on that last lap. Keep calm for the moment. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yes. So if you're just joining us, and quick review of results so far today. Samuel Harrison took the win for Loughborough B in race 1. Josh Adams held off a charging Tom Fleming to take a brilliant victory for Southampton A in a very interesting race number 2, and then Ed Pozzo up from 29th on the grid, won race 3 for Coventry A. Swansea A have just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.388. Oh dear, the news gets worse for Oxford Brookes. Black flag ABC ×2. That is not good, whichever way you look at it. 16 minutes to go, and I think there'll be a bit of a discussion there with the officials down in the pit lane. Here we're having a look at the fight for 5th place. So this is Swansea A, so the black suit with the forest green arms and shoulders, the number 27. That's the fastest kart, fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, and they've just got past Coventry A there, Reeve, for 5th place.
Yeah, some really good momentum behind that kart at the moment. Top end of the field, the gap between Coventry and Liverpool A now 1 second.
It's Henry Alp Williams in for Swansea C at the moment. Swansea A rather. Swansea A having a good season so far. Perennial team here in the BUKC, have raced for many years. It's 4th. It's then the SA up to 4th, and just the small matter of Cardiff up ahead. That'll be a nice bit of inspiration for them.
Yeah.
But back come Coventry 8. Oh, that's a nice move up the bridge. That is a good opportunity there, that you can get up the inside into and onto the Litchfield Bridge. Nicely done by Coventry 8, but all that fighting move is going to leave them vulnerable to the 2 cars behind.
Indeed it will. Speaking of fighting, half a second as we cross the line last time around between Liverpool A and Coventry E at the top end of the field.
See Adam Nather coming through there. Number 9 has grown into being a real team leader of the Sheffield squad. We've not talked about Sheffield too much today, or at least with their A team. We've got 4 teams here today after a brilliant qualifying effort. A couple of 14th so far for Sheffield, which is probably why I've not been talking about them too much, because they've been in the midfield all day so far. But Adam Nather, who took race victories last year in the BUKC and Club 100, and a bit of a go at the sprints at the end of the season. There's Oxford Brookes A coming back out of the pits after their re-education. So that just shows you how wrong this race has gone for them, that they go all the way down to, it's probably going to be last place, isn't it? Yes, 36th and last place. 53 seconds behind the next cart up the road. Yeah, that's a disaster. That is a real disaster for Oxford Brookes, not just in the context of this race, but it means the 30. Oh, round there goes the number 51 in a bit of a pirouette. That's Oxford Brookes D in the middle of hairpin number 1. Now, I didn't quite catch whether that was driver error on their own or whether there was a bit of physics in play there with another cart. Apologies for that. The really bad bit of news there for Oxford Brookes A, you know, a team that won one of the 2 qualifiers back in November, that now means the 13th place that they had in race number 3 will definitely come into play within this round. That's the real problem, because a 3rd and a 13th, that's not the kind of results that you're going to be building around winning performance on, especially when the likes of Loughborough B are flying out there with 1st and 2nds. On screen now coming down pit straight. You see a little bit of a battle out of our window for the lead of the race going through into hairpin number 2 now. This kart's numbers 56 and 32. Very close between Coventry E and Liverpool A. Here they are going through the Fullerton S's. Great pickup there on the cameras.
Yeah, it has been certainly close. Side by side at one point at the start of this lap, and we head into the more technical part of this lap. Only actually 2.8 seconds, 2.7 seconds separating the top 5 in this race so far. So it is oh so close. Seems to have been battling each other, and they've concertinaed themselves
and this
together.
is the thing, the pace. If you're new to this level of karting, you often see this with a slightly longer race when the pace in the group is coming from the back. It's almost like an invisible force just pushes the karts together, and that's what Swansea A are doing right now. Coventry A have just set the fastest lap of the races. Down the inside go Cardiff A. My goodness, on the scene. Cardiff A suddenly jumped to the front of the order. This is really kicked off now. Coventry E's driver is not happy about things at all. Has gone down to 4th place, could lose 4th place to Swansea A now, but Cardiff A through to the lead. Liverpool A there in 2nd place, and it's Coventry A who benefited from that as well. They're up to 3rd, and a penalty for Liverpool A, forcing a driver wide. I think that was off the bridge, quite possibly, and that means they cannot win this race.
I will remain silent. Yeah, Coventry either really caught them on the exit on the run down off the bridge, going off the track. They see the amount of momentum that they lost, and they'll be suffering all the way down to the braking zone of the first hairpin. Still very close though, this top 5, despite the battle we've already had. As we come across the line now, Cardiff A leading, Liverpool A still fighting for it as they take the lead on the road. Of course, it will mean nothing in the end after the results are called. But still, as we head into turn 1, it's the boys from Liverpool leading this race.
Yeah, so they can still get a few more points by finishing on the road here. The forcing driver wide penalty, the net result means that they're 1 place higher than they were beforehand. Can't win this race, but they can still get points on the board by making those overtakes. Loughborough B going quickly at the moment, just to keep an eye on them. Remember, this is their from the back race. Started 31st, now in 12th, 1 minute 10.5, 10 minutes on the clock. I would say they can get up into the top 10 here. That's pretty much what we said, wasn't it, Reeve? That if you can get a top 10 in your from the back race, that's a nice banker to get a solid score in. You can attack a little bit more in your final race, knowing, okay, we've got a half decent score in that may not win the round, but get us in the top 5 for the round.
Yeah, it's a good sign for the rest of your round if you're able to get points from those races. Still top 5 separated by less than 1 second. We haven't quite got into that elusive sub 110. Not sure if we will. Track still potentially a little bit of improvement there, but it's looking quite good out there. Track's looking fairly happy. As we run down towards that first hairpin once again. Is it a quintet? Have I got that right?
Yeah, quintet.
Yeah, it's a quintet. There we are. Yeah, are heading into the first hairpin. A little bit cleaner than what we had a few laps ago. Swansea A actually having a move on Cardiff A there. Cardiff A dropping back now down into 4th, leading the race a couple of laps ago, of course. Swansea jumping ahead of them this time around. Coventry A now in P2, putting the pressure on Liverpool A. Tim Edwards out in front there. A couple of contact warnings incoming for a few teams. Imperial B, Liverpool A, Edinburgh A, Birmingham B, Lancaster A, and as you're now looking at your list of Club 100 contenders, I think it's looking slimmer and slimmer by the minute,
very
isn't
unofficial. These are just the ones that I haven't seen come up
yeah.
on. You know, for the benefit of those at home, right now I have on my screen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 warnings, but they're only the 8 that have come in the last 3 minutes. So there could have been ones in the first 10 minutes of this race that have just missed. But we are down to, at most, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 from 53. And there's some teams on that list that I won't name where I'm like, there's no way they've got through without a contact warning today.
It's BUKC, everyone's always clean as a whistle.
7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Liverpool A leading this one on the road, but if you're just joining us, they do have a penalty. They had a forcing driver wide penalty for an event with Coventry E around 3 or 4 laps ago. So now the interesting dynamic will be, does the Coventry A driver know that? If they do, the sensible thing to do at this stage is just push the Liverpool driver and try and break away, or go down the inside and take the lead on the road. So Chris Simpson has gone for the ignoring me, which is probably the wisest thing to do, to be honest, and taking the lead of this race on the road.
These guys like to go racing. If you give them the opportunity to do an overtake, they're going to take it.
Edinburgh A have had a track limit warning. They've gone. They're off my list. Really impressed with this drive from Swansea A. This has been a very good run for Henry Alt Williams. I think he'll back himself in this one. Doesn't have the fastest lap of the race at the moment. That's with Loughborough B at the moment, who are continuing to make progress. They're about a second off Edinburgh A and going about a second a lap quicker. So Loughborough B now starting to eat into the top 10. Oh dear, as off there is the number 41 of Loughborough D. That was from 16th place. Driver didn't look too happy about that, which would suggest that they were either encouraged into that, or well, they might have clipped the grass on the left-hand side. It's easily done through there. What I will say, though, this is where I look at something on the timing screen and say it definitely didn't happen, but the evidence is pretty strong. Sheffield A and Loughborough D were next to each other over the line on the last lap. Loughborough D just ended up off facing the wrong way into hairpin 1, and Sheffield A have now received an ABC takeout penalty.
Don't need to be the world's strongest detective to work out what could have possibly allegedly gone on there. Another penalty for Oxford Brooks A has just come in contact this time round.
So 5 minutes of this one to go. Another penalty for Oxford Brooks A. I really do think there needs to be a bit of a chat there in the Oxford Brooks camp, because that's the kind of thing that costs championship winning teams points in this series. Four and a half minutes remaining. Where are Oxford Brooks in all of this at the moment? Well, they're still, unfortunately for them, stone dead last in this race. So, strangely, the penalties won't lose them any points because they're last. They can't get more last.
Yeah.
There's no more carts for them to drop behind once the penalties have been applied. There's another new fastest lap. You're nearly getting what you want. A 1 minute 10.033.
We're incredibly close there.
And they've gone past Edinburgh A now. And they could get up to around 6th place at this rate.
Yeah, don't count them out. They've, as we were saying, you know, your bad races from the back need to be kind of in at least the mid-pack, maybe top 10 if you're lucky. And Loughborough, if they've done so far this morning, are absolutely nailing the racing here at PFI by the looks of things.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. Really, really good job. I've not seen them picking up any things that would move them down. Positions added at the end of this race. This is like it. It's like the Loughborough performances of years gone by. Now, at the front of the order, leaders having to work their way through traffic. Coventry A still at the front of this field. And they would be looking pretty strong going into the last set of races. They'd have 2 wins on the board if this result was to stand. That's the thing, isn't it, with the drop scores, Reeve, that you can have a bit of a result, but if you then go bang bang, race win, you're looking at that 4th race going, okay, we just need to improve on what we did in the first race that was a bit meh, and we've got the 2 wins booked in. We're looking good for a podium in the round overall.
Yeah, it's one of those nice things that can balance out some of the unfortunate realities of racing sometimes, where you can just have a bad race, or even if the team hasn't been able to field a proper team for external reasons, and it's having that drop score system is a nice kind of balancing mechanic that we have.
Another team's just scratched off my list. Warwick B, track limit warning. Sorry guys, you're gone at 12:09.
Here lies your Club 100.
There we go. For the record, the ones that I've got left on my list: Bath
Listen
Bath
carefully.
A, Brighton B, Brunel A, Cov A, Imperial A, Leeds A, Reading A, Southampton B, and Swansea A and B.
So you've heard your name on that list, then we think you're still within a shout of getting Club 100 Drive for free.
Endurance
So
race for free. Loughborough B have just hopped up to 7th place. Lancaster A are going with them as well, so Warwick A down to 8th. Who's in for Loughborough B at the moment? Giulio Peroni.
your prophecy about P6 could be soon on the cards here.
Yeah. Oh! Cardiff A have had a penalty for track limits. They were already scratched off my list, of course. Scrapping through the middle part of the track there. That's one of the Liverpool carts coming through. 1 minute 20 to go on the board. So that's quite a key penalty actually for Cardiff A, because that'll move them down below Lancaster A and Loughborough B as well. It's another position gain for Loughborough B.
Following in suit as well, Cardiff B.
Last lap then. There is your race leader, Coventry A. Could it be a Coventry versus Loughborough battle for the round win? It's been a few years since we've said that, but we have said it before. Harking the days back to our very own Mr. Pryor. He used to race for Loughborough, and Neil Vincent and his team for Coventry. They were great rivals at the time. This is for second place, by the way. Beautiful switch back there from Swansea A. They're going to be side by side with Liverpool A going towards the second hairpin. Good defence from Liverpool, holds on to that position. Coventry E are not too far behind as well.
Who's got the better run there out of the second hairpin? It looks like Swansea's going to have the inside for the next left-hander, and there is the overtake for Swansea. Of course, Liverpool with that penalty, but still wants to fight for any position possible, because it does mean more points at the end of the day. As we head now, the timer hits 0, heading round the final part of the lap. It's Coventry A with a 1 second gap. Battling's all happening here for P2. It's Swansea A out in front of Liverpool A, and here is Coventry A now heading down to cross the line and take the race victory. Liverpool A comes home in second, and third by only 0.03 of a second is Swansea A. Coventry E comes home fourth, Cardiff A fifth, with Loughborough B sixth, Lancaster A seventh, Warwick A eighth, Edinburgh A ninth, and Imperial A 10th. So there is your top 10 from that race, provisionally at least.
Provisionally at least. Coventry A, 2 wins on the spin. Chris Simpson delivers 60 points to the former champions. And that will put them in a very nice spot with 1 race to go. That race will, I think, be race 6 for Coventry. Yes, it will. And they're starting from 5th on the grid as well. Ooh. That's even better news for Coventry
this
A.
Pulls them straight back into that mix.
That really does pull them to the heavy heights of the table here in round 1. There's your provisional result. Coventry from Liverpool, Swansea 1-2-3. Coventry E, that's a very good score for Coventry and Clubman as well, because they'll benefit from the penalty that will be handed to Liverpool A. Cardiff A 5th, but they have a penalty, so Loughborough B have scored very well from their back of the grid slot. They will still be your leaders, I think, after this one. Lancaster A in 7th place, solid top 10, always good for a club team. As I say, Warwick A, Edinburgh A and Imperial A all making it in there as well. Bristol A, Brooks B, Southampton B and Bath C, decent points ahead of Nottingham Trent A, Sheffield A 16th, and that's before the penalties applied as well, so that's not the great news that the number 9 seeds from last year were wanted. Cardiff B, Sheffield C, Warwick B and Southampton C all in the top 20. Cov F, Birmingham B, Liverpool C, Brooks D, Liverpool B, Brunel A and Imperial B all inside the top 30. That's completed by Portsmouth A, Sheffield D and University of West England Bristol A, Leicester A, Surrey A, Loughborough D, Cardiff C, UEB all inside the top 35. Oxford Brooks A 36th and last, with a bit of a disaster for the runners up from last year. Right, 2 more races to go then here for the sprints for round number 1. We've got round number 2 coming up this afternoon as well. If you're enjoying the stream and you haven't done so already, do give it a like, do give it a share on your social media platforms of choice, and click that subscribe button as well here for Alpha Live. It would be great to get us up to 35,000 subscribers as soon as possible. For now, though, we're going to head down to the W grid, and Piers Pryor is going to chew the fat with the drivers there in race 4 and get the thoughts of those in race 5 as well.
Another great race there in the BUKC. Race number 4, very, very close. And we've got our race winner. Remind us who you are and also talk to us about that race. That was pretty good, wasn't it?
Chris Simpson, and well, I think I just had the pace to get going and get on with it. Didn't really have too much trouble from behind, and yeah, just had the pace to just keep going.
It was quite a nice little group at the front. There was about 5 or 6 carts for the last 10 minutes. You just picked your way through them and then got a nice little gap at the end.
Yeah, I got quite lucky with that. Managed to get to him quite quick and then had a small gap.
Any secrets to your success?
Not really. Just keeping quite good pace.
Just being fast.
Keeping calm.
Keeping calm. I'm going to grab a word. Congratulations. Great race win, of course. Coventry had a pretty good day today so far. Should now be well up there with a good chance of a potentially a round win.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, thank you.
I'll let you celebrate with your team. I'm going to grab a word with our driver from Loughborough B, who finished in 6th position, Giulio Peroni. Giulio, let's grab a word. Come on, Giulio. The one and only Giulio Peroni. Giulio, you can't see it at the moment, but Giulio has one of the best sets of hair on the grid. Giulio, tell us how you did it, mate. 31st to 6th, fastest lap by over 6/10. What a day.
Yeah, it was a great race, honestly. The pace was just there from the beginning. I don't know, there's something with me and this track that just seems to work for some reason.
You are very good at this track. I was chatting to one of your teammates earlier on, and he said, I don't know, it's still a little bit damp out there. Giulio doesn't really like the rain, but hey, it clearly works out there for you. 6 turns out the road, and that's a really good position for Loughborough B now. Was it a first, a second, and a 6th, and with one driver to go is a really...
So it's a 5th as well. Someone's got a pen, I think, I heard.
There you go. So that's...
I got told. That's what I got told. So yeah, I mean, it puts us in a good position going into our last race. It gives our last driver less pressure, so he can sort of go for it, I guess.
Not that I'm biased at all, of course. Did go to Loughborough, but do you reckon this could be our year again?
I don't know, like 3rd in qualifiers. This round's looking pretty good. Could be, who knows?
Could be. Giulio, thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations. Let's see how our final... your final. I'm no longer at Loughborough, of course. I'm doing the presenting, as you can see. Let's see how they got on in the final round. And let's grab a word with our driver on pole position for race number 5. Who's the driver in this one? George, come on over. George from Swansea. Swansea have been having a pretty good day. You had a 3rd in that one. You're on pole for this one.
Yeah, man.
2nd after pens, I'm being told. So anyway, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, that was my brother who got 2nd, so hopefully I can carry the form.
Your brother?
Yeah, the older brother.
Are you the faster or the slower brother?
Ask me after the race.
After the race, we'll find out. I suppose we will, won't we? What's the plan for the race?
Head down, just go for it.
Full send?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Full pressure, full commitment, just, yeah, head down.
Love it. Also, I'm liking the helmet design. Very shiny. Is it new for this season, or is it?
It's a few years old, but it's from Cars, so it's pretty. It's not been out in the weather too much.
Ah, you're from Cars. What have you raced in Cars then?
I used to race in the Civic Cup with Area Motorsport, but don't do it anymore because of uni now. So.
Bit different to a Club 100 kart, but I'm sure you'll do just fine. Swansea was having a very strong day today. Wandering down the grid, who else can we grab a word with? Jesse D. Jesse, we've chatted to you last year, we'll chat to you again this year. Jesse, how's it going?
Good, I'm excited to win some BUKC cards. No, I'm joking. I'd never do that.
You would never do that, would you?
No, I'd never do that.
Never. You're starting in a pretty good position, 6th place. Remind us who you're racing, 8th place.
No, this is the inside line.
Oh yeah, I see. Maths is not my strong point. Anyway, remind us who you're racing for, and what can you do in this one?
Bath A, and I'm going to try and win, but probably fucking get turned around in hairpin 1. We'll see.
As far as the start of the race, I believe you were still in the sweepstake that JV put out. I don't think you'd had a penalty as a team. Are you still in it now?
I'm pretty sure we are. Yeah.
Is that going to be your goal? Not to.
There's a lot of pressure.
To not be a bandit.
Yeah. So that's going to be the main goal. Like, forget about winning. Just don't get a penalty.
We'll see. Good luck, Jesse. Bath A, having a good day as well. Not too bad. Oh, we once... Yeah. I love it when people... Hello.
Hello.
You've been voluntold. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What's going on? What do you have... So say again.
Max Watson, Cardiff C.
Right, Max. Tell me something that has nothing to do with racing. What are you up to tomorrow?
Tomorrow, I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
Surely you've got uni?
See my girls on Saturday. That's
Your girls?
Yeah, girls, sir. So, yeah. Saturday,
Elaborate.
Saturday at the pub, multiple girls, me sat at the table, few pints, watching the rugby. That's quite interesting.
Love it. Is this pre-arranged? Do you pay for these girls, or...?
Well, I have to buy all the drinks, so I guess you could say it's pre-arranged, and I pay for it, yeah.
All right, well...
kind of thing, you know?
Brilliant. Well, let us know at the next round, because obviously next week we're at Buttermore. Let us know how that went for you.
Yeah, I will do. If I'm here, I might be locked up.
How's the race going to
go? Hopefully well. A furthest up start since my famous pole position, which didn't go well, so I'm hoping to just hold up as long as I can.
Do you reckon you've got a better chance of success in this race or this weekend?
This weekend.
Okay, so going backwards.
My female skills are much better than my karting skills.
Well, we'll find out in a moment. Thank you for your honesty. I love that. Thank you so much for the team who just pointed me in that direction, because that's definitely a potential for most entertaining interview of the year so far. I also quite enjoyed the Spanish interview we had from our race winner number 3. Mr. Moody, we chatted to you last year. Remind us who you're racing for and your first name, because I can't remember.
Alex.
Alex, I did know that, actually. I just remembered now. Alex, you've got quite a lot of karts between you and the front of the grid. Can we do it?
I was looking pretty good today.
It's been a good day. The number of penalties has actually not been too bad.
Yeah, well, hopefully today, our team personally, hopefully we're looking for better results in this one. Well, good results all over, basically. But, we're going to see how it goes.
And you're racing for?
Cardiff.
Cardiff. And Cardiff are not with a chance of getting a free round in Club 100, because I believe you've had some penalties.
Might have had penalties, but,
It's all part of the fun, right?
It is. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to get the thing at the end of the day.
Well, there's still a few teams left, but we've still got a lot of racing to go, so it's going to be touch and go. JV was looking a little nervous in the race control earlier on.
Yeah, I did notice in the last race there was a fair few more penalties, but it's because it's warmer, so everyone's pushing harder. So.
Well, good luck in this one. I think we're just about ready to go for race number 5. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. We'll find out whether our man on the outside is going to be more successful in this one or at the weekend next week. But anyway, up to you in the comms box.
Thank you, Piers. Yep, certainly was an interesting interview, but moving on. Ready now for race 5. Interesting to hear some of the racing driver excuses there for we're going off more and pushing harder because it's grippier. You would have thought maybe less crashes there, but oh well. Row 1, Swansea A, Lancaster B. Row 2, Sheffield C, and Lancaster A. Row 3, Huddersfield A, and Cardiff C. Moving on to Row 4, it's Bath A and Brighton B. Row 5, UWE A and Swansea B. Row 6 is Coventry E and Sheffield B. Row 7 will be Loughborough A, Warwick A, Reading A, and Imperial A complete Row 8. And then we have Row 9, Birmingham B and Leeds B. Moving on to Row 10, it's Imperial B and Cardiff B. Row 11, Exeter A and Coventry B. Row 12 is Bath C and Sheffield A. Moving on to Row 13, Cambridge A and Octobrooks B. Row 14 is Manchester A and Southampton A. Row 15, Nottingham Trent A and UWE B. Then we have Row 16 is Leeds A and Warwick B. Row 17, Birmingham A and Edinburgh A. And then poor lonely UClan A by themselves on Row 18.
They are, but I think they'll be pretty happy with the results they've had so far today. A 6th and a 4th. Pressure off for this race. You wouldn't expect to get a counting score when you're starting 35th, but you never know. Hello to Alex Mitchell, who's messaged me on via the socials. It says, as a reminder, no commentary curse cannon, put it away. And I've just replied, never.
It's been effective so far today.
I should note Brighton B. I haven't seen Brighton B on the messages board yet. They've been good. Starting with P8. Martin Matchak.
What if we reverse commentary curse it and say that everyone is definitely going to 100% not succeed?
Oh yeah, we've already made that prediction.
Yeah.
We keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're cheering on, and let us know where you're watching from, because I know a lot of people tune in, you know, they're at their universities, they're, you know, sneakily watching with some some AirPods in, you know, in the back of a lecture or in a library or
They're in the car
in a
park just
cafeteria
behind
or
us.
in a car park behind us. Let us know where you're watching from.
Won't be our transition.
Who's got the most interesting vantage point?
We do.
I mean, yeah, we're pretty up there. More racing to come here. We are running ahead of schedule, by the way, just to note that. We crack on with things here. So we're running 5 minutes ahead, in fact 6 minutes ahead. So due to start race 6, I think just before 1:10 now, if you're waiting for a particular driver in that one. Who's in this next race? Who's looking for another one of the Alt Williams is in. George is in now for Swansea A. Jesse Durgee would be interested in seeing for Bath A. Bath A have been having a good day so far. 5th and 3rd. This is their 3rd race. This is the one where they really need to capitalise because it's their best grid slot. So look out for Jesse in that one. Who else have we got out there who's done good things in the past? Roberto Ferreira for Loughborough A. Loughborough B sit this one out, by the way, just to note there that the round leaders won't partake in this race. Benjamin Boros for Birmingham A. Very good driver, raced well round here last year, so all drivers to keep an eye on. I'm sure there'll be other drivers coming through as well.
Yeah, he had a couple of good rounds last year, so let's see what he can do for your Birmingham Bandits.
Ah, no, that's the A team. They're not bandits. So you've got to be on the B team to be a bandit. And if you're on the C team, like I was, and Howard Mitchell was, that's a word that I'm not allowed to say on the broadcast. Let's just say we weren't in mains in Birmingham C. Need I say any more? Anyway, formation laps continuing. Penultimate race for round number 1. Joe Holmes in the pace car just coming past us and picking up the field. Speaking to him early this morning. Very keen of getting back into the iRacing. And if that's perked up the ears of anybody else who's on iRacing and not yet part of the BUKC iRacing trophy, head over to the sim grid. We've got a new host page on there for a couple hundred sim racing championships where all the details are, and you can sign up. And Piers is saying he needs to do it as well. Yeah, get on the grid.
You'll tempt me into it in a second.
Yeah. Live streaming on the DDMM YouTube channel as well. Next round, Okayama, the newly scanned Okayama. I was doing the promo pieces. It looks really nice now. It's on the 21st of February. All rounds between now and the end of the 5-round season, which pretty much is just in line with the BUKC in real life season on Wednesday nights. And none of them are on a race week in real life BUKC. We've done that deliberately to keep the iRacing rounds away from this week, for example, next week when we're at Bookmore Park, so on and so forth for the rest of the season.
Well, it looks like we are ready to go here for one more race start, penultimate race start of this morning, in fact, for race 5 here at PFI. Lining up with those grid lines, that all-important lineup once again. Swansea A and Sheffield A side by side as we head into that first corner. And it looks like there, Swansea A just about getting ahead in the first corner there. Fantastic. In fact, no, still in second position. Apologies, there was Lancaster B. Still staying there as we head now up over the bridge. That long, fast run down towards the first hairpin once again. And another clean start. Exeter A there, a little bit wide, but no major ill effects from that. Still pointing in the right direction, which is what we like to see. Now, come on, everyone. Let's see if we can have a clean run through the first hairpin. Not quite there, but everyone back underway. And a penalty coming in for Lancaster B. That's for a jump start there. So unfortunately for them, they'll be a little bit on the back foot as we head further into this race. Plenty of battling going on further down the order, actually about 6 carts wide on the exit of the second hairpin as we're now with the leaders heading towards the end of the first lap. It is the number 72 of Lancaster B still in the lead of this race. Of course, from pole, someone is off and into the barrier there. That's a bit of a race ender if ever I have seen it. Couldn't quite work out who that was.
Might have been a Sheffield car, though, just from a very quick glance at the visor. So it's the number 79. I'm hearing it. Yes, it was Sheffield C. My eyes are still working to a degree then. The jump start penalty, that will have been because Lancaster B on the timing beam crossed the line outside of the tolerance window ahead of first place. It'll be 2 places they'll be deducted. Number 1 looking down the inside, Exeter A. Haven't seen too much of Exeter A so far today.
Do have a penalty, however.
They do have a penalty for ABC forcing a driver wide, so they can't take 60 points from this race. I'll do everything they can get up the order. The number 55 of Sheffield B in the middle of it there. It's a very tight battle with the number 12 as well of Loughborough A. Which for the second year in a row, I have to say, is the A team on the entry, but not really the A team in purpose, because that's the B team. They're higher up the standings at the moment. That's where the faster drivers are being prioritised. Day, they won't mind too much whether it's A or B that wins the round, as long as it's a Loughborough win. That's what will go in the record books. Fastest kart on the circuit at the moment is indeed a Loughborough entry. It's the A number 12, 1:12.671.
Yep, bit of a turnaround for them so far. Lancaster B very much under pressure as we were heading through the first couple of corners there. Let's see how they're doing in just a moment. See, Swansea A has in fact been able to overtake now to run down towards that first hairpin. A good opportunity here for Lancaster B to try and take it back, but they are a little bit too close together, echoing each other's moves now as we follow through to the second hairpin coming up now. Have that last part of the lap to negotiate. There's like more technical part. We want to be careful of any track limits. Already had a couple of track limits warnings coming in. Leeds B, Birmingham A. But all things considered, not too bad at the start of this race.
No, it's been a quick start. Swansea A running well once more. So again, provisional, unofficial. What the stats are telling us at the moment, I'm going to come back to the stats because look at this, 2x2. Going towards the far end of the circuit, Moody down the inside of one of Leeds' drivers there. And going through is the number 39 in all of that. I think this is around 20th place, in fact. Yeah, this is Cardiff B and Leeds A and all of everybody else Swansea B in there. This is the second half of the field having a real ding-dong for trying to keep themselves in the top 25.
UClan A, of course, started completely at the back of the order. In fact, not just further down, but running well here with a 1:11.4. Worked their way up nicely, already gained 3 positions just on the last lap, not even considering the start of the race, up into P19 now. So don't count that out just yet.
It's Alex Moody at the front of this train now, racing for Cardiff B this year. Cardiff strengthening their ranks with drivers with a lot more experience the last few years. There's number 4 going down the inside. This is the Bath A, Loughborough A, Exeter A battle. So there's some big hitters in this one. Now, whilst Loughborough A cannot win this round, what they can do, Reeve, is take teams off rivals of Loughborough B and boost their teammates' chances of taking 60 championship points.
Yep, still a bigger strategic picture to play a part in, even if race victory is off the cards.
So let's give you a bit of an update, in fact, on where the scores are at the moment. So this is live counting points. Number 48 looking down the inside. This is for second place, Brighton B and Swansea. I can already tell this is going to be one of those races where I keep wanting to talk about the round situation. The drivers won't let me because the racing's that good out there at the moment. Loughborough B, 176 points locked in, confirmed, virtue of a first, a second and a fourth place. Nobody can take that away from them. That's already a pretty good score. I think they'll be on the podium for the round with that. Coventry A are on 168, but they've still got a 13th in play at the moment and a 5th place grid start for the very next race. They could score 180 still. Bath A are third. They're also on 168. A fifth, a third, and a seventh at the moment. So the max they can score is 178 out of a possible 180. Edinburgh A are fourth, but can't beat Loughborough B, but they could still get onto the Prem podium, as could Swansea A, as could Liverpool A. Birmingham A, little bit lower down the order in terms of the results at the moment. They have had a 27th, but they've also got a second and a 9th. So if they went and won their last race, they could also mathematically win overall. Here come Exeter A looking down the inside of Swansea A, think better of it. Now, the other interesting thing that we should note here, Reeve, is there's been a huge change in where the drivers are placing their carts through hairpin number 1 and hairpin number 2 the last probably half of the race. They're now going to the inside. We're now back to the conventional dry racing line.
Yeah, which is interesting on two fronts. Obviously, means a quicker overall lap time, a bit more of that traditional kind of racing line that you want to take, but also opens up the outside line a little bit more for a few more overtaking opportunities into those corners. Because while the outside line is no longer deemed ideal, at least you can place your cart there without the risk of something going wrong.
Absolutely. By comparison, when we say dry lap times, yes, but we're still a bit off the pace of what absolute dry lap times are. Just for reference, for example, 1 minute 8 were what the junior drivers were doing at a similar weight limit to some of our lighter drivers in, admittedly, August last year in the middle of a heat wave, but just shows that, yeah, there is a little bit of dew and greasiness still on the track. It's not optimal grip conditions here today.
No, so still that elusive sub 110, not quite fell our way just yet. But
considering these are also brand new karts and on brand new tyres this week as well. Down the inside, look at that, the number 5 coming in. That's Oxford Brooks B trying to fight their way up the order. How are Oxford Brooks B getting on at the moment? Well, they're sat in 5th place. They've got a half decent haul of points at the moment, 156. Virtually the 6th, 9th and 12th. They can't get on in the Prem podium anymore, but they could still get a big score on the board here and get up into the top 10. At the moment, they're around 15th place.
There's Bath A up into P2 now within 1 second of the lead of this race as we cross the line there. Exeter A, 110.5. They are flying along at the moment. Brighton B still in the mix there. That is the number 34. The number 34 car off track. Who is that there? Not quite sure if there is someone further down the order at least. But now the top 4 covered by 1.5 seconds. So very close racing, just like what we had in race 1. Let's see how Loughborough A are doing actually in terms of their pace at the moment. They're in the 112, so certainly faster than the car behind. Not quite at the same pace level as what we've got with the top 4. So we could still potentially see that kind of compression effect coming in where the top 4, top 5 end up just attached to each other basically in the remaining half of this race. We've passed the first 10 minutes there or thereabouts, and now we get into a slightly different phase of this race. Drivers may be thinking about getting into a bit more of a rhythm before they'll eventually start going hell for leather towards the end to try and get those last scraps for position.
So I just had a bit of a rejig around of the spreadsheet of doom.
The spreadsheet of doom.
Birmingham A can still win the round, but this is actually their 3rd race. Apologies, they haven't got a 27th on their scorecard at the moment. So this is their 3rd race, and then they will have their 4th race in the one to follow after this. This is your fight for 2nd place. Bath A, number 4. Brighton B, number 48. In fact, no, sorry, this is your race for the lead, because Lancaster A have slipped back through this and gone back to 4th place now. So change of lead, Bath A to the front. Through come Brighton B as well.
Exeter A looking really punchy through that first hairpin there, just nailing it, actually hanging it a little bit around the outside on the exit, and that worked really well for them. Got a great run out down towards the 2nd hairpin, and now very much in the mix here for this battle for the lead. Ahead of Lancaster A now, in fact, Brighton B just ahead of them. So this lap not the strongest for Lancaster A, but still plenty of time in this race, I'm sure. This fight will continue on. Meanwhile, Bath A is not going to say relaxing out in front, but certainly pleased with their position at least. 1.1 seconds now compared to the 3 behind, who are
very much in the mix of battle here as we head up the left-handed bank curve towards the bridge once again.
Just having a look at Bath's results at the moment and where they could be sat here. They've got 14th on the grid in the 6th and final race within this round. A win here would properly put them in the mix.
Brooksby with a strong lap that time around 110.1, working the way up through the order. Penalty coming in for Cardiff B there. Multiple track limits.
They've been clean as well, Bath A. So at the moment, they're one of my teams that I haven't seen a warning at all in any of their races come in. Need to keep this up. I was saying earlier, they were in a team on the rise. This kind of result, I'm understating their progress there. This is very impressive stuff. 13 minutes to go. Fastest kart on the track at the moment, fastest driver, is the number 5, Oxford Brooks B, having a good run here. Logan Parker driving through the field for them, trying to get some more points on the board. Changes for position as well, we should note. UCLan through past Swansea A and Warwick A. And for Jesse Dorgeest, this is a very well accomplished driver in the Bath A kart as well. Lots of owner experience. Will know how to deal with the 12.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Exeter A. Shaughnessy in the chat saying the title defence is not going as planned. No, not at the moment, but still a long way to go. And Owen Tolley, liking this position right now, 0.8 of a second off the back of the race leader. But the other thing as well, Reeve, we haven't hit the key phase that we've seen in the races so far, is what happens when these drivers catch the traffic.
Yes, this is now when we start, maybe in the next kind of 4 or 5 minutes, maybe when that is very much in motion now, and it could completely change the dynamic as used. So that's why it's so important, if you're in the position of, say, Lancaster A in 4th, to just keep at it. Don't lose your head in a way.
Yeah,
you're still very much in the mix for this race lead here. Still only been less than 2 seconds down. Exeter A 110.1 as well. New fast lap there, so really flying along, putting the pressure on Bath A out in front. And I hate to say we're at risk of a little bit of sunshine here, which will certainly help the track just get that a little bit more enjoyable, and so make it a little bit warmer here as well, because it's absolutely freezing if you go inside. Now, I think that's why Pierce is taking refuge in the comms box whenever he can, just to not. Ow! I've just been attacked by Pierce Pryor's cold hands, and that was so cold.
I turned my back for one moment.
It's carnage. It's carnage.
I also turned my back for one moment, and Exeter A are right on the tail of Bath A. No, sorry, that's a change for... No, this is for the lead. This is, sorry, I'm getting confused again in my old age. Exeter A are right on the tail of Bath A right now. Could set up a move for turn 1 here. They pull out of the slipstream down the inside. The reigning champions back to the front of the order for the first time in 2024. That is a lovely move. Owen Tolley will now try and pull away with Jesse Dorgeest at the front of the order. That is a statement from Exeter A to say, no, we are still going to be a factor in this championship.
Yeah, that was a fantastic textbook move there by Exeter A. Now this is Bath A's chance to maybe follow along in tow. A, try and put that pressure on, but B, try and see if there's any sneaky little lines that Exeter A are using that work to their benefit. You've got a very fast, very competent driver out in front, which they do. It's a great learning experience if there is anything to be learned there. And these two have broken away a little bit now from the P3 and P4 runners of Brighton B and Lancaster A respectively. They're now about a second down the road. Still fairly close quarters, but 2 clear front runners now in the final 10 minutes of this race. There we have now about a 2 second, oh no, I'll try it again, 2/10 margin to Bath A from Exeter, so very close indeed. A couple of track limits warnings coming in for Cardiff C, Oxford Brooks B, and UClan A. Oxford Brooks B, 110.0. We're just threatening that sub 110 region, but haven't hit it in the past 3 races now. Brooks B still absolutely flying along, putting the pressure on Reading A in just a moment's time. There is UClan A leading this little pack that is forming up. We haven't quite got a 5-kart pack for the lead. We've got it though for P6.
Hello to the race who've tuned in.
Oh, hello there.
Taking a bit of time away from what must be one of the most
F1's a bit
surprising F1.
Yeah.
Well, normally silly season comes a lot later in the year for a start. But great for you to join us. They're here for the non-DRS overtakes. Absolutely, although Sport Magpies made a very good point. There's still DRS to an extent here in karting. It's just called shrimping. Getting yourself into an aerodynamic position. But, there's none of that, you've got to be within a second and all of that. So,
Well, while you're here, Andretti, if you're up for it, you're welcome here, I'm sure.
But you've got to be university registered.
I'm sure they'll give it a go. They'll try it. They've tried to jump through hoops in the past. I'm sure they'll...
We're going to get ourselves in trouble here. But yes, 8 minutes remaining in this race. Exeter A still leading this one. This is a properly good race. Marcin Matchak doing a great job as well for Brighton B. You can see with some support in the chat. And having a very good run here. Loughborough A, new personal best last time around, up to 6th place. This is going to leave us with a really exciting last race for this round. Very open. Sometimes we get to the end of race 5 and it's already been decided who's going to take the round win. That is not going to be the case today here at PF International. Just joining us, you're watching live coverage on Alpha Live of the BUKC round number 1 for 2024. Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor on commentary duties for you. Great to have you with us on this Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the season so far.
Yeah, really good. Really, really good. Still not over here with 7 minutes remaining on the clock. We're in the truce pit. No, we're not in the truce period at all. That's down the inside goes Jesse Dorgeest on Owen Tully to retake the lead of the race. So maybe Dorgeest has thought, you know what, I'm not happy being here in P2 because we're not shaking that Brighton kart. The race has sparked into life, I think, about 5 minutes early. Is Marcin Matchak going to try and cut back to the inside? Grip still at a premium. Round the outside goes Jesse Dorgeest. He'll have the inside now for hairpin number 2. That is a beautifully constructed overtake for Bath A. Jesse Dorgeest back to the front of the order.
Well held there around the outside. Bit of a brave move. Brighton B still very much in the mix after all is said and done, though. Oh, there we see. Was that a tiny bit of contact between the two? They were very close together as we entered the final part of the lap. Still side by side, though. It is Exeter A now creeping out into the lead as we head through the technical part of this PFI circuit. Back onto the start-finish straight in just a moment. Who's going to have the best run down into that first corner?
Big lap. Big lap in the story of this race. Lap number 16 there, because that separated things out at the front of the order. Lancaster A is back in this. This has already got that vibe of being a strong finish. We were looking back to race 5 last year in the build-up to this one. That stunning race that Kieran Harrison for Leeds took victory from. Down the inside goes Dorgeest, but he runs straight on.
Wide.
That's the problem. That's the problem through hairpin 1 at the moment. On the inside line, there's not enough grip to go hard on the brakes. Well played by Tolley. Kept his steering open, let the Bath driver commit down the inside and go, do you know what? I'm just going to undercut you and take it back.
Brilliant thinking. Still 5 minutes to go, though. I do not for 1 second believe that that is all we're going to see from these two. Here we go, once again in the technical part of the lap. Got to be wary of track limits here, of course.
Lewis Jones is coming back into this as well for Lancaster A. Oh, now. Bump and pass penalty for Exeter A. Now, I'm not sure what that would be for.
On the previous lap, there was what looked like on the run down towards the final bit of the lap. Looks like there was a tiny little brush.
Okay.
So I don't know if it was for that.
Well,
could be completely mistaken there.
That That is what we're seeing on our timing screens here in the box, that the reigning champions in this race have got a penalty. Back come Bath A down the inside. Dorgie's got a better run. He has got a better run this time, but he's not able to carry the speed through the corner. So Exeter A go back round the outside. And this is going to be the chance now for Martin Matchak to get involved for Brighton B. Can Matchak get down the inside as they go towards the Fullerton S's? No, he can't. This is a properly good scrap. Imperial A go off our list of drivers who've had a warning-free day so far. Oh, and look, there's traffic coming into this one as well, Reeve. This has got all
it
the ingredients
already,
for a BUKC classic here at PFI.
So we're going to run back onto that start-finish straight once again now. As we've said, 4 now in the mix. They've bunched up once again in the final part of the race. The number 79 car, no obligation there at all to move out of the way. The onus is on the leading carts to get the overtake done safely.
Yep.
And they're going to try their best, obviously, to not compromise their own race. We've got a penalty coming in there for Cardiff C.
Tim Straub, Lewin agrees to apologies. I had my eyes on the scores when they were going through that part of the circuit. So
Exeter clear of that traffic. Bath A just behind there. Now, biggest worry for Bath is, of course, well, he's done it at least, I was going to say. Doesn't want to be stuck behind that traffic for too long, because while there's penalty up in front, he does not want to be falling foul of Brighton B and Lancaster A just behind.
This is a tricky situation now for Jesse Dorgees, because he's lost the rear bumper of Tully ahead in the Exeter A kart. He would have preferred to be right with the number 1 and be able to work away and go, well, I'm going to be the driver to inherit your race victory off the back of the penalty. Sheffield C have had a multi-track limits penalty as well. Cardiff C have also had a track limits penalty. 2.5 minutes to go then. So, he might squeeze. Now, this is going to be interesting as to whether the last lap gets called the next time round. This is going to be pretty close.
It will be.
Warwick A have improved. They're up to 7th place past Reading A. Manchester A have also improved. They're put up to 12th place past Lancaster A. But we're going to continue focusing on this 3-kart, nearly 4-kart battle at the front of the order that's coming down into hairpin 1 now. Exeter A lead on the road, but have, per our understanding, an ABC bump and pass penalty at 12:48. That was 4 minutes ago. So it's Bath A currently inheriting the 60 round points and putting themselves in a very strong position within the round to take the round win and in turn 60 championship points. That's all going to be decided in the next race. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. If you've not had your lunch yet, hold on for another 40 minutes. Have a late one around 2 o'clock, because this has got all the makings of being a very, very exciting finish for the first round of the year in the BUKC. Will they see the last lap board here? It's 1 minute 10. I think they will. I think they will. No, I don't think
doesn't look like it.
It's not come up on our boards at the moment. That will have been very tight as to whether they cross the line with more time on the board than they're currently setting. They're setting low 1 minute 10s. So if it was 1 minute 10 second .9, it won't have been declared yet. Either way, play to the whistle, as we say. Race goes on. Very good last few laps here, Reeve, from Jesse Dorgees. He has been able to drop Martin Matchak in this clear air, and now should just push Owen Tully along to take the race win.
Just 20 seconds to go on the clock now. And still certainly not over yet. In all this, Oxford Brooksby running very nicely in this later stage of the race, up into P6. Fastest lap as well, of course, a few laps to go. Here we are then heading through the final couple of corners for what is the penultimate. Here we have the last lap being called now, and only just
2 seconds.
Yeah. So Bath A on that last lap. New fast lap first, 109.881. The number 4 car really pushing on now, wants that victory on the road.
They do want it on the road, but they've got to think about the bigger picture here. Don't want to pick up a silly penalty at this stage of the race, because for Exeter A, this battle for this position on the road still represents a round point.
Yeah.
You know, they want to be as high up that order once the penalty is applied as possible. seen over the years in the BUKC just how much of a difference one round point can make. It can convert into championship points. We've seen this championship be decided on tiebreakers before, of course. But either way, this has been a really, really good race. The best one so far today. Exeter A are going to take it on the road, but Bath A are going to be the ones who take the 60 points.
Heading around that last corner then, still a great battle going on in 8th, but here at the front end of the field it will be Exeter A crossing the line on the road in first, Bath A coming home in second, Brighton B rounding out the podium in third, Lancaster A number 30 Carter in fourth, UClan A in fifth, great drive for them, Brooks B as well, another great drive in sixth, Warwick A 7th, Reading A 8th, Loughborough A 9th and Birmingham A 10th after what was actually a brilliant three-car battle that was going on in the final couple of laps. Obviously, the focus was on the top end of the field, but still plenty of battles going on elsewhere in the pack. So here's a look then at our provisional results after race 5. It's Exeter A, of course, with a victory on the road. But it'll be Bath A, Brighton B, Lancaster A, UClan A, Oxford Brookes B, Warwick A, Reading A, Loughborough, Birmingham A, Coventry E, Manchester A, Lancaster B and Huddersfield A.
Very good indeed. One more sprint race to go then here at PF International. And my, oh my, I wasn't expecting to say this today, but that just shows you how unpredictable the weather can be. Predictably unpredictable here at PFI. I think the sun's coming
I know,
out.
yeah. I'm shocked. I have also, ironically, just had a notification coming through on my phone saying, significant snowfall expected tomorrow morning. So
excellent.
Inters, have
Good
fun.
Luck. Good luck.
Maybe we should stream it.
I
think the show reel.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure camera ops will be up for that whilst we're stood in a warm comms box. As I say, one more sprint race to go, and that'll decide who takes the 60 points for round number 1. But before we get to that, let's head down to the dummy grid. Piers Pryor is standing by to have a chat with the drivers.
Another great race there. That was a close race at the front of the field. Unfortunately, Exeter getting a bump and pass penalty, so taking their win on the road away. But still a good race. We'll grab a word with Joey. It was a good race. P2 on the road, but Exeter got a penalty.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah, that is good news. So you won.
Oh, yeah, very happy.
Very happy.
And no warnings, so we keep the streak going.
We keep the streak going. That's very, very good. Are you the last driver this morning?
No, there's one more.
One more, so the pressure on them.
Yeah, big pressure on him. But let's see.
But still a very good day for Bath now. That's 3 solid results in the bag.
Got, P3, P5, P1 now, so it's looking good. Yeah, good stuff.
Very good. The bump and pass was actually on you for into the spoon corner. Do you reckon that was worthy of a bump and pass?
I mean, I did feel him bump me out the way, so I figured, I didn't even know what number he was. I just figured he had to get a penalty for that, so yeah.
So you think it was fair?
Well, bump and pass is a bump and pass.
There you go. That's absolutely. I wanted to get your opinion. Yeah. Congratulations. We'll grab a word with our winner on the road from Exeter, Owen Tolley. Owen, win on the road. Good drive. Yeah. Unfortunately, bump and pass.
I did get a bump and pass. Yeah. I also think I got a penalty at the start as well. People didn't want to pass me at the start. For some reason, I started in 17th or 19th when I should have been 21st. So it is.
But still a good drive, regardless. So you did most of it really well. It was just a little rub. I think it was the bump and pass into the spoon.
Yeah, it was a silly mistake, really. Won't happen again. Won't happen again.
But still, not a bad result for Exeter. Not been the best day for you. Not been the best year so far, considering how dominant you were last year.
No, 100%. It's good to show some pace, but obviously, yeah, we need to be taking race wins where we can, and that should have been a race win. But we'll see what we can do. We've got a Jensen going out now, and then we've got the endurance race, so hopefully we can do some good racing in that.
Jensen's always pretty solid, so he's starting somewhere down the back of the field, isn't he?
28. Keep an eye on him.
Where do you reckon he can get to?
First.
P1. Right, we'll see. Exeter, of course, are reigning champions with a dominant display last year. You dropped your glove, mate. I mean, don't leave that. Dominant display last year with almost unbeatable they were last year, and this year struggling a bit, which is showing, how the strength of different teams can ebb and flow with drivers joining, leaving, and everything like that. Let's grab a word with a driver, an ingoing driver. Who are you? Who are you racing for? What's your name?
Jensen Davis, racing for Cardiff A.
Cardiff A. And you sound like you are from near Cardiff.
I am from Cardiff.
There's an accent in there.
Just about.
Just a little bit.
Only little.
What's the plan for the race?
Honestly, it doesn't matter in this race.
It doesn't matter?
No, Fraser bottled it. Second driver bottled it. And then we got like 10th in the last one.
So you're just going to go for it?
Well, we're hoping this is our drop round. So if this isn't our drop round, we've done something really wrong. In this.
Yes, yeah, you will have done really wrong. Anyway, Swansea not had a really good day. What'd you put it down to?
It's probably the air around Swansea.
It's just the poor air quality.
There's no way you live in Swansea and then you come somewhere like this and perform well.
Are you saying that the air quality is worse in Swansea or it's worse here?
It's worse in Swansea.
Okay, fair enough. I've never been actually. What's it like?
It's questionable. It's questionable.
Why do you go there then?
I went once when I was younger. I was scarred for life. I couldn't go back again.
To Swansea?
Yeah.
But you go to university there?
No, I'm Cardiff. I'm in Cardiff.
Oh, wait. Oh, are you sure? So I'm confused.
I'm from Cardiff. I race for Cardiff.
Oh, I'm getting Swansea and Cardiff mixed up again. Sorry, everyone.
That's awful. That is awful.
I'm probably going to get attacked by some angry Welsh people now, aren't I?
Yeah, 100%. I hope so. I hope you do get attacked.
I'm going to step away because I can see your blood boiling.
It's all right.
Oh, okay, we're chill. Okay. Anyway, good luck in the race. Thank you for not hurting me for getting Swansea and Cardiff. Been getting Swansea and Cardiff mixed up all day. You can tell I'm not very good with my geography of South Wales especially. Hello, back again. You're not racing in this one. Talk to us about your day.
Not a good race, my first one. Started 8th, fell down to 10th, then a couple contacts, and fell down to 21st.
Oh dear.
Yeah, bit disappointing.
But you've learnt a lot for this afternoon.
Yeah, it was my first time on a dry track here. First time here, full stop. First time in the karts. So, lots of positives. I learnt a lot.
And you enjoyed yourself?
I did enjoy myself.
Well, that's the main thing. I'm going to chat to your teammate. This is Birmingham B, correct?
Birmingham A.
Oh, we're Birmingham A. Okay, Birmingham. Talk to me. What's on your mind?
Just need to do well, to be honest. We've had George first race did really well, came second. Kai was doing really well, and then he binned it. And then Ben's just slow, so Ben.
He is slow.
Really slow. But no, I just need to not take any back markers out. That's sort of my problem at the moment.
Oh, you're just a bit of a bandit.
Yeah.
And remind us who you are.
Jack Finch.
Jack. Okay, so I've been chatting to a lot of drivers today. A lot of the concentrations on racing. What do you do when you're not at the racetrack?
Well, at the moment, I'm in third year, so I'm pretty much just at the library most of my life, which is a bit depressing.
What are you studying?
Biochemistry.
Biochemistry?
It's not fun. I'm not enjoying life at the moment.
Well...
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, bit of team fist bump in there. What's your last year dissertation on?
I'm doing it on how animals can detect diseases. So I was doing it, I've written a lit review on how we could put dogs in place to do detection of diabetes worldwide.
Wow, that sounds fun.
I did decent, but
hey, as long as it gets the grades. Anyway, good luck in the race. Let's hope the race is more interesting than your degree. Anyway, I think that's probably. We got time for one more. We got time for one more. We spoke to you earlier, so we'll chat to someone else. Hello there. Who are you? What are you racing for? What's your name? What's going on?
Leicester A, number 36.
So what's your name again?
George Price.
George, right. Talk to me. What's going on? What's in your head?
I mean, we've had a good morning. We got quite far up the grid, and then we got punted off, and ever since then it's just gone a bit downhill, which sums up our season so far. But you know what? I'm going to try and put it somewhere respectable, but I mean, there's only a couple behind me, so I can't really go that far back, can I?
There's about 10 carts behind you, so you can.
Oh, balls. Well, I'll survive.
Well, we'll see after the race. Yeah, what's... Well, you say it's going downhill. I mean, it's only round one. You know, we've still got a lot of racing to go before the end of the year.
Oh, definitely, but, you know, it sets the season up, don't it? Start the season, you want to start it strong. I mean, we did pretty well here last year, and we'll survive.
This has potentially been one of the most pessimistic interviews I've ever held.
Look on the bright side of life, but when it's getting like this, you can't really do that, but yeah.
Well, enjoy yourself out there. I'm sure with a positive mental attitude, you can achieve anything.
Yeah, that's what my girlfriend says. Shout out Hannah.
Hannah? Who's that?
No, that's my girlfriend.
Hannah, what's Hannah up to?
Probably watching this.
I think we better go, actually. I think everyone's waiting for me, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
Right. Hannah, I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We'll see how your wonderful boyfriend is getting on, and back to you in the comms box.
Thank you, Piers, for that at times slightly depressing and other times attempting to spark civil war between England and Wales interviews there. But we are ready now for the final race of the morning. So let's have a look at the grid. Row 1 will be Swansea B and Loughborough A. Row 2 will be Reading A and Liverpool B. Then row 3 is Coventry A and Sheffield B. Row 4 is Bristol A and Portsmouth A. Row 5, Oxford Brookes D and Brighton B. Row 6, Cardiff A and Liverpool A. And then we have row 7, Lancaster B, Bath A. Row 8, Huddersfield A and Southampton B. And then Southampton C behind them and Birmingham A on row 9. Moving on to row 10 then, it's Manchester A and Southampton A. Row 11, Sheffield D and Loughborough B. And then row 12, it's Coventry F and Leeds A. Moving on to row 13, Surrey A and UClan A. Row 14, Leicester A and Exeter A. Row 15, Loughborough D and Liverpool C. And then for the last couple of rows, it is Cambridge A and Brunel A on row 16. Row 17 is Oxford Brookes A, and Liverpool B. And then row 18 is Coventry B, rounding out the field there for what will be the final race of round 1 here at PFI, the final sprint race of the day. So let's hope it's going to be a good one.
Now then, here we go. You know it's coming. Spreadsheet of Doom update.
Spreadsheet of Doom.
Let's start with club. We have a clubhouse leader in the clubman category. It's Lancaster A. They've had an 18th, 19th, 5th and a 3rd. Drop that 19th. Get it out of here. We don't want it. 157 points for Lancaster A. Teams that can beat that are in fairly short supply. Coventry B can. They can score up to 166 if they came through and won the race overall. There's one problem though, Reeve. They start 35th. So good luck with that.
We've
Coventry
seen it
B.
done before.
And the other team is Brighton B. They can finish on 157, but only if they win the race outright and then take it on count back by having a race win to Lancaster not having a race win. They start 10th. Who's in for Brighton B? It's, now, I was about to say, well, it all very much depends on the driver. Driver's Alex Mitchell, who is Brighton, I would argue, is Brighton's strongest driver. So, okay, that's not completely done then, because I could see, with the speed that Alex has got, with a bit of luck, coming through and winning this. So that's his situation in club. Various other teams can also finish on the club podium, including Coventry E, who are in the clubhouse. Warwick A are also in the clubhouse. Obviously, the teams that we talked about that could win club overall could beat them. Also, in similar regard, could knock out the current incumbents of the top 3 in clubmen. You're looking at Leeds B, you're looking at Sheffield B, you're looking at Coventry F, you're looking at Leicester A, and you're looking at Loughborough D. Let's talk Premier now. 3 teams that mathematically, by our calculations, could win this thing for round 1. One of them is, of course, Loughborough B. 176 points secured. Start this race P22. Bath A can win it as well. They've got a 2-point buffer zone, so they could win if Loughborough B don't improve their score. Bath A, by either winning this race or finishing second, would overhaul Loughborough B. So they currently start this race 14th. And Coventry A could as well. Coventry A are probably the ones who are quite happy at the moment because they could still do the perfect score. They've had 2 wins so far. They're in this race starting from 5th on the grid. So if they can put themselves up into the top 3 in this race, they're going to be going past Loughborough B's current score, putting the current event leaders under pressure. It would look like. Also potentially in the mix for a Prem podium, UClan A start this race 26th, Reading A start this race 3rd, and Birmingham A start this race 18th. If I have not mentioned the team that you are following, hang on 1 minute, there's one more down there, which is Liverpool A. They've got to win the race, but they could also finish on the Prem podium. Now I'll make the statement, if I haven't said your team name, they're out of contention for getting a podium in their respective class in this event. But still some important racing for them to determine how many championship points they get.
That is what the spreadsheet of doom has prophesied as we now get behind the pace cart and get ready for the final sprint race start of the day in a few moments' time, potentially.
Hello to Sam Timmerlow, who said, can you make sure you film Seb Algieri crashing himself off, please, in Heat 6? He's told me he will do it. I hope not, because Seb's nursing a bit of an injury. He popped his shoulder quite recently. And I briefly saw him this morning, and I said to him, like, feeling all right? And he went, yeah. It's like, okay, that fills me with confidence. Where are you starting? P32. It's like, good luck and goodbye. See how he gets on for Brunel A in this race. But plenty to play for. Just what we want from the first round of the season. Drivers will come round for final time today. We will say 25 minutes on the clock here at PF International, home of the British Karting Grand Prix. One of the best circuits in the country. Hopefully we're about to see one of the best races today so far in the Mains Championship. Away we go then. Eyes on those lights. The boys are very close on the line as to whether that was a false start. But away we go. Running for 25 minutes. It was 0.002 between Loughborough A and Swansea B. So Loughborough A might get away with that one. That might well be within tolerance zone.
Oh, we have a spin.
A spinner and a cone has been destroyed. In the background, I can see there the number 61 was going round for a spin. That was Liverpool.
Oh, a little bit of carnage on the exit of the bridge there. A few slow cars, but I think everyone's been able to turn themselves back around.
Yeah, it's the slight negative camber that you get through coming off the bridge. There's more spinners in hairpin number 1, false start.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision.
I think that is the right decision. So the green flag with the yellow chevron for the uninitiated. This is the restart flag now. Drivers have got to be careful here because the field is checking up. Someone's had a bit of a moment in the middle, and it's the number 48. I think that's Brighton. That is Brighton, the number 48.
We were doing so well today in terms of race starts.
Yes. So that's good news for. I don't think Loughborough A would have received something for that because, as I say, it was 0.02 of a second they crossed the line before Swansea B. See Swansea B being on pole, Loughborough A being second. That race is that race start is nullified. It never happened. It never happened in the record books, and will go again. Now there may be a bit of time taken off the 25 minutes here. That is not good news if you are a driver starting this race from towards the back. If you're on that, I'm starting 34th and I need to charge through the field here, you've got 5 less minutes potentially to charge your way through the field.
So have to go hell for leather.
Yeah, and that's the thing sometimes, that when drivers see that and they go, oh no, I've got to get on with this at a higher pace, that's when the mistakes creep in, that's when penalties come along. So we'll await for news and instruction from race control as to how much time, if any time, is removed from the clock. It's up to the decision of the clerk of the course. I'm being told, yes, I can just about see it under the cowling on the start gantry. That's reading 20 minutes. So that's to resource. You're all right there.
Yeah,
I'm just falling over. You're just causing havoc in the comments.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I move it well enough, I can actually see it.
You're getting your BUKC initiations in. It's all right. I've not clobbered you around the head yet.
No, Pierce has.
Pierce has with his cold hands.
Yeah, that was the most insulting part. It was just the coldness of the hand more than anything. It was.
Right, are we good to go? Yes, Joe Holmes pulls off to driver's right, going to go round for 20 minutes here at PFI. That was a spot-on start from both front row sitters. Swansea B will lead it into turn 1. Loughborough A could be playing a big factor in this race. They could be helping their teammates further back in the field, through and under the bridge for the first time. All looking pretty clean as they wrap round onto the Lichfield Bridge for the first time in this one. Time clock, the race clock is ticking down now from 20 minutes, and it's the top 3, Reeve, who've broken away.
They have, yeah, great start there. It looked like there was about 5 karts at one point who were battling with the leader. A couple have dropped off now as we head through to the second hairpin, looking relatively clean. Oh, a couple of karts off actually in the first hairpin as we head through the second now with the lead pack there. That looks like Lewis Jackson there, the Liverpool A team, by the looks of things. Actually, no, it's not. Ignore me.
Yeah,
different helmet.
It is one of the Liverpool entries, though, unfortunately. So I think it's Liverpool C, number 61, down the inside there. The number 8 of Coventry A on Reading A. This is good progress already from Coventry A. Big opportunity for them here. Started this race 5th on the grid. To be clear, they need to get up to at least 4th place to be clear of Loughborough B's 176 from a possible 180. It's not necessarily as simple as just hold your position. It's all about improving on what, all of these teams in their 4th and final race, they will be looking to improve on whatever their 3rd best result is so far.
Loughborough A with a decent gap out in front at the moment, as we can see now, heading down towards that first hairpin there. Bit of pressure now on Swansea B from Coventry A and Reading A following closely behind. And then we have a major battle going on for P5 by the looks of things there. About 5 karts all trying to occupy the same part of the track. Couple of contact warnings piling in there. There is one for Liverpool C, that 61 kart that we saw spun off. Southampton B, Manchester A and Cardiff A as well, as we say.
So, point situation as it stands here on lap 2. Long way to go in this one. Coventry A up to 3rd place. That would improve their score from it'd improve it to 178. Bath A up to 9th place. They would stay on 174. Where are Loughborough B? They are in 20th place, so they would stay on 176. So if it would end like this, it would be a win. First round of the season for Coventry A. Keep an eye on the 48 as well there. The red suit with the red, white and blue helmet. Alex Mitchell for Brighton B. Not running his customary yellow and black colours today. Probably because it's a bit damp out there now. What's happened there? Oh, number 12. The number 12 of Loughborough A looks to be in trouble. Slowing and pulling to the right-hand side. I think he's back up to pace now. Maybe it was just a bit of a moment. Oh, and round go Brighton B. Round go Brighton B. They got caught up. They were just simply wrong place at the wrong time. They caught up to the number 12 with a real turn of speed and just had nowhere to go in all of that. Losing a number of positions. That's not what Alex Mitchell needed. He needed a clean race to get to the front, to win this race, to win the club and category today for Brighton B. That is going to be a very, very hard task now.
We've got further kart problems for
the number 12. Yeah, they're out. They are out, and this is why we have the drop scores. It very rarely happens, but a technical problem there for Loughborough A puts them out of this race on lap 3.
Shame, as it was a strong start, but now we have Coventry A, Swansea B, Cardiff A, our top 3 in this race.
Coventry A on for the perfect score. 3 wins out of a possible counting 3. That would be quite a start. As there's one kart spearing off to drivers right there. There was another kart having a bit of a samba dance in the middle of the corner, running up through and onto the bridge. Is that gone off? It's one of the Clubman karts, I think. It might be the 81 of Southampton C, or maybe the 51 of Oxford Brooks D.
About a second now between Coventry A and Swansea B. Strong lap on the last go around for Coventry A, and the 112s at the moment. We expect those times will tumble down a little bit more as the drivers get to a bit of rhythm. There are yellows out on track at the moment, running into the first hairpin.
Key moment here. Loughborough B have fallen down to 27th place. Now that's not going to lose them points because they've already got a first, second, and fourth secured. But that's the point here. The point about the points is that to improve the tally they've got at the moment for this round, they've got to beat that 4th place from early. They've got to be 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. Anything lower doesn't matter. It'll end up as a dropped score, and they're now down in 27th place with their rivals Coventry A at the front of the field outscoring them. What are Bath doing at the moment? Bath are up to 6th place. They're near to the point where they'll start improving their score. They've got to improve on a 5th from race number 1. There's a yellow flag, double yellow flags out through hairpin number 1. This is going to be for the recovery of the number 12, and a big penalty's just come in here for Bath A. The number 4, ABC bump and pass. Now that is significant. That now locks them on 174. If they were to win the race on the road, and it's the first time I've seen them get a penalty as well today, thank you very much, Piers Pryor. If they were to cross the line first on the road, the best they can be classified is 5th. That's their drop score. They cannot improve now on 174, so they're out for the 60 points. They could still finish on the podium. That'll depend on other teams' results, but at least secures Loughborough B second place now. It's now a question of can Coventry A see out this race victory.
Cardiff A, Swansea B with a fantastic battle into the first corner there. Cardiff A tried it up the inside. He's going to try it again around the left-handed banked corner here as we head over the bridge, and by hanging it around the inside, it looks to have stuck there. Now we have the run down towards the first hairpin. Who comes out on top? I can tell you it's going to be Cardiff A going wide there. Not sure if that was pushed off the track or not. Either way, now side by side with, it looks like Reading A there, has now somehow found themselves in P2 all of a sudden.
Reading have got a really good team this year. Daniel Booth is in for them at the moment. And what would this kind of result put them? I don't think they're going to be able to get on the Prem podium today, but a top 5 would be good. Beautifully down the inside there. Takes second place.
All this battling, of course, and making it just that little bit more comfortable for Coventry A out in front of the head now through the more technical part of the lap.
Bath A in there as well. It's Philip Vava in for them at the moment. Every time they can overtake, well, they won't gain a point because of the situation that we explained earlier with how this penalty plays into the drop scores. They've just got to hope now that other teams don't outscore them. 4 seconds nearly is the lead now for Coventry A. This has been a very good Coventry performance. One of the best Coventry performances that we've seen for many a year, and that is saying something, because the highest of standards at this university, based on their history, are very high indeed.
Cardiff A potentially feeling like a little bit of a cork in the bottle now as we head down towards the second hairpin, under pressure from Bath A, Reading A and Sheffield in the mix here as well. Of course, Sheffield leading their own battle. Liverpool B just behind Oxford Brookes D, and then just behind them Liverpool A as well. Manchester A also in the mix there. The mid-pack is absolutely rammed full at the moment. Back onto the start-finish straight there. You see the gap that Coventry A is being able to pull out in the first few laps of this race, of course. Just 11 minutes to go already. Slightly truncated race owing to that false start. Cardiff A leading Bath A and Swansea B now. Coventry A just setting another fastest lap as they cross the line then, 1:11.2. And we're back on board once again with Cardiff A, heading this time though into the first hairpin in just a moment. That inside line, that was a complete no-go zone a few races ago, is now the optimal line to take. It's got a very nice line forming up there. Liverpool B breaking away from Sheffield B there. That is Johnny Pinder in the car. His helmet, the graphics on it, definitely all perfectly in alignment. As we see the number 14 heading out the exit of the second hairpin there.
So the scores at the halfway stage of this race, if the results was to finish like this, your class podiums, at least provisionally, we should stress that, would be looking like this per our calculations in the box. Coventry A would be round winners, 180 points from a possible 180, and another fastest lap from them as well. Second would be Loughborough B, third would be Bath A. Lancaster A already in the clubhouse, not in this race, would be your club winners. Similarly, Coventry E and Warwick A, both already in the clubhouse as well, would be second and third. And, well, big news in clubmen as well. Mechanical flag, Brighton B, the number 48. So clearly there is a problem with the 48. I'd imagine it's from the contact that they had earlier with the number 12 that was grinding to a halt. They are going to be out of this race. Down the inside, Bath A takes second place, go through past Cardiff A on the road, but remember they have a penalty from earlier in this sixth race of the sprint round, and not going to be able to improve their round score at this in this race.
See now the number 13 of Reading A and Swansea B scrapping it out as we head into the final technical part of the lap. It's going to be Swansea B who has the inside for the penultimate corner. but who will come out on top for that last corner? It's going to be Reading A who gets the upper hand now as get back onto that start-finish straight. Coventry A into the 1 minute 10s. Meanwhile, side by side with Swansea, it's Johnny Pinder who gets ahead of Oxford Brooks D, actually heading down that start-finish straight. Bit of oversteer creeping in for Bath A as we headed into the left-handed banked corner.
Can indeed. 9 minutes to go. Contact warning for Liverpool A. Good scrap going on here. Bath A cut to the inside, trying to block the line there for Cardiff A. But is that going to leave them vulnerable? Because there's some good grip on the outside there. Well dealt with by Philippe Vava. In for Cardiff at the moment, it's Jensen Davis. He's got a good amount of experience over the years as Jensen. What is Cardiff's situation? They did not have a good start to this round. They'll be a little bit disappointed. They'll need to pick themselves back up before the endurance round later on this afternoon. They're lounging around outside the top 30 at the moment in the provisional scoreboard.
You'll see the Oxford Brooks D getting back past Liverpool B as we headed into the final part of the lap. Should say Coventry A now 6.5 seconds in the lead of this race. Coventry A with another fastest lap there to boot.
Moving up through the order as well, Oxford Brooks A have had a bit of a round to forget so far. They're up to 20th place. Also on the move, Southampton C have gained a couple of positions on that last lap as well, up to 27th. 32 is looking pretty racy as well out there right now. That's Liverpool A in 10th place at the last count. Exeter A have also gained a position last time around. Got through past Surrey A to 11th. I'll be a little bit disappointed with the performance this morning, but again, they were 6th at the qualifier. You only race against half the teams in terms of the mains level when you race in your qualifier, so based off the qualifier results, you would expect them to be around just outside the top 10 once everybody's together for a full round. There's still plenty of rounds to go, and you never know, the endurance format might suit them a little bit better.
Yeah, it would certainly turn things on its head. A few more things to think about for not just the drivers per se, but the team as a whole.
Yeah. Especially in this Road Tax Evo era, we have found when we get to the endurance races, they're not as regularly run as they used to be as well. Only 2 rounds instead of 4. The number 6 of Manchester A look down the inside. This is on Oxford Brooks D. This is for 5th place, and that's a
Liverpool B as well, sweeping through.
Lovely stuff from Kane Shepherd. Another driver back in the BUKC for another year. That was spot on. Absolutely spot on from Kane. Put the number 51 in that tough bit of corner exit. Just knew there was not going to be any opportunity for them to fight back. And took that one very cleanly indeed. No, we've seen since, because it used to be, if we go back a few years, that every afternoon round was an endurance round. The teams don't do it as often these days, and when we did it in every single afternoon round, there was that element of there was almost always a bit more room for a tardy pit stop because people would spin, people would stop. It's the direct drive era. You had to get a push start. Whereas now the endurance races, and we find this in the full Club 100 Endurance Championship as well, if you're not good at pit stops, if you're losing 5-10 seconds every stop,
the margins are so close.
You're not
winning.
winning.
The race.
You aren't winning. It doesn't matter if you're 2/10 quicker over a lap than the driver you're competing against, because you'll just lose it all again in the pit stop. Five minutes to go in this one then. There are Coventry A. Joe Holmes behind as the tester. No need to worry there for Andres Moreno. He is doing a supreme job here for Coventry A. They have a strong record round here. They've won here and gone on to win the championship in previous years. By too early to be seriously talking about that, of course, but this will be a very good start indeed. Reading A go scratching off my list of drivers and teams who've had a clear run so far, at least per my eyes. That drops us to 6.
Yeah, the list is looking thin now.
Four minutes remaining in this one.
Still a comfortable lead, consistent lead as well for Coventry A out in front. It's been around 6.5 seconds for, well, all the times that I've been looking. That's been big hit there. That's two
Liverpool cards.
Yeah, that's Liverpool C and Liverpool B there. A few positions lost for Liverpool B. I believe Liverpool C was quite far down as it was, so nothing really lost or gained there.
Yeah, Liverpool C were a lap down already. Oh, that's a... I feel sorry for you there, mate. That was a really rough one. I don't think the second of the Liverpool carts really knew much about that, but demise for one Liverpool cart also causes the demise of another. Track limit warning for Birmingham A.
I'm sure spirits will be high when I go visit them in the lunch break in a minute.
Over the line, 6.4 seconds now the lead for Coventry A. It was it's the Liverpool B cart as well that was involved in that was running so well. It's just lost 11 positions in all of that.
Yep.
Only 6 seconds. Only 6 seconds.
That's how
but
close
it's
the racing
so
is today.
Close out there, especially now it's dried up a bit, and we've got the damp lines cleared, and you've got a bit more width across the circuit. It is very, very close out there. We're not seeing as much of the phase of the race in the last few minutes where drivers start having to lap others. 2.5 minutes to go. Coventry A, what a performance this has been. I mean, probably your first time in the box, Reeve, of seeing this level of performance. What have you made of it from this vantage point?
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable. Knowing that we're going into each race and there's going to be at least even, maybe not for the lead, at least for the podium, an out-and-out battle and no holds barred, but good racing as well, just about giving enough room. And I hope the drivers are enjoying it as much as we are.
Change for second place. Cardiff A back through past Bath A. Bath A carrying that penalty from earlier. But for Cardiff, that's good news. Might try and recover a few championship points with this result. And, when you've had a tough round in the sprints, when you've had 2 torrid results to kick things off, you want to end on a high, give yourself that positivity and know that, we've got the speed, we just need to work on the application of it when we get into the endurance event later on this afternoon. We're down to 5.
Oh dear.
We're down to 5. Leeds A just got a track limit warning. Should remind as well, this is me looking through, just seeing it on the screen. May well have already been warnings for Brighton B, Brunel A, Coventry A and the 2 Swansea teams. At least the regularity of warnings for those teams is low. Well, here comes Andres Moreno.
Starting his last lap.
Yep. And, they built this round up really well. Started off with a 13th. That'll end up being their drop score. That was from 31st on the grid. A win in the third race for Ed Pozzo from 26th on the grid. Chris Simpson then followed it up with from 11th on the grid a win, and this is going to be from 5th on the grid win, you would think, for Andres Moreno. This genuinely has been one of the best performances I think I've seen from a team in the BUKC. For many years we've been commentating on it here with Double Dash Sport Media and Alpha Live.
What a way to start the season as well.
Yeah.
You consider maybe a couple of people have had it at least a month, maybe a few months out. The last time they've driven was qualifiers. Yeah, really impressive stuff. Good omen, I think.
Well, here come Coventry round the final couple of corners, and they're going to take round 1 and make quite a statement in the early stages of the BUKC 2024. Andres Moreno takes the win in race 6 for Coventry A, and that should be the round for Coventry A. Second on the road will go to Cardiff A. They finished the round on a high after a difficult morning. Bath A should be on the podium in the Prems with a score of 174. They don't improve on it in this race. They've done the hard work early on. Loughborough B will complete the Prem podium. The club podium will involve teams that are all already done. They weren't in this race. Lancaster A, Coventry E, and Warwick A rather. But a fairly calm race. It wasn't perhaps as drama-filled as other race 6s, Reeve, but you can't fault the job done there by Coventry A.
No, still some brilliant driving on display. It's really got me looking forward actually to the Enduros coming up later on this afternoon. As you can see, there are our provisional results on screen for the final round, final race of this round this morning. I can stop fumbling my words. You can see there, Sheffield B 15th, Liverpool B 16th, Oxford Brookes A 17th, Lancaster B 18th, Birmingham A 19th, and Loughborough B 20th there. Most drivers actually in that race on the lead lap, so
yeah,
good effort.
And really good performances from them, and yeah, hope you've enjoyed the comms this morning. If you have, at @MM across your social media networks, do give us a follow. We'll be putting some of the highlights, the highlight reels of the comms, our favourite bit of the comms, across the course of the week. Result version 1 just comes in. Yes, confirmed that Coventry A were your winners from that race. I think we are good. Perhaps maybe 1 minute before. Yep, we are. Let's go down to Piers Pryor down in the down in Park Ferme and down in the dummy grid area for one more time before we go to the lunch break and before we go to round 2. Piers, over to you.
Final race of the afternoon definitely lived up to the bill. The sun is coming out, the track is almost dry. We've only got the endurance races to come, but before then, we're going to grab a word with some of the drivers in that final race, and I'm hoping to grab a word with our top 2 because it was a nice race between them, very, very close all the way. I can't see them. Was it you that was fighting for the lead of the race?
Second. Yeah, fighting for second. The leader was gone after about 3 laps because we all started fighting at the start. It's all right, 11th to second.
That's a good race.
Can't complain.
Clearly the air isn't so bad in Swansea.
I'm from Cardiff.
It's all right, I just forget my geography. Anyway, that was a good race between you and Philip Varver as well, wasn't it? I'll let you get your helmet and balaclava off just for a second while so we can see your wonderful emotion and adrenaline after that. Right.
That was loads of fun. Honestly, I love this track so much. But my kart had a lot of top end, so I had some good opportunities into carousel, but I didn't have as much bottom end. So I was kind of struggling through the hairpins, but got him, I think 3 laps to go.
Yeah.
So
and just about held on.
Honestly, so close. I thought he was going to get me into the second chicane. Oh, bloody hell. Defending.
But defended well. Congratulations. Good result. And is this our race winner?
Yes.
From Coventry A?
Yeah, Andres.
Who are you?
Andres Moreno.
And that was a good race. You pretty much got a gap at the start, and then that was it. No one could catch you.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to get through at the start, and then I knew I could, just get away after that. I felt like I had the pace, so.
Yeah. And a good race for Coventry today. I haven't heard. Andrew Mather might have done the maths in the comments box, but I was down here, so I didn't hear. But you're going to be in with a shout of the round win, surely, with the results.
Yeah. I mean, we've had 3 firsts, so.
In which case, you must have won it then. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't remember who else finished where, but Bath pushed you all the way. They had a strong result in that one as well. But hey, Coventry back on top. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, it's been a long time, but I'm glad we're back, so can't wait for the next few races.
Can't wait indeed. And I think congratulations to Coventry for their triple win. We haven't seen that in a while. But let's grab a word with some of the drivers who unfortunately did not win that race. Why don't we grab a word with our 3rd place on the road, Philip Varver. That was a great race for 3rd place. It was pretty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close, all the way to the end. It wasn't it, all the way to the final lap.
Yeah, but you're happy with that?
Yeah, happy enough. You know, I was second most of the race, and having lost that second place within the closing laps and not being able to get it back is a bit disappointing, but it happens. We got the endurance. We still got loads of other rounds to go. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting year.
It's going to be an interesting year. Not a too bad round for you as a team, though.
No, not at all. All top 5 finishes. We're always being finished consistently. That's what we aim to do through the rest of the year, and hopefully get the title.
Hopefully, well, we'll see. It was a strong race. Coventry won. I think we've won this round with 3 first places. But no, it's a great race. And do you want to say that again, but without the swearing?
Maybe some people were abiding too much by yellow flags. Maybe more teams bought yellows, which was a little annoying.
So your race didn't go quite as you had hoped it did?
No, I'd hoped to have got a few more places. I started at the back, but The first start went really well under the before it got obviously restarted, but then the second start just got stuck in.
Stuck.
Just stuck. That's how I describe that race.
And who are you racing for so we can look back and
Leeds B.
Leeds B. And what's your name?
Adam.
Adam. Well, you know what? We've still got a couple of endurance races.
Races to go. Yes.
Which one are you going to be on?
One. So
straight
next. So at least that was a decent warm up. So yeah, we'll see.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully it goes well for you this afternoon. That about wraps it up for this morning. Don't forget to come back and have a look at the 3 endurance races we have this afternoon, of which each team will compete in two drivers. They must do at least 2 pit stops with at least 1 driver change. Could shake things up because, of course, the pit lane is going to come into deciding the race. We'll see you back at about 2:05. We are back for rounds number 2 of the BUKC this afternoon. We have 3 endurance races, team endurances. This morning, we had the 6 solo sprint races. This afternoon, 3 one-hour endurance races where each team will have 2 drivers in each race, or 2 drivers in 2 of the 3 races, and they must share doing at least 2 pit stops. So a little bit more to think about this afternoon. We hope you enjoyed the morning. We had a very short lunch break. There will be no practice laps for the drivers going into this afternoon. They should know where they're going by now after doing the race this morning. And we've got a big team huddle for Leeds Motorsport over here. Leeds, I could hear you having a very, very deep team talk about the pit stop strategy, thinking about when you're going to pit. What's your strategy in this one?
Well, yeah, exactly.
If you didn't hear that off on the mic, it was don't give it away. But anyway, can you tell me what you can tell me?
Well, I'm going to give it away because it's generally quite obvious, but yeah, we're thinking pit as early as you can. Try not to follow anybody on the pits, that's the main thing. If you follow somebody in, you can have a really, really rough time. And yeah, you can lose at the pit lane, but you can also lose it on lap 1, so don't do either.
Are you starting this afternoon?
No, I'm not starting race 1, I'm in race 2. I probably will be starting, so again, looking forward to it.
Looking forward to who is starting this race? Who's our one? Come on in. We literally, in fact, you ended the show this morning, and now we're starting the show this afternoon.
Knackering stint.
You're doing a long boy.
Well, yeah. So probably do first 35, and then back out the kart.
Have you at Leeds Motorsport been practicing your pit stops? You know what's going on?
Yeah. Well, yeah. We've been trying to run through some of the newbies. We've got 4 of us before have done enduros. So we've got a few newbies as well.
Who are the newbies? Who are the new? Hands up, newbies. Come on in, newbies. Come on in. Come on in, noobs. Right. So you guys haven't done the endurances before. What have they been telling you? What words of wisdom have they been giving you?
Well, it's mainly about, like Nick said earlier, it's just trying to not follow people into the pits. We've also organised a strategy, so I went out in the wet conditions earlier. Heath is my teammate. He did it in the dry, so he's going to start the race because he's going to know the conditions better than I will.
Yeah, it's a bit different out there now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, 100%.
What about you? Which race are you in?
Yeah, race 2. So I'm, again, Nick starting out for us. He raced in the dry conditions early on, and I was right in the wet. So I don't particularly want to start the race. He's got better knowledge of the track, so he's going to come in, do the first stint, first pit stop, a little bit more, then I come in and finish the race.
Are you going to go with like sort of like an Aston Martin or like a Mercedes type pit stop, or are we going for the Ferrari strategy?
Well, to be honest, it depends on the vision and the pit wall strategist. We'll go it that way.
Okay, who's on pit wall strategy?
Everyone that's not participating in
it. It's by committee. That sounds like Ferrari. Anyway, moving on. Wait, we've chatted to Leeds. Which team have we got over here?
Manchester.
Manchester, A, B, C, D, E, whatever.
A.
Right, Manchester A. Oh, here we go. There we go. Look at that. That was some athleticism there. Are you starting in this one?
No, he is in the race.
Oh, the one in the race. That one makes sense. Come on in. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, fantastic.
Remind us of your name and where you're starting. I think you're starting in pole, aren't you?
I think this should be second, I hope.
I keep doing this. Today, I'm like, I know poles on the right, I know seconds on the left, and yeah, I'm...
Have you raced before?
You'd think I hadn't, but anyway. Right, what's the plan? I mean, you're starting on the front row. That's a good place.
Plan, jump start.
I mean, we've seen a couple of those this morning.
I'm joking. Well, plan is obviously keep it clean to start, and then, hopefully not have a messy, grid behind me. I'm not sure about pitting. We'll see how the race goes. Ideally, would like to pit early. I'm going to double stint.
Who's your compatriot in this car?
Will.
Will, come on in. Come on, let's have it. No. Okay, he's really, really fine. Anyway, okay, just let's have a prediction. Where do you think you're going to finish this race?
Oh yeah, first. Why not? Go for it.
There we go. You heard it here first. Manchester A first in race number 1 this afternoon. Let's wander down. This is a team race. This is a team race, It's not just you, right?
We've just got no one that could come today.
You got no friends?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who are you racing for when your team do actually arrive?
I'm you and Coventry F. We've only got 3 drivers today because we've had people drop out, so it's a bit of a shocker.
Just here for a bit of a hack then?
Literally, yeah. I'm not scoring points, just here for fun.
What is your goal for this race? You're not scoring points, you haven't got many teammates, you've got no friends. What are you working towards?
Survive.
Survival. You know what? Surviving, to thrive, first you have to survive. So that's good thinking. What about this team over here? Liverpool, come on in. Come on in, Liverpool. Come on in. Oh, we spoke to you this morning. Who's in this race? Who's in this one? Guys, come on in. Are Are you in this one? Like, okay, right. Are you starting or are you at the second?
Starting, yeah.
Starting. Okay, and who's your teammate?
This man right here.
Oh, wait, oh, you've got 2 Liverpool teams in this one.
We've got three. Yeah, we've had all 3 in every race all day.
So you've been fighting each other. Actually, I think I saw there was a bit of...
Let's not talk about it.
we had a bit of contact between Liverpool teammates into Hairpin 1 earlier. That was quite entertaining.
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
No, it wasn't.
But yeah, he's not too happy now.
Is he still fuming?
He's fuming. He's sat in the car fuming, yeah.
Did he have to crack the windows so the steam...
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Brilliant. Anyway, what's your tactic with this race? Not crash into your teammate.
Yeah, just drive. Yeah, I'm going to get in the first stint and then do a double in the second half.
And have you guys practiced your pit stop strategy? Do you know when you're pitting? Do you know, have you had to think about how you're going to do it with the lead?
Very special device. It's a high vis.
It's a high, and you just wave it.
Yeah, it's very, very high tech.
Oh, we're about to get blasted by the speaker, so I'm going to move, otherwise it'll make everyone at home deafened. Liverpool, hopefully don't crash into each other again. That would be great. Great job, team. I do quite enjoy the bit of friendly fire that goes on between teams. It doesn't happen in many other sports, especially not much more motorsport. Which team have we got over here? Hello.
Southampton Sea.
Southampton Sea. How's your day been going?
As a team, not amazing. I think we got 33rd, 31st, 18th, and 27th.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say solid. I wouldn't describe it as solid.
I think we're
consistent.
I think we're 49th for the round. So we beat
out of 54.
No, we beat 4 teams.
Oh, 4 teams. Okay, nice. So what about this one? It's team race.
What's that? Sorry.
It's team race now. So is that going to make you work better, or is it?
Yeah, it should be okay. Well, we got the 18th and the 27th, so we were the high flyers in the first round. So hopefully we'll be able to, yeah.
Remind us who you are. We didn't hear your name.
I'm Chris Huxtable, Southampton Sea.
Chris, we'll be keeping an eye out. Hopefully it goes well for you. You know, yeah, bump, yep, spud. Oh, there's a driver that looks professional. Oh, it is a professional driver. I was actually correct. Roberto, once you've slapped your seat in, I'll grab a word with you if that's all right. Roberto races as racing single seaters. I think he's recently been out in Southern Europe doing the GT Winter Series, racing some GT cars. We'll let him wedge that in there. There's no chance he's falling out of that one. Roberto, come have a chat. Now, Roberto and I raced each other in GB3, and now I'm interviewing you. So here we are. Roberto, give us a quick chat about what you've been doing, not when you're racing the BUKC, because you've been out in Europe.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was Portimao doing the GT4 Winter Series with Aston Martin. So yeah, we were testing a lot, just make sure to be ready for the championship. And yeah, and my free time I'm basically going to uni and coming here.
Yeah, the GT4 Winter Series is really good preparation for the BUKC, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I would say here the level is a bit higher, so it's a good preparation, but it's still I need to test a lot.
How did the race go for you this morning?
I mean, I'll be honest. I was slow. I'm not gonna say anything. I was slow. Basically, the last time that I run here was in 2018.
It's a bit different. You're a bit bigger. Karts are a bit different.
Yeah, but it was like 2018.
And have you got anyone from home watching today from Brazil?
Probably my father.
What's your dad's name?
Roberto as well.
Roberto Senior. Hello. Roberto Senior, if you are watching, drop a little message in the comments. And if anyone else is watching, see, where do we reckon Roberto's going to finish? Where do you think you're going to finish? Who are you racing with? Is this your teammate? Yeah. Who are you?
Nathan Morris.
Nathan Morris. Nathan, Roberto, I assume, is taking the start, seeing as he's got his kit on. When are you entering this race?
That's top secret stuff, though, isn't it?
Okay, I suppose you don't want to give away your game from 27th on the grid. Plans for the race? Like, is it going to be full send? Is it going to be play it by your time, come in strong at the end?
Mine is going to be full send.
Do you know anything else different?
I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen you do anything other than full send.
Exactly. I race against you, and you know how I am, so I'm probably going to send as well.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to that. Loughborough C, B, A. Oh, Loughborough A. I get confused because you've all swapped your teams around. And anyway, up the Loughborough. Loughborough Walks on Water. I was once a Loughborough student myself as well. Tom Fleming, let's have a word. We didn't grab you this morning because you ran away. Good race this morning, good pace. I mean, I guess we've discussed before, you're pretty handy around here. Team race this afternoon. What's the plan?
Well, we're starting 32nd pace, so it's not, the first couple laps isn't going to be hopeful. But as you very well know, these types of races are not won on the first lap, are they?
They very much are not, but they can very much be lost on the first lap.
Yeah, they can. Well, we're not sort of thinking about that. We're sort of, more positively than that.
I spoke to a dude earlier. It was really funny. Watching back on the stream, and he was like, "Yeah, well, it's not going very well today." It's nice to hear someone who's optimistic about things. And who's your teammate in this one? Who's racing? Who you racing with? What's your name? Come on in. Daniel,
Nice to meet you.
I'm sure we've met before, but it's okay. We've got about 1 minute, so can you tell us, give us a last-minute insight? No one's going to change what they're going to do now. When are you jumping in the car?
Pretty late on. We're going to try and have Tom have a longer stint because he had good...
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, he's the world champion, I mean.
But also, Tom, I've also seen you walking around in your Ferrari-branded jacket all day. You know, Tom, you don't have to wear it all the time. You can take it off when you go to bed.
I'm actually contractually obliged to wear the jacket. So.
No, you're not. I'm not having that. See, no, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. Anyway, one more interview. We've spoken to you. Who are you? Who are you driving for? What's going on?
Bristol A.
Bristol A. Bristol, you've not been having a bad day today, have you? It's been going okay.
It's all right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Hanging in there.
Hanging in there. I like the sound of it. Your starting must be what, about 15th, 20th?
Yeah, somewhere there.
Somewhere there. What's your outlook for the race?
You know, I'm going to try my best.
I see you've got the intercom on. Who are you chatting to in there?
Chatting to my buddy, Elliot.
Elliot. Is Elliot in next?
Elliot's in next. I can hear Elliot down here.
Right. Can he hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You want to say something?
Elliot. Drive fast, don't crash, and don't break JV's karts. What did he say?
Yeah, I'm on it, boss.
Okay, he's on it. Right. I think we're about ready to go. So, for the first endurance race this afternoon, we're going to head up to the comms box and see how this goes. It's going to be very interesting with those pit stops coming up.
Well, thank you very much, Piers. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. In case you haven't been with us so far today, it's the afternoon running now, round 2 here at PFI. And we're ready for some endurance racing, a bit of a switch up of things. Race is now going to be about an hour and a quarter in terms of the length. So, driver changes, fuel stops to think about. Let's have a look at the grid then for this race 1 of the Enduros. It is Leeds B, Manchester A on the front row, Liverpool C and Sheffield A on row 2. Row 3 is off with Brooks D and Brighton B. Moving on to the 4th row, it is Southampton A, Oxford Brooks B, row 5 UWE B and Exeter A. Row 6 Lancaster B and Coventry F. Row 7 is Swansea B and Sheffield C. Row 8 Birmingham A and Cardiff B. Row 9 Cardiff C and Liverpool A. Row 10, Edinburgh A, Liverpool B. Row 11, Bristol A and Warwick A. Row 12, Southampton C and Loughborough A. Row 13 is Lancaster A, Sheffield D. Row 14, UWE A and Brunel A. Row 15, Imperial A and Cardiff A. Final few rows then, it is Oxford Brooks A and Reading A on row 16. Row 17 is Coventry E and Imperial B. And then row 18, rounding out the field, it is Warwick B and Nottingham Trent A. So that's our grid then, that's our drivers who will be competing for it on lap 1. Not that they want to be doing that too hard, of course. It's a bit of a longer race. As Pierce was saying, it can't be won on lap 1, but it can certainly be lost here in these endurance-style events. The karts will be a little bit colder than what we had just a little while ago. Had about half an hour break in between our running for round 1 and round 2. Track still about the same, really. A little bit less sunshine than before, so maybe some slight changes there. So we're mostly optimal with a couple of patches, maybe not quite as good as they should have been, but likes of Coventry with a fantastic showing in round 1. We're hoping to continue that on into round 2 with a slight different change in format, as we say. 1.4 kilometres, 14 corners to negotiate here at PFI. As we begin forming up the grid, taking a couple of shortcuts here on the short loop to get the grid ready behind the pace kart now. See drivers weaving there, trying to get some temperature into the tyres, trying to get the kart a little bit more race ready. As we head now through the final part of the lap, the slightly more technical part of this circuit, which can catch you out in terms of track limits and ability to drive. Now, I've been joined in the commentary box, not by Andrew Mather for the time being, but by special guest commentator, Piers Pryor. Hello, Piers.
Hello. I just saw a headset and I thought, you know what? Andrew's clearly...
You're like a magnet, aren't you?
Andrew's clearly doing things far more important than commentating, so I'll fill in for him for very briefly. I think we're about to go green, I think.
We are indeed. It looks like it's been a relatively quick formation lap, and we are heading down those grid lines now, getting ready for the first race of this afternoon. Pedal to the metal, and we are away for the endurance events here at PFI. Great start from Manchester A, Sheffield A, and Leeds B. Someone off there down through the first corner as we head now on the long left-handed banked corner.
Very strong start from Manchester, going around the outside at turn 1 and taking the lead. Sheffield sticking in second place as well.
Actually, strong start for Manchester, but with a jump start.
Oh no, we did say it was a strong start, too strong.
As it turns out to be. I think it's 2 separate penalties there as well. Oh, big swapper on there. Is that? Not sure what went on there.
That's Alex Moody. We chatted to him earlier on one of the sprint races. He got it all crossed up with those tyres. Of course, no practice laps for these drivers in the start of the endurance races. Straight out after the karts have been sitting cold for a few minutes. So, yeah, those cold tyres and brakes catching one of the 2 of the drivers out into hairpin 1.
Yeah, big old lock up there as we head into the later part of the lap. So Manchester are currently leading on the road, but as we say, with that far too strong start, as it turns out, now running down onto the second lap of this race. Someone off there in the background dropping down the order there. Unfortunately, still, all is not over yet. We've got just under an hour to go in this race.
Yeah, a long way to go. As we spoke to a couple of the drivers on the grid, they acknowledged you can very much lose the race on lap 1, but you cannot win it. There's still a long way to go, and it's going to be interesting because basically for the first section of the race, we will have a proper race order as we see some jostling in the middle of the pack. We'll have race order. Whoa, big contact. Someone going well wide and up the bank on the driver's right. They're coming back down, so the banking on the grass helping them there. But I was just saying, we've got 2 pit stops for each of the teams in the race. So therefore, for the first section of the race, first 5-10 minutes, everything as the proper race order. Then it will get jumbled up for about the middle, 45 minutes, which then brings the whole race to a crescendo with about 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of strategy to think about. It's not only in terms of fueling and when you stop, but who you put in the car as well. Do you put an absolutely rapid driver who's good at that 1 lap pacing for about, say, 20 minutes, and then leave a more consistent, more perhaps steady driver for the latter part of the race? Plenty to play for in these enduro races.
Yeah. You can see there the drivers of number 9 Sheffield, Brighton and Leeds fighting for, I think that's 2nd, 3rd and 4th or 4th, 5th and 6th. Ami Jurger in the number 9 kart there in the red and white. One of our female drivers on the grid. It's great to see so many quick female drivers in 48. Brighton going for the lead into turn 1 after setting the fastest lap of the race. They've clearly got
still side by side.
Yeah, over the curb, nearly hitting the cone, but just about getting away with it. We'll see if any penalties or warnings come in for that.
Yeah, I think they chose to hit each other instead of hitting the cone, which penalty-wise you might get away with a little bit more. Let's see. Still very close indeed as we run down towards that first hairpin. Now in the background there's still plenty of battling. Sheffield A, Leeds B and Southampton A fighting it out as it looks like Leeds B is going to take a move down the inside here as we see Manchester strong on the defence, but actually it's Brighton winning out on the exit of the first hairpin. But it's going to be Manchester with the inside for the second hairpin.
Yeah, it looks like Leeds and also Southampton have made their way past the number 9 of Sheffield and the first and second hairpins respectively.
Still plenty of drivers funneling through those 2 hairpins there as we run now into the final part of the second lap.
Yeah, definitely a team to watch out for, as one of the teams we spoke to on the grid are apparently contractually obliged Ferrari jacket-wearing Thomas Fleming. Of course, he races in the Ferrari Challenge. I think it was Ferrari Challenge World Champion last year at Mugello, a very fast driver in karts and cars. But he's in the number, I can't remember off the top of my head. Where we are, we're Reading A. This is where we need Andrew's encyclopedic knowledge of the team numbers and names.
Pull it immediately.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that. But anyway, you'll see Tom Fleming in the blue, white and chrome helmet with the same suit colours. He's been very fast, won or nearly won the race from 26th or 30th from the grid this morning, and he's got a quick teammate, and apparently they're going to leave him out for a long stint in this one, so he'll be carving his way through the field.
Clearly they've decided that he's the man for the job, got the endurance while also having the pace, and certainly is some good pace on display already into the 111s even at this point. We don't have to worry so much about tyres in this racing, it's more so fuel and driver stamina as well, really, for our endurance events.
Yeah, very much so. These Dunlop tyres that the Club 100 karts run with actually generally come on the longer you drive them for, so we will expect to see the lap times drop as the race continues to go on, especially in these cool temperatures. It's still barely above about 5 or 6 degrees, I think, today, especially judging by the temperature of my hands, which you can attest to, Reece.
Yeah, I can, yeah. This is actually why you've come in here. Andrew's probably stuck somewhere outside in the freezing cold, locked out while you're nice and warmed up here in the commentary box. Manchester right there, fastest lap so far.
Birmingham A in the shot now with the white, yellow and blue suit as well. They're making their way through the field. I believe that is Benjamin Boris at the wheel of that Birmingham A kart. He's, of course, a very experienced BUKC racer. I've raced against him a number of times myself, and is coming through the field and is closely followed, actually, not by far off by...
Oh, big shunts there on the exit of the bridge there. That was the number 64 and number 5. It looks like number 5 has mechanical damage as a result of that at Oxford Brooks B. And the number 64 car of Coventry F involved, but was able to continue on.
Yeah, those drivers getting a bit caught up. That drop off the bridge is quite tricky, you know, because it's a blind entry corner. You've got a barrier in the way, and then it drops down aggressively. Apex. Oh, we've got a mechanical.
Yeah,
the
that's
number
that
5.
number 5 car.
Yeah, that was from the contact, did you say?
Yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, it looked like the car nearly went over it by the looks of things, so I wouldn't be surprised there.
Who is the number 5?
That is Oxford Brooks B, that is.
Oh, that is a terrible day for them. Of course, no drop scores in the endurances, so they'll have to keep that for today's race. So we will not be seeing Oxford Brooks B on the top step of the podium for the round this afternoon.
Such a shame. It's one of those things you've got to think about. Is it worth trying to defend that overtake here? As we're looking at an overtake at the moment, it's 22 on 61 here. That's Edinburgh A overtaking Liverpool C up the inside here, and we head now down towards the turn 3, turn 4 section of the track. Strong move from Edinburgh there.
Yeah, a lot of penalties and warnings coming in at the moment, though. They're literally trickling down almost as fast as you can read them, so I'm sure that...
Andrew's list is a...
Yeah, we are not making Andrew's list, but it's worth noting that here, look at this group here. The number 30 in the front of shot, that is Reading A. So they have managed to get past the Birmingham A cart and are already up to what that must be now, about 8th position from, was it 20-something on the grid where I spoke to them. So Tom having a very, very good race there. And we see Roberto Faria for Loughborough A going up the inside in a hairpin too, but not quite getting it done that time.
Liverpool driver just ahead there. Well done. Oh, another mechanical issue.
No,
that's a test cart.
That is. They're trying to retrieve that broken cart of Oxford Brooks B. I think they're going to push it back to the pits to hopefully get them a repair, so at least they can finish the race.
The radiator looks like it's hanging off.
Yeah, there's clearly some pretty hefty contact on the exit. You saw that, Reeve. I was looking at the timing screens at the time. Also, actually, worth noting as well, the cart behind Roberto Faria, the number 12, as we're just cutting away. It was the cart that spun into hairpin 1 on lap 1. It's actually there we go. That is Alex Moody, who has the spinner on lap 1, but is making a good recovery drive, actually nearly into the teens already.
Yeah, 2 Liverpool carts now running not side by side quite yet, but they're next to each other in terms of position. We've seen what happens when 2 Liverpool carts are near each other on track 1 race ago. So we're hoping, especially in this endurance race, that doesn't happen again. I paid a quick visit to that team, and as you can imagine, not
I
entirely
think
happy.
we may have had one of our first pit stops, Birmingham A.
Interesting.
Birmingham, well, either they've had a pit stop or an issue away from the cameras that we have seen. I reckon it's probably a pit stop. I'll keep an eye and see if they come out the pits shortly. But Ben Boros was inside the top 10. And he has been one of our first main pit stop drivers as far as I'm aware. So we'll keep an eye on those. I'll see if I can start making a note so that when Andrew doesn't reappear, he knows what's going on.
A couple of track limits warnings still pouring in. Following out the number 18 car there in the midst of battle. Number 10 currently leading that battle in the mid-pack. As we head now on to another lap. There's still very close battle going on at the front end of the field between Brighton B and Manchester A as we headed round the last lap. Let's see now on board though with that mid-pack battle still. Number 2 cart of Oxford Brooks A going up the inside of Southampton there. Nice clean move into the first corner. Cardiff B setting the fastest lap 1:11 flat. Nearest makes no difference there. So flying along currently in P10. Another penalty there. Coventry B. A takeoff ABC penalty.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them. I think Coventry F had a couple of penalties and warnings this race, so whoever's out for them has got the bit between their teeth and unfortunately pushing a little bit too hard out there at the moment, but they will potentially see those warning flags and heed the advice from race control to calm down.
Nice little switchback move there, heading into that first hairpin in that mid-pack battle, that aforementioned mid-pack battle, a little bit higher up the order now, looking at around P9, P10 as we see. Actually, no, it's 124 on 58 heading into the final part of the lap. Another penalty coming in for Cardiff B there. So only 10 minutes into this 1 hour race and we're starting to already see quite a few penalties, which hopefully we won't forget about in the commentary box and declare someone. We'll just say the result's provisional. We'll just go with the provisional.
Yeah, very much so. And it's also a track limit warning for one of my tips for the race, Reading A. They have a warning, so no penalty for them as of yet, but they won't be able to leave the track too many more times because it's still a totting up system. And even if you are the driver in first and you get, 3 or 4 warnings, and then the driver who comes in after you goes off once, that will be then the penalty for the team, regardless of which driver in your team has done it. So it's for the team in this afternoon. So you have to actually, you have to behave for not only yourself but for your teammate.
Yeah, exactly. It's a team effort here. As we see number 32, Liverpool A there. Oh, that is another pit stop there for Reading A, I think that was. No, it wasn't. That was Cardiff B potentially in the pits.
Okay. Cardiff B in the pits.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Not quite sure there. Didn't see the front of the car in time, unfortunately.
Let's have a keep an eye on Cardiff B and see if they drop down.
No, Cardiff B still out on track.
Okay, so that was not Cardiff B. Cardiff B also actually
also in red though, so I was half right.
Yeah, they've actually just set the fastest lap of the race, Cardiff B, a 1:10.7. But that goes to show how much the karts have slowed down with being sitting stationary for about half an hour over the lunch break, and the tyres are still coming into their best operating window. We saw did we see a 109 this morning?
We did. 109.882 if my memory serves me correctly. It was just about creeping in there. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get that again in the afternoon.
Race is just settling down a little bit as all the drivers are finding their own relative positions, as we see a little bit of a battle between the number 61 and the number 15. Number 15 Warwick A, 61 Liverpool C, so they're still battling it out for the the low teams.
Brooks D running in P6 with a track limits ×3 penalty, unfortunately. So they've used up all their opportunities now to maybe push it as much as possible over some of the curves, and now they are very much being punished for it.
Punished indeed. Again, it's a long race, so you need a slightly different outlook for the endurance, don't you, Reeve? You know, the sprints are 25 minutes, which is a long sprint race in the terms of karting, but it is still very much a sprint. Whereas this, the difference is a whole nother race plus 10 minutes effectively this afternoon.
Indeed, Exeter A, strong move into the first corner there, up in P5 at the moment. Cardiff B with a 1:10.1 by quite some margin, fastest driver out on track at the moment.
Let's have a look at some of the comments coming in. Someone just saying Manchester A in their natural position. Well, they are currently leading the race. They on track, but of course they did jump the start, so they will not be finishing in first position, or very unlikely to be finishing in first position.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Brighton B is currently actually net lead at this point in time. As we see, it is side by side between number 9.
Sheffield A, that was one of the drivers who was right up at the front of the field at the start of the race, so that could be for a net position after the pit stops, as we just caught a glimpse also of Birmingham A, the number 11, Ben Boros, soldiering on. He's found himself some clean air, and sometimes finding clean air or pitting into clean air can be a good tactic for the drivers. If you pit and then drop into a group of slower drivers and you have to make your way through, you can lose half a second. Around here, maybe even 2 seconds a lap if you're not in clear air. Whereas if you can pit into a gap where you've got some time to just basically smash in, your fastest lap after fastest lap, 10th after 10th, without any disruption, then come the end of that pit stop cycle, you can be very much so in the fight, or at least higher up than you would have been elsewhere. So this is the interesting part of the race now, where some drivers have pitted, some drivers haven't, and we now cut back to one of our favourites for the race. That is it's Alex Moody. That is the driver that spun on the first lap, pushing along Thomas Fleming for Reading A. And let's have a look at their lap time, shall we? Reading A, last lap time, 1:10.9.
So it seems to be that kind of upper midfield. It seems to be the quickest kind of pack of karts at the moment. The front runners, rather interestingly, in the 1:11s.
Yeah, whereas the fast lap of the race, a 1:10.1 for Cardiff B. So they've clearly got a quick kart and driver combination out there at the moment.
Yeah, there's only 3 seconds separating those two packs of karts, so it'll be interesting to see if maybe you've got a potentially slower driver in the lead at the moment. Do you dive into the pit to get your quick driver in? If that is the case, then you're in a really good position later on into the race, or you just have to battle out for it on track. And the good thing is you'll, of course, be guided by your team as to what to do, because your team will be following along on the timing system. They'll be potentially watching the stream as well.
Of course they'll be watching the stream.
Of course, yeah, everyone should be watching the stream.
If you're not watching the stream, tune in now.
Yeah, really helpful advice. I'm sure, it'll reach the right audience. Then you'll either get advice down the pit wall, or, as we've seen with a couple of drivers, even a fancy intercom system.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That was quite insane, actually. I was chatting. I don't think I've ever chatted to someone through an intercom system that wasn't attached to my helmet. So hopefully they enjoyed being interviewed without us being able to hear them. But regardless, the racing is still going on, and actually the formation flying that we were seeing a minute ago from Reading A and the team behind them, Alex Moody, means that they're probably pushing on quite nicely and are going to be making time on their respective rivals. I think actually in different races, those two karts, I think Reading potentially, not Reading, the other team have pitted.
Top three separated now only by 0.7 of a second as we crossed the line for the next lap. So getting very close here. We're going to say goodbye to the absolutely talented Piers Pryor, man of all abilities, clearly, for whether it be interviewing or commentating. Hello, Andrew.
Oh, he's warmed the ears up. Yes, he's good. He's man of
not
many
like his
talents.
not like his cold hands, then.
No. You're going to have to update me on this race. How are we getting on?
Well, it was a slightly scruffy start for an Enduro. A few penalties creeping in, a few changes for position, but currently top three separated by less than a second last time we crossed the timing line. So plenty of interesting battles going on throughout the pack.
Absolutely. So these races, we'll be in the middle of the first pit stop phase at the moment. Good to catch up with some of the drivers. Wasn't just wandering around the paddock, trust me, mate. About how they felt about this this morning. I think people are generally quite pleased with how those sessions have gone this morning. Change for second place out there confirmed. Southampton A coming up the order. And a quick chat with Coventry A, which you'll be able to see on the social media. I think even they were surprised by the 3 wins this morning. They were feeling good going into this event, but that has exceeded their expectations. There's a yellow flag up at the top of the hill. Now, we can't see it out of our window.
I lean, but
if
I
you
fear
lean
I
very
may.
far. Careful of yourself.
I may take the stream down.
Yes. I wonder, I think there may be a cart at the top of the hill that has come to a stop. I will do some timing screen investigative journalism on that one. Oxford Books B are showing us 9 laps down for some reason. Now, we did it for that long. Imperial B have just fallen 6 places. Bristol A have just fallen 16 as well, but that could easily be a pit stop. Drivers in these pit stops will possibly be changing drive. Have we talked too much about format and different approaches of teams?
Yeah, we've seen a couple of people have already pitted. They've gone in early for their strategy calls, and how much it can differ, and the different reasons as to why you would want to pit early on. Whether that be you're going to have a driver with potentially a little bit better stamina going in for the rest of the race. Maybe you've already had your hot driver, your fast driver who likes to set those quali laps in early on and get a clean, strong start. So all to play for in these endurance races. A little bit more nuance, perhaps, than the sprints, but we like sprints as well, of course, for that wall-to-wall action.
Here's the number 30 coming down the hill. This is Lancaster A, winners in the Clubman category earlier on this morning. Did very nicely. Battle for the lead going on, and that is a change for the lead. Josh Adams already has 1 sprints win to his name this morning. That's him going past, I think, Michael Grieve in for Manchester at the moment. Through and into the lead of the race. And there's the point from Adams to say, let's work together, let's get away, because Brighton B aren't too far behind there in 3rd place, having another strong run. I've apologised to Alex Mitchell, because I think we cursed him this morning.
Probably.
Again. I said to him, it's like, you've got your cursing for the season out of the way now, Alex. It's all good.
Yeah.
We never hit anyone
We've got
twice.
a spin at the second hairpin.
We are indeed.
Not in the most comfortable position. He is able to get on the way. There was enough of a gap there.
40, Bristol A, and spinner down at hairpin number 1 as well. Number 64 has gone for a turnaround there. So a couple of Clubman carts with the red number boards. And it is still tricky out there, particularly if you get a little bit of moisture. There's been a lot of rain here in Lincolnshire over the last few days, so the grass is moist. The grass is holding a lot of water. If you just go a little bit too wide.
We had a slightly scrappy race 6, didn't we, in the morning? So
we were talking about you know, you only have to put one wheel on, and it's not necessarily at the point where you pick up a little bit of moisture on the tyres. It's when you get to the next corner. It's when you get to the next braking point. That's when it all goes wrong.
Yeah, as we saw at the start of this race, big lockup on lap 1, of course. Heading now over the bridge there as we follow on with the camera. Fastest lap. Still with Cardiff B, of course, a couple of penalties to their name in this race. Cardiff A up into 7th as they cross the line. We're on board at the moment with this battle for the lead, and we're seeing Manchester A down the inside into that first hairpin. Who's going to get the better run now down towards the second hairpin? It looks like it's still going to be Manchester A able to defend for the time being. Very much that battle between Manchester A and Southampton A focused on. We are there now, running down towards the more technical part of the lap. A bit of a switchback from the number 72 of Lancaster B there. Penalty coming in for Imperial A, fuel cap penalty. Now, of course, we won't see that in the morning in the sprint races, but in the Enduros, you've got a bit of fuel strategy to manage. Your pit crew needs to be on the ball.
Well, it's the driver more than anything.
Yeah,
the driver getting in or staying in has the responsibility of tightening that fuel cap. And what the officials here don't want the drivers doing is trying to, because it's not. It sounds easy. It's just putting a fuel cap on. No, sometimes you can easily get it cross-threaded. There's all sorts that you can do. What they've put in here, especially here at PFI, because you do come out, you have that little chicane out of pit lane and you're straight onto the racing line. They don't want drivers wobbling out of pit lane with a fuel cap half open, looking down, going, oh, have I got it on, and drifting out into the middle of the circuit. So they have got people down there watching to see, is that fuel cap on, secure, before the cart leaves the pit lane? If it's not, the team isn't doing the pit stop safely more than anything, and that's why we're seeing penalties for that grievance, shall we say.
Still less than half a second between Manchester A and Southampton A as we've got someone out of the cart there. Is that a...
Ooh, now that looks like Alex Moody, and that's Alex Moody a long way off the circuit. Now this is what we're talking about with it being so wet offline. Not only is it difficult to drive on, it's very difficult to recover a kart from as well. That looked to be up at the top of the circuit.
There was a yellow
around the bridge
a little while ago. Well, say a little while ago, about a few seconds ago.
But that is going to be one of the Cardiffs, if I'm not mistaken, falling down the order. So I've got the teams mixed up.
That's a bit of a disaster because we're no longer at that point in the race where, you know, 52 minutes ago or whatever, where you can kind of think of it as like 2 sprint races together and sort of forget about anything that might have gone wrong in the early couple of laps. Now with about 35 minutes to go, it's becoming a little bit more cut and dry. Your strategy needs to have been solid, potentially even done at this point for a few teams. And you just need to focus on bringing it home with the nose clean. So if anything goes wrong at this point, it will be a bit disastrous, as we're seeing the battle involving Exeter A. Running down now into that second hairpin, trying to catch up to Leeds B, very much under pressure from Oxford Brooks. Oh no, not under pressure from Oxford Brooks either, but that was a lapped kart. So traffic management, as it was a feature at the end of the sprint races, also a much more prominent feature here in the endurance races, where much longer running and teams on completely different strategies, pitting at completely different times, be all over the place in terms of their current lap and where they are on track. So traffic management, another key element to nail in the endurance races.
Coming out the pits there, the number 13, that's Reading A, so they're going to re-emerge in 7th place. One of the lovely things here at PFI is the timing beam is right after pit exit, so you know immediately. You don't have to wait for a whole lap for them to go round. So that's good work by Reading A to have that first phase, that first pit stop done, and know that they're running there comfortably in the top 10. Good turnaround as well. We talk about the pit-affected lap times. Well, for Reading, that was 1 minute 41. If you're anything, let's say, below a 1:43, that's pretty good. Alex Moody has got going again, by the way, and it was, yes, Cardiff B that Alex is in for. They have the fastest lap of the race,
Got a couple of penalties as well.
They've
and
had a
now
few
that off.
penalties, and that last lap, because of the long recovery, was 2 minutes 38 seconds for Cardiff B. They've now had a track limits, but that's it, adding insult to injury for Alex Moody now that he's got a track limits penalty because he's been out in the in the bog. That's not me speaking ill of PFI. It's a wonderful circuit, but there's just been so much rain the last few days, and very difficult to get purchase on when you're trying to push one of the carts, out of the grassy areas. Track limit warning for Sheffield A.
As we say as well, no drop scores for the Enduros, so
no,
this result will stand and it will stay on their record, unfortunately.
He's just pointed to us again that the track limits for Cardiff B. Not good news at all for them. This is the 72 and the 61 on your screens. So that's a change. That's for 15th place, Lancaster B going past Liverpool C. And great for Lancaster to have two teams in the mains this year. It's the first time they've achieved that. One of the newer teams in this championship, giving it a real good go this year. Coming up to the end of the first pit window as University of West England Bristol A. Curb warning M. Now I'm going to imagine that that's an M for monster. Monster curb. There's a couple big ones round here, particularly going in towards the Fullerton S's, for example. The first initial entry is a fairly hefty one that will have a cone behind them, but it's still the case of drivers don't even think about it. Do not go near them because the biggest of them all, for example, Wilton Mill, the final corner.
The final, yeah.
The rule is that, yes, it's not, okay, you've got up until the cone. It's the cone is there to make it blindingly obvious that there is a small wall on the circuit.
To quote JV, don't even think about it.
So, yeah, don't even think about it. If you clip it, that's going to be... And in fact, everyone from the rest of England is doing it now because UEB have just done exactly the same. There's your race leader, Manchester A. Southampton A have dropped. Now, what have we missed there? Have we missed a pit stop? Yes, we have. So that's all right. So Southampton A have pitted. Manchester A, I presume, have pitted as well because there's no... Yes, right. So this is what we're talking about with the pit stops, that both of our front runners have pitted. All of our front runners, because Brighton B have pitted as well, and all of us on Southampton A are 4 seconds behind. That's all in the pits. They did a 1 minute 39 pit affected lap time. The others did a 1 minute 35. So I'm going to change what I said earlier about a good pit stop being 1:43, 1:42. Let's bring that down to about a 1:37.
Brings it around about 25 seconds. How long you need to be in there.
That's great work from Manchester, and this is to the point that we've made before. If you want to win this championship, you've got to be good at endurances. You have to be good at endurances because the statistical odds mean at some point in a sprint round, you're going to have a bad one. You're going to have like Brooks A had earlier today, like Loughborough A had, and Cardiff A had this morning. You're going to have one of those out of the 6 that we have. You can't rely and think, wow, we'll have the 2 endurances as you drop. So you've got to be on it in this race format if you're going to be lifting the trophy at the end of the season.
Manchester 8 building that lead ever so slightly now standing at about 1.3 seconds. They've done a really impressive job actually. Past half an hour, thereabouts have been pretty much attached to each other. Some very consistent running there. Cone penalty coming in for Oxford Brooks D, running in P6 on the road at the moment. That's a shame for them as we enter now in just a few seconds time the second half of this endurance race. So now, if they haven't already, the final few teams will be thinking about making sure they've got their pit stops done and dusted. Get those final drives in for one last push, which if they haven't yet pitted, they may be deciding to treat it as a bit of a sprint race almost. Maybe just be that kind of final 25 minutes. Try and gain as many positions as possible towards the end of the race. Following on for this battle in the mid-pack at the moment, involving the number 61, Liverpool C, Oxford Brooks A, and Nottingham Trent A as well. Cardiff B, all the way down, of course, having all those issues before. Fastest lap, so great shame for them. 1 minute 10.1, their fastest lap at the moment. So still not quite as quick as what we've seen in terms of absolute pace in the morning, but there or thereabouts, especially given that we're in endurance.
Interesting to see that Southampton A. Good to see if we can check on the number 3 and see if they've changed driver or kept Josh Adams in. All teams have to do at least 2 pit stops and 1 driver change at one point, but they don't have to do a driver change at both pit stops, if you follow my drift there. So have they kept Josh Adams in, or have they elected to do the ABA, the burger strategy, sometimes it's called. Either way, pace is good. Closing that gap now, or it's just gone back out to 4 seconds. But this is the problem now probably for Southampton, that if their pit stops are a little bit weaker, and I think they have kept Josh Adams in. Yes, I can just see him out the window now. You may have the pace on the track to get through and into the lead, but based on what we saw in that first round of pit stops, they've got to catch the 4 seconds up that they lost in the pit stops, and then get another 4 seconds up the road.
It's a tall order.
It's a very tall order.
Even with 25 minutes to go, which, as I say, is basically a sprint race distance. It's still 8 seconds of consistent, solid running with having to deal with traffic management and maybe carts catching up behind, or carts on a really fast push towards the end. It is a tall order in an enduro. A couple of penalties coming in there for Cardiff B and Cardiff A, both for track limits. They actually mirrored each other doing that in the morning as well. So drivers trying to push as much as possible over some of those track limits, and unfortunately the stewards catching them out as they do so. Manchester A actually really pushing on quite well now. 2.7 second gap, but about half a second, maybe 6 tenths of a second quicker over the past couple of laps, and have built up a not entirely comfortable yet, but at least safe margin.
There's the number 7 of Cardiff A with the 13 of Reading A for Company. They've swapped positions there. Here's the 22 and the 11, Edinburgh A and Birmingham A. Fraser Brunton in for Cardiff at the moment, looking to bounce back after disappointments this morning. Super Me asks, update on any team still totally clean gunning for that free enduro? Very good question. At the halfway point, I had 5, and I should stress this is very unofficial. What you can probably take from this is that I haven't been seeing them regularly come up on the screen. They may have had an odd one here and there, but these 5 have definitely been running cleaner than the rest. Brighton B, Brunel A, Coventry A, Swansea A and Swansea B. However, Alex Mitchell assures me from the Brighton B team that they've had at least 2. So I'm going to take his word for it, rule them out. And I'm going to check. Well, Brunel A aren't in this race. Have we got some Swansea love in this race? I'm just looking through the order.
That's another penalty for Cardiff A. Track limits this late on, not ideal.
Dear, oh dear, very unlike Fraser. There's Seb Algieri in Brunel A. Sterling effort being put in by Seb today. If you're just joining us and didn't hear about the news earlier, popped his shoulder out on BPEC duty a couple of weeks ago, and is still nursing the effects of that. He's race fit, but probably not 100% race fit. But he's a He's a fighter, is Seb. He'll carry on. Pace is pretty decent at the moment. 1 minute 17, making his way through the order. That's Algieri past Imperial A for 24th place. And much to Sam Dimolow's disappointment, he is not spinning off the circuit at the moment. Imperial A going to fight back here, down the inside into hairpin number 1. Algieri will go wide, go for the switch back. Gets alongside again for hairpin number 2. Classic PFI at the moment. Here comes the race leader for good measure as well, down the inside. And I think Manchester A made it through there. Yes, they did. Lovely stuff. That's what we're talking about, aren't we, Reeve, with the traffic management?
Yeah, it really comes into play now when we've got actually quite a few people still on the lead lap, given it is an Enduro. Quite a few also about a lap down, obviously pits to take into effect there. We're going to feel for the Brooks B squad. They're about 8 laps down, given the issues they had early on, but are currently lapping in the 109s and the only team to be doing so at this moment in time. So clearly got the pace, just unfortunately this endurance race, for whatever reason, just hasn't come together for them. So we wish them the best of luck going later on into the afternoon. Brighton B now actually starting to have Manchester A disappear away from them a little bit, and now the battle looks to be more centred on a battle for P2 between Brighton B and Southampton A. About 0.4 of a second separating them. Southampton A around about 0.2, maybe 1/10 of a second faster at this moment in time. So very much putting that pressure on with that amount of margin. You think how quick 0.4 of a second actually is. It's not too much time or distance at all. The pressure will be certainly on now in that Brighton B car. They're doing a very good job, of course, battling early on in the race for the lead, scrapping for the lead, and stayed out in P2 and are now fighting with Southampton A. A couple more track limit warning coming in for Oxford Brooks A, Edinburgh A, Liverpool B as well. On board there with Manchester A. That's car 54, that is a lapped car. There's Southampton A alongside number 48 of Brighton B. Actually gets ahead, squeezes past as they cross the line, and now heading into the first corner is Southampton A up into 3rd position, but I'm sure this battle will continue on to this lap. Actually, Brighton B, no, correct me there, Brighton B appears to be in the pits, I think.
Yes, we are in the second phase, the second pit stop phase now. Like that from Brighton B. When you're in good track position, get the pit stop done nice and early. So last time around when they came in, they did a 134.2. That time around a 142.7. Now that suggests to me that that was a driver change. You would expect a little bit extra time when there's a driver change.
Got to deal with lead
involved. Well, lead, but also just drivers at the start of the season jumping in race conditions. It's we've done enough studying of it in TDM HQ over the years. It's the half second to get your left foot in. It's your half second to get you. It's all those little bits, and it can add up to quite a few seconds. Versus the teams who really know how to do this. And if you want to see those. Check out the Club 100 Endurance Championship, which I should mention, excuse me, that there are spaces for. I was having a little bit of a chat with JV earlier about looking forward to the juniors, the cadets, the seniors, the main Club 100 racing season. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support. The numbers of entries this year as the number 2 of Oxford Brooks A, trying to find a way past the back market there. There's one word for it. It's been staggering. It's absolutely staggering. The juniors in particular, some events where the reserve list is as long as the full and complete entry list. The lightweight sprints in particular, again, has been very popular this year as drivers are stepping up. There is a bit of space in the endurance. So if you're at this stage in February thinking, oh, I'd really love to be on a grid this year in Club 100, contact the office.
Try and get no penalties first.
Try and get no penalties first if you're one of these teams out here. But it's just for BUKC people. This is for anybody, this message. Get in contact with the office. Say, hello, my name is Jeff, and I would like to do some endurance racing because there are spots available, and the office can help you find some people who may be in the similar position of wanting to get on the grid but needing a bit of help to get a team together. I can say from myself and Howard, having done the DDMM team for a good few years, we don't anymore. I'm doing this thing full time, and he's got young 18-month-old babies to take care of. 2 drivers, 3 drivers, 4 drivers. You know, they're all good sized teams for doing the endurance, and it's a great championship to be a part of. And it's probably the most cost-effective way outside of BUKC to do Club 100 racing. So if that sounds like of interest to yourself, contact the office. All the details are on the website, www.club100.co.uk. Spaces are available for the new season, which starts in 3 weekends' time. No, 2 weekends' time.
Just know for a fact now that we are going to get some people emailing the office saying, hello, my name is Jeff.
Hello, my name is Jeff. I would like to do some endurance racing. Brighton, where did they come back out? I've messed
Brighton
up
beat
time
in
screen
P9.
again. Yes. Oh, round there. And that's the number 89 going off in quite spectacular fashion. That's UEB. I didn't quite catch. I didn't quite catch which kart was involved there. It was another black-suited driver with a black helmet, but we'll try and track that in due course. That was quite a spectacular one. 18 minutes to go in this one. So Manchester A still waiting on their pit stop. Southampton A have pitted for the second time. Wow, okay, so they've sorted that out. Southampton A have gone in, come out, and it was a 1:30 for their pit-affected lap time.
Brilliant stop.
So they've clearly had a little bit of a think about that over what happened in the first one, and they've corrected it.
A little bit of contact into the first hairpin there. No upset from that, though. Heading into the second one this time around, still side by side. Contact warning coming in there for Cardiff A. Yeah, as we say, the Southampton mate in a very good position after that.
Wow, it was the number 5. It was the number 5 involved in that incident. Which is Oxford Brooks B.
Not been a good first endurance race for Brooks B.
Yeah. Space on the inside for me, just having a little bit of a look back on it through the means of the stream, just running it back a bit. Oh dear. 17.5 minutes to go then. Swansea B, track limit warning. That's another one gone off the list. As I say, they've been pretty good because I've not been seeing them regularly on the screen, but that brings it down to Brunel A, Cov A, and Swansea A. Well, this really has put that Southampton pit stop very quick. I think one of the quickest pit stops we've seen today, assuming that it was a pit stop, of course, and they've not had a moment seen off that we've not seen on camera. That's really put the pressure now on Manchester A, who are pretty good at their pit stops, but they've got to have a lightning quick one now. They do have to serve one to retain the lead of this race. Remember, 1:35 was their last pit stop. Lap times that they're doing at the moment around the 1:10s, the 1:11s. You do the maths there, that's a 25-second hold. And they are now in, and I think Southampton have taken the lead. Yes, they have. Manchester have done their pit stoppers. Off there goes the number 22 for a spin into the Fullerton S's. That's Edinburgh A. Yep. Lead change in the pit stops. Southampton A, brilliant work. They've responded. They did a lap, they did a pit stop 9 seconds quicker than their first, and they've emerged with 16 minutes remaining in this first endurance of the race, in the lead over Liverpool A by 0.2 seconds, but more crucially over Manchester by 2.9.
Yeah, that earlier phase of the race when they were pushing on and getting to
the but just as we say, that curse of the commentator, penalty, track limits, Southampton A. And suddenly, the swingometer goes back to the north, and the Manchester A team will now just be looking to get through the rest of this race. But as Tom Dent reminds, no, Manchester A have a penalty as well. So
Cardiff A have a penalty as well.
Cardiff A have a penalty as well. Is this going to be one of those endurances which nobody wants to win?
It could be falling that way. I think a slightly scrappy start as has potentially reared its ugly head this late on in the race.
Liverpool,
50 minutes to go.
Liverpool, I think, are pitting now. Apologies,
Yeah,
mate,
they've still got a pit stop to do.
Wow. Brighton B could be on for the win here. My oh my, that would be a really good result for those guys, and well deserved. Excuse me one moment whilst I go through a track. Which teams have got a penalty in this race and which ones don't? So as we say, Southampton A, we know, have a penalty. Cardiff have multiple penalties. They will be kicking themselves now that has occurred. Penalty for Sheffield D now as well.
Goes to show these endurance races really are a race of attrition. Contact there into the first corner. That looks to be someone who was making some contact with Johnny Pinder there in the number 18 car. That was a number 87 by the looks of things. Apparently worn it for UWEB there, number 89 car. We're on board with that car now, running down towards that first hairpin. Looks like we've got a bit of a three-way battle forming up here. Cards on different laps by the looks of things. That is the Liverpool A side-by-side with Brighton B, that is actually. Brighton B currently running in P4, and we believe no penalties to their name. So in the midst of battle at the moment with the number 32 of Liverpool A, heading now towards the end of the lap in just a moment's time. Liverpool out in front from Brighton.
Brighton B are on to win this race. They are the first team on the track in the standings to not have a penalty. Some people like this system, some people don't. I think in some ways, when it's an absolutely dominant race win by 40 seconds up the road by a team and they get a one-place penalty, I think it can be a bit harsh. But if you do say one thing, and this has been one of those closer endurance races. If you want to win it, you've got to race clean, and that is a big plus for me with the way this system works in the BUKC Enduros. If you want to take 60 points from a race, you have to be penalty free, and it puts the focus on clean racing. And for Southampton A, Manchester A and Cardiff A, reminder, Manchester A was right at the start.
Pitted twice.
Okay, so Cardiff, so that's key. So Liverpool A have done their pit stop now and come out 0.195 seconds ahead of the number 48. So it's the 32 and the 48. That is the effective fight for the race lead. Where are they out on track?
Just seen him pick up a track limit warning, so doesn't want to do that too often, otherwise he'll find himself with a penalty. Liverpool have been in his position this morning.
Southampton A just coming down the back straight now. I think that's the number 22. There we are. So this is your race for the win. It's fourth on the road at the moment, but first, second, and third all have penalties of various descriptions. Both these teams have pitted twice. This is not an endurance race anymore, Eve Taylor. This is an 11-minute sprint to the end.
Absolutely, and for a Liverpool team that haven't had the most good fortune this morning, they'll be really hoping for this one. But Brighton B have looked so strong all race.
And it's Alex Mitchell in for Brighton B, who had terrible luck in his sprint race. Was looking to win that one to take the honours in the clubman category. Well, now he's got the opportunity to win an endurance race overall and take the lead in the round out of everybody, not just the clubman teams. He's got to get on terms with the number 32 of Liverpool A and find a way through. And hang on a minute. They're going to be joined here by the number 13. Very experienced driver round here at PF International. Brilliant driver in British karting, has gone on to already bigger and better things in Ferrari challenge racing, where he won the championship last year, Thomas Fleming is doing 1 minute 10.5s. He is half a second quicker than Liverpool A and 8/10 of a second quicker than the 48 of Brighton B. We've got a three-way scrap here. 4th, 5th, 6th on the road. They probably don't even know it, that they are racing for the 60 points in this race.
No, I've just had to tell them. I've just been on comms. It's Thomas Eichen in that car, currently fighting for the Liverpool A squad.
Fleming, whom just missed out on a race victory in his sprint race this morning. One extra lap and he probably would have found a way past Josh Adams. Now, 9 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Can he find it? He's got time. He's got time to do this. There is Alex Mitchell directly ahead. This is for second place in the race once penalties are applied. They've got one of the Lancaster carts, I think it is. Yes, it's Lancaster A, who won the sprint round this morning. Down the inside goes Mitchell, trying to find his way through. They will at least know that this is for position. They do know. Down the inside goes Fleming on Mitchell, takes 5th place on the road. 2nd place once penalties are applied. Fleming now gives the gesture to Mitchell to say, let's work together because we've got to catch up to the Liverpool A driver in front.
Who's breaking away after all the battling for is effectively P2 on the road. Sorry, P2 after penalties.
Yeah. Track limit penalty for Swansea B. Shouldn't forget as well that there is still a fight at the front between Manchester A and Cardiff A. They've both got, I think, equal penalties, so still things to be decided there. And Cardiff A have just taken that position on the road. So not good news for Manchester in that regard. To remember, the penalties are always applied from the back first. This is why a race winner in this format is always the first team that hasn't got a penalty, because how it would apply now is we go through all the penalties proceeding before Brighton B in 6th place. We'd have that top 6 of Southampton, Cardiff, Manchester, Liverpool, Reading, Brighton. Manchester's penalty would be applied first, so that would hop Liverpool up to 3rd. Then Cardiff's penalty would be applied. That would hop Liverpool up to 2nd. And then Southampton's penalty would be applied. That would give Liverpool the race win. Curb warning for Imperial B. Contact warning for their A team as well. Ace underscore JV's wager is down to Cobb A and Swansea A, I think. I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah, Bruno could well have picked one up here or there. Not.
Yeah.
See that Tom Eichen looking over his shoulder now. He sees that Reading A cart, number 13, hunting him down. That gap has closed up on this lap. Now just 7/10 of a second as we start what will be one of the final few laps of this endurance race.
Let's have a look at those lap times then. 1 minute 10.0 for Liverpool. Well, we don't need to. We do not need to look at the lap times because Fleming has found his way through the traffic and is now closing in on Eichen as there's a spinner behind Brighton B there, which I think was the 89 of UEB.
Yeah, this battle is now very much on for this race league. Once again, actually, of course, we had it a few laps ago. And now scrap continues with just a few laps remaining.
Tom Fleming, who you can tell by the race suit, has raced for Dan Holland Racing. Last time we saw Dan Holland race suits around this circuit was the culmination of the British Championships last year here on Alpha Live. High level of success for that team. One of their own here in the BUKC is driving Reading A towards winning position. At the moment, they would also be in the range of picking up the spoils of any penalties as UEA receive a black flag. Oh, and I think Liverpool know now that Reading A are cruising in. 5 minutes to go. I think for the pace that Reading A have got at the moment, this is all about just picking the moment. It's one of the great things of this PFI circuit. Quite a few opportunities to overtake here. Conventional ones such as those hairpins, but also ones that perhaps aren't as unconventional. Very wide track here. Oh my, what a bad minute or so for University of West of England.
Yes.
Now their B team has received a black flag as well.
Here we are though through the more technical part of the lap. These two cars pretty much attached now as we get ready to start another lap here onto that start-finish straight now then. Who's going to get the better run? Well, a little bit too far back for Reading A at this point in time. Maybe some time to be found running through turn 1 and into the slight braking zone into the left-handed banked corner. Flat out here, of course.
Fleming trying to... He's not going to find a way through there. There's not enough delta speed to get up alongside us to go over the Lichfield Bridge. This will be a good opportunity, though. Good run for both of them, but particularly for the following carts there in the number 13 of Reading A, cutting to the inside. This is for 4th place on the road, but for the lead of the race, Fleming's got a little bit deep there and doesn't get the move, doesn't make the move stick.
No, nice switch back there by Tom in the 32 kart. Second hairpin to go, though. We headed through it, and pretty even Stevens in terms of pace through that second hairpin. Now that technical part of the lap comes straight back towards us.
Into the Mike Wilson complex they go then. That's a repeat showing of the black flag for 1-2-4.
65 kilometres of this lap completed, or of this race, sorry, completed already.
This has been a probably good one. This is why I like the endurance. To the inside, Fleming going for the lead of the race, side by side. I think he's got to give that one up. That one's not quite going to work this time. Eichen will have the inside line going up the hill now. Fleming looks for the switchback as they go onto the Lichfield Bridge, and he's through. He's through into 4th place on the road, and now is in the key position to pick up all the benefits from the top 3 who have all got at least 1 place in penalties. Eichen coming back to the outside, looking for the switchback, has a bit of a slide mid-corner.
Loses out on the pace on the exit there. It was a strong defence at the first phase of the turn 3, turn 4 complex, but unfortunately the track's widened so much, there's not too much you can do really if someone's got a little bit more momentum in their car.
I think that's the right call. Contact warning 13 Reading A, that'll have been for down into turn 1. An overtake wasn't made through turn 1, so it's not an ABC. And you've got to say, Eichen hasn't given this one up. He's not being dropped by Fleming at the moment.
Plenty of open wheel and some GT experience in his roster for Tom Eichen. Certainly knows what he's doing, and he's going to fight for it now in the final few minutes of this race. Heading through the first corner once again. Here's where it went wrong for him last time around. Can he make up for it? Still a little bit too far back to make anything stick just yet. Has the inside? No, he doesn't. He's still behind, actually, as we run now for the next opportunity down into that first hairpin of the lap. He's going to have a look down the inside here. They are near enough side by side. He has the inside, but will he go too deep into the corner? We've seen it done in the past. Doesn't go too deep, but just loses out on exit in terms of pace. The switchback very strong into that first hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 minute 20 to go, so they will, they'll see the last lap board next time around through the Fullerton Essers. Nice dry track for competitors out there now into the Mike Wilson complex. It's going to be hard for Eichen to make a move through this part of the course, but they've got 1 more lap to go. I feel like it's going to be hairpin 1 where this race is going to be decided on this occasion. I think they'll stay away from the UE carts just ahead there, the number 89, UEB. 40 seconds on the clock, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 45 seconds we've been racing here at PF International. The BUKC has delivered another very close race. Down the back straight they go then towards hairpin number 1. We can see out the window that Fleming's cutting to the inside, defending on Eichen there. He's just got to get it on the apex and power off the corner. That's some very clever driving there from Thomas Fleming. He's going to hold the left-hand side, not allow an opportunity for Viking get down the inside. That was expertly done from the Reading A man. Out of hairpin 2. Those are the best opportunities to overtake, but not the final opportunities to overtake. Through the Fullerton S's for the final time. Who's going to benefit? Who's going to take the 60 points? Virtue of Southampton, Cardiff and Manchester all having penalties here. Through go Reading A. Actually, no, we're going to go round again. Apologies. No, we will go round again because the last lap board isn't shown to these drivers. It's shown to Southampton A. So we're going to go round again. Now the last lap board is out. Now they know it's on. Apologies, got a little bit ahead of myself there because of the positioning of the road leader, not the race leader. Southampton A are some 24 seconds up the road from these two, but this is where the key battle is.
Doesn't have the pace this time round. Run now into that second hairpin. What can he do? Can he make anything stick? Any tricks left up his sleeve on this, the final lap of this 1 hour race?
Fleming has a bit of a gap now through the Fullerton S's. There's Southampton A over the line. Checkered flag is out, but they have a penalty. Cardiff A will come round to take second place on the road. They have a penalty. Manchester A will come round the final corner. They have a penalty, so the 60 points will go to Reading A. Tom Fleming wins at PFI again. Great drive from Liverpool A, 5th on the road. That's a big haul of points for them. Birmingham A, 6th. 7th for Brighton B, although that is the only Brighton team this year in the mains. They're the first clubman team home. Exeter A, 8th. Leeds B, 9th. Loughborough A in 10th. 11th for Brooks A. 12th Sheffield A. 13th for Brooks D, Warwick A and Lancaster B. That's your provisional top 15. We should stress that is before penalties have been applied. We will have them applied in, I imagine, about a minute or so, and the live timing page will tick over. But per our understanding, Manchester A had a braking formation and jump start penalty at the very start of the race. That's at least 2 positions. Cardiff A have had multiple track limits penalties, so that's going to knock them down 2 or 3. And Southampton A, I think it was track limits as well. Just give us a moment to verify that one through. But the key thing is it's at least 1 position. The penalties are applied from the back first, so Reading A will creep their way up. It was track limits for Southampton A as well. So Reading A will inherit the win. Boy, oh boy, that was a really close one. Great scrap there between Reading A and Liverpool A.
Yeah, the two Toms put on a brilliant show there, especially the Reading driver on the defence at the end there. What a clever move. I believe we are ready to go down to Pierce on the dummy grid.
Okay, so the temperature is definitely cooling down a little bit in the grid. I've got the double coat back on, but the racing is hot as ever. Grab away with our second place driver. You were 5th on the road, but 2nd place after penalty. So that was for the lead. Tom won the race. I know. Sorry. So I know that's not. You didn't realise you were quite fine for the lead there, did you?
No, I didn't know. I thought that it was a good battle. I enjoyed it. Yeah, he came out better.
Yeah, that's good to see. Yeah, Tom, come on in. Let's have a chat with both of you. Tom, did you know that was for the lead?
Well, I knew it was for position, and every point counts. Like I was saying earlier, it's just the positive thinking that got us there. Can I just say, our kart was terrible. We were lacking about 10 kilometres an hour in a straight line. But no, me and Dan did an amazing job. And I can't believe that was for the win.
Yeah, it was. It was actually. I mean, the gap was about 20 seconds to the on-track leaders, but everyone ahead of you got penalties. Manchester got a penalty at the start from the front row, so that helps you out.
Oh, just Billy's, mate. Obviously, newbies to the series, but those 20 seconds, you know, we would have covered anyway. Like,
right? Yeah.
We would have had a lap on hand. There was actually a couple pigeons on the apex of the first corner, and I just had to take to the grass.
Right, mate.
Lost about 20.1 seconds, give or take.
Give or take, okay. Anyway, a good result, though, for Liverpool. Second place is going to be a good result in the endurance because a lot can go wrong. When are your rest of your team out? I know you were all in this one, weren't you? So when's your next Liverpool A race?
The next pair is in race 3, so hopefully if they can have a good you know, top 3 again, then we'll be somewhere for the overall this afternoon.
Absolutely, and it shows the value of keeping your nose clean.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just clean racing with Tom. It was good fun. Yeah. So.
It was a good race as well. Great to watch. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Liverpool having a great race there, and it was actually good to see fighting so close between the drivers. Anything to
request for you for an interview?
Yeah, we could do a request. Who we?
Did you ask Tom Fleming?
Oh,
He broke formation.
should we? Can I have that? Can I have that? So, go show Tom.
I'll stay close by.
All right. So, Tom. Sorry, Tom. We're going to grab another word. Did you break formation at the start, or?
You're joking.
I don't know. All I've been shown is this.
Let's have a look. I'm not being funny. The light was already green by that point.
Yeah, but you stay in the drive.
Okay. I'll let the stewards sort that one out.
According to the MSUK handbook, it's when the lights go out. That's when you can start moving.
We'll leave that to the people up there. I'm just reporting on what I see. Reporting on what I see. Let's have a word with our Oxford Brookes A team. This is Oxford Brookes A, correct? Look at these glasses. Wow.
Yeah, I know. £9.
£9?
£9.
Where from?
Amazon.
Oh, fair enough. It's an Amazon special. Alfie, do you want to come and grab a word? It would be great to chat with our stalwarts at the front of the BUKC grid, Oxford Brookes A. You've just seen that penalties galore in the first endurance. I think the drivers that finished 3rd or 4th on the road ended up like 20 seconds down the field, but they won the race. So is that going to be in your mind in this one?
Honestly, given how our day's gone so far, I'm just hoping to keep it on the road.
Keep it on the road, yeah.
Not been a great day for the A team so far.
It's not, but it's another round. It's a new round.
Ready to hit it back. As long as, as I say, as long as I keep on the road, should be all right. Don't pit more than twice, like I did last year.
Yeah, you can count to 2.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I hope I can.
And are you going to be doing the whole first and second, or are you going to come in at the end, or?
I'm going to do go for about 35 minutes, then hand it over to Eddie, who, as long as he doesn't rack up 12 penalties again, we should be in the clear for quite a good race.
Should be in the clear. Well, good luck with that. Let's see how you get on. I want to head all the way to the back of the field because I was requested to do an interview with someone in 28th position. I don't know why. This could be anything. We will see. Where is my driver who collared me earlier? I don't know who they are. I don't know what team they drive for. All I know is they're starting 28th. Who was the driver? Anyone down here wanted to collar me for an interview? Was it you? Was it you? Someone collared me for an interview earlier. 28. Where are you starting? 32. So it'll be the driver over here. I don't know who it is. Anyway, I'll try and grab someone else. Hi guys, how's it going? Which team are you? Where are you starting?
UClan A again.
Again, I know we chatted earlier. Well, I chat to a lot of people. I forget who's who.
Starting 26th.
26th.
Sprints earlier went really well. We're 6th in the championship, I think, right now.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, not bad at all. So.
You know, UClan historically don't generally go near the front. This could be your year.
We're hoping so. Definitely hoping so.
Hoping so.
For the past 5 years, so we'll have to see what we can actually get.
We'll have to see. Well, keep going, guys. Whatever you're doing, it's working. So just, I don't know, just don't change it. Don't think too much. I don't know. We've still got no driver in car 28th position, which is the one that I wanted to chat to. So let's just grab a word with someone else while we're doing it. Race winner from earlier on in race number 3, our Spaniard. Hola to the Spaniards at home. Who else have we got here? Let's have a word with our Red Bull driver, Max. How's it going?
Not bad, thanks.
You're not Max, are you?
I'm not Max, I'm James.
James. Okay, starting quite a long way down the field. Who are you racing for?
Sheffield B.
Sheffield B. Talk to us about your day so far.
It's been all right. Had a great start in the last race, managed to get up to 4th. Unfortunately, lost a few places throughout the rest of it, but still a decent result. Finishing in the...
Oh, are you the outgoing driver?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you're not racing in this one?
No, I am racing it. Yeah, he's just testing the seat, I think.
Oh, wait, so you were in race 1 this afternoon?
No, so in my sprint race earlier.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Okay. Of course, Team Endurance. Who's your teammate? Is this your...
My teammate, yeah.
And you reckon you're going to make a good team?
Yeah, I think so. We both had good races in the morning, so hopefully we combine it together to get a better race.
Hopefully more of the same. Is this our 28? Is this our 20? Are you number 28?
I'm with him.
Oh, I want to find this person that collared me for interview. Are you guys starting 28th? No, you guys starting 28th. Did you ask me for an interview earlier? Have I been led? I think I've been led up the garden path here. Someone said to me just before this race, "Oh, come and grab us an interview. We're starting in 28th." Yeah, well, clearly not. Anyway, we'll have a chat to you anyway. I think we spoke to you in the... I can stay that side. We spoke to you this morning, didn't we?
Not this morning.
Oh, no, it's not this morning. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Eamon. I'm racing for Coventry B.
Coventry B. Coventry had a good morning this morning, didn't they? The A-team at least.
Yeah. 3 wins.
Go on.
3 wins, yeah.
3 wins, so that was pretty good. What Coventry B? What's their day been looking like?
It's been looking all right. I think we got slightly unlucky with the carts, and yeah, it's a bit mixed.
Was it the carts or was it the drivers?
I can't say that, unfortunately. Got to rep Coventry.
Rep Coventry. Well, the A-team are doing very well. Have they given you any pointers for this one?
Follow Pozo, experienced. Coventry A.
He was very quick this morning.
Very quick, yeah.
Bump drafting. Well, we'll see if you can stay with him. Hopefully it goes well for you.
It goes well, yeah, thank you.
What is your pit stop strategy? Have you ever done a pit stop on one of these carts before?
Yeah, I've done one last year. It didn't go well, but I've learned something.
Well, as long as you learn, that's the main thing. And I think we've got time for maybe, let's get one more interview. We've spoken to Julia this morning, so we don't need to get them. Julio, of course, racing for Loughborough B. They had a strong morning. Big C. What's your name? What's your full name?
Cameron Biggs.
Cameron Biggs. And who are you racing for?
Portsmouth A.
Portsmouth A. Portsmouth is a team that doesn't often kick around these parts.
First time ever being in Premiers, and we're doing very well.
Very well. What's very well to you?
What would very well be to you?
Well, no, it's relative, isn't it? Success is subjective.
Well, we're all alive. We're all having a great time.
Well, you're doing very well then.
Yeah, exactly. And results don't matter.
Results?
We went with the ethos of under-promise and underperform, and everyone's happy.
If you aim low, then you can't fail to achieve it.
Exactly.
As long as you're having a good time, we've got probably another 30 seconds. So what are your plans in this race? Are you going to go forward, just stay out of trouble, cause chaos?
We're going to avoid penalties, and then we are going to have a little driver change, someone do half hour, and then I'll get back in at the end and just win it from there, really.
Well, we'll see that. I better go because we're going green. So back to you in the commentary box. Endurance race number 2.
Thank you very much, Piers. Let's have a run through the grid then for race number 2, the second enduro of the day. Nottingham Trent A of pole position, Warwick B alongside on the front row, Imperial B and Coventry E on row 2, Reading A and Oxford Brookes A on row number 3.
Moving on to row 4 then, it's Cardiff A and Imperial A, row 5 Brunel A and UWE A, and then row 6 is Sheffield D and Lancaster A.
Row 7, Loughborough A and Southampton C. Row 8, Warwick A and Bristol A. Liverpool B and Edinburgh A go from row number 9.
Row 10 is Loughborough D and Leicester A. Row 11 is Portsmouth A and Huddersfield A. Row 12, Bath C and Cambridge A.
Row 13, Coventry A and UClan A. Sheffield B and Coventry B go from row 14. Row 15, wrapping out the top 30, it's Loughborough B and Southampton B.
And then row 16 is Surrey A and Birmingham B. Row 17, Leeds A and Swansea A. And then rounding out the running, it is Bath A on row 18.
35 carts in the field. 1 hour on the timing. And to confirm, we've had the result in here in the comms box from race 1. P1, Liverpool A. P2, Birmingham A. P3, Southampton A. Our understanding in the box is the braking formation penalty that on our screens initially appeared for the number 12 was actually the number 13, which was Reading A. So that's how it's transpired that Liverpool A get the first 60 points of round number 2. Here we go then. Race number 2 is beginning now. Off to driver's right pulls Joe Holmes, and away we go. Good start. No one breaking formation from our angle here, or from big push from behind, and the number 10 of Nottingham Trent A has done very well there to still be on the road. There is a cart stuck under the tunnel, has got going now, but nobody jump started, I should say. The braking formation will be reviewed, of course, in due time. But P1 definitely crossed the line in front of P2, 0.041 of a second. That start was fine from that perspective. Down into the first hairpin they go. Everybody making their way through, looking pretty clean, but that was a big moment really for Nottingham Trent A. No drop bumpers here in Club 100, but that was the definite sign of a shove from behind, and Nottingham Trent A did very well to hold on to that. Yes, cuts across the grass, but keeping the race.
I was going to say, well done two drivers actually we saw get a little bit of airtime there. Both did very well. As we have a spin there, a couple of spins actually before we run down into the final part of the lap. And there we have the correct grass restart procedure. But yeah, we've actually had a couple of people getting some airtime. So good to see they're able to carry on without good catching skills.
Yes. So end of lap 1. Reading A looking to bounce back after that disappointment. Cardiff A, likewise, will be kicking themselves because they'll feel they've thrown a win away. They both lead. 1.7 seconds ahead of Trent A. Imperial B 4th, Brooks A 5th. This is a big race, I feel, for Brooks A, as there's a penalty in straight away. It's Bath A. It's an ABC takeout, so straight away they can't win this race. That's from towards the back of the field. I wonder, was that in relation to Surrey A, the number 23's off-track excursion down at the Fullerton S's? Because they did come to a stop. So, this period of the race, towards the front of the field, generally, the strategy is you carry on. You've got clear air in front of you. Why would you pit? If you're a faster team down in the field, I'm looking at Loughborough B in particular in this regard. Second place from this morning, currently in 29th. You do the opposite. You pit. You get yourself some clean air as opposed to driving through the whole field. But drivers are going to have to wait a little bit longer before that pit window opens. Fastest lap of the race, Reeve. 1 minute 11.803. Early stages, Reading A lead.
This is a bit more retribution now for Reading A. Show us truly what they deserve. Mechanical flag coming in for Surrey A.
Ever the eagle-eyed, or should I say magpie-eyed, Dave Whitehouse is correct in chat. Yes, there is a kart running in the race without a number board. Race controller are aware of it. It's the number 87. It's the Imperial B. All I heard in my ear is they've broken their number board. How?
That's
I
impressive.
do not know. There's part of me that's curious, and as to, yeah,
Weight reduction, Andrew. Weight reduction.
If it's a kart that's not got a number board, and it's not Joe Holmes or Dante Dillon driving it for our regular viewers, it's Imperial B. There we go. Mechanical flag, not for Imperial B, but for Surrey A. That's a tester. That's Joe Holmes going quickly, as we are accustomed to him doing in Club 100 and full live. I've just realised I need to do some social media in the week. News of which races we are streaming for Club 100 this year is already out. If you go onto the website, if you go onto the calendars for each individual championship, there will be a line either saying live streaming and commentary, or there won't be. The ones where it is, that's the ones we're doing. The ones where it's not, that's the ones we're not doing. We should do a little piece to say, hey, these are the ones that are streaming. Come and race. If you haven't already signed up, get yourself on the cameras.
Bump and pass penalty coming in for Southampton. See there on the penalties front, we seem to be a little bit better off than we were in the first race. A couple of teams clocking on that. You know, it can pay dividends later on if obviously you're not going to be losing positions later on. But even if you've got a couple of maybe track limit warnings in your arsenal where you can afford for a driver when he's a little bit more fatigued or when they're a little bit more fatigued to make the odd mistake here or there, if you've got a couple of track limits warnings in hand. Warwick A there with a fastest lap, currently running in P4, very much hunting down Trent A. I've got a few battles forming up down the start-finish straight now. Track limits warnings there for Imperial B and Bristol A as well.
Hoping that we'll also be having some pit reports during this race from Piers Pryor. Swansea ended up down the inside of Edinburgh A there. But Edinburgh A fought back, retook the position. Here come Liverpool. Once again, this is the Liverpool B team having a little bit of a squirm mid-corner. Well held, actually.
I think that swapper actually saved them from potentially making a little bit of contact with the kart in front. So a good save there.
Good save indeed. So, just going to go back, because I appreciate there were a lot of penalties in that first race at the sharp end of the field. So the results. We'll go through the top 10 just to show you where all those key carts ended up. Excuse me. Liverpool A was mentioned, won the race. Birmingham A was second. Southampton A were third. So that's the first of the carts that had a penalty. Reading A were fourth. Brighton B were fifth. Cardiff A sixth. Manchester A seventh. Exeter A, Leeds B, Brooks A was the top 10.
Mechanical flag coming in for Imperial B now.
Now, is that because of the number board, or is that because of something else? Not taking care of the brand new equipment very well. By the way, the pit window was open. It opened about 2 minutes ago, and we are starting to see who is coming in early on. I think we've had Cambridge A in. Bath A have been in as well. 1 minute 30.909. That's a pretty decent pit stop straight away from Bath A, and they're going to need it if they're going to get themselves as high up the order as possible. There on our little graphic, that shows you who's up, who's down. Good start for Warwick A in this race. Club and team up 12. Coventry A as well, up 15 after a very good run this morning. This is their first endurance as well. So let's see if they can replicate that speed in the longer format and get those pit stops right.
Cardiff at the moment running P2 with that fastest lap, along with Reading having in fact Warwick behind them as well, having a good, strong start to this race. Just the type of start you need in an endurance-style event. Pick up a couple of positions here or there without going a little bit too aggressive and collecting some penalties as well as positions. So doing well in this first 10 minutes. And as you say, pit window open now, so now we might start to see some more alternative strategy coming into players, drivers dive in early and teams decide to do the swaps.
Number 26 looking down the inside there, getting chopped off a bit. It's Warwick B. It's all around 20th place at the moment, this battle, 20th and upwards. Oh, that's another one off my list. Brunel A are definitely gone now.
Cov A and
we're down
Swansea
to 2. We're down to 2 for a warning penalty-less day.
We think.
Well, actually, no, we're sure on this one now that everyone who has been ticked off has definitely had one. So that we do know of.
On board now with this battle for the lead between Reading A and Cardiff A, heading into the last part of the lap. As they crossed the line last time round, it was only 700th of a second separating them. It's a tiny fraction more than that now, but I imagine going to be closing up as we get ready for some more overtaking opportunities coming up. Some traffic to negotiate first, though. There is Reading through. Cardiff closely behind. Reading setting the fastest lap that time round, 10.7. And into the banked left-hander now. Just over the bridge, Reading still in the lead with the drop down. One of the surprisingly nasty corners on this track is the run out of the bridge there, because the banking sort of just approaches you all of a sudden. There's a bit of a nasty curve there on the exit, and the track's got a negative camber to it as well.
You've got a slight negative camber, you've got a big curb on the inside, which is at least a semi-monster, and you've then got one of those CIK curbs on driver's left.
Yep.
So if you know the first approach to that of like, oh, big monster curb on the outside, I'll just take a wider line with a bit more speed, because there's a lovely curve on the outside that
I remember the pain of going over that one the first time.
It'll rattle you. The key bit about it doesn't let you get the power. You imagine the rear axle, ladies and gentlemen, watching back home. The rear axle, that's where you need the grip on those tyres to push you down that hill. And if your tyres are ratcheting over that CIK grade curve, they're not doing that. It's not propelling you down the hill, and you really get the cost when you then get down to hairpin number 1, when you're 2-3 kilometres slower than you arrive on. It's that curb there. You can see the number 13 staying tight there. That's why you're not seeing the drivers use these curbs as much as perhaps at other places that we will go to across the course of the season. Talking of the rest of the season, all mains rounds streamed here on Alpha Live. And we're back next week, of course. Buckmore Park. Who doesn't love a bit of Buckmore Park in mid-February?
We certainly do.
Hopefully with no snow.
There was potential, and it won't be happening now, unfortunately. I was going to be driving at Buckmore.
Really?
Which would have been interesting. Why
is there not going to be potential for you driving?
We filled the seats now. I think we've got people to fill the seats. But for a brief moment, I wasn't going to announce it if it was happening. I would have just showed up. I thought that would have been far more amusing. You watch me and laugh as I'm P last.
What has happened to the 41? I can see being asked. They have pitted, so big thanks to Piers Pryor. I don't think we'll actually hear from his voice, but he is texting and message chatting the tick sheet down in pit lane of all drivers who've pitted, and so these following karts have pitted: the 4, the 12, the 14, the 17, the 23, the 33. I feel like I'm on a lottery here. Your winning numbers are the 36, the 41, the 55, the 62, the 66, and the 97. That's Bath A, Loughborough A, Loughborough B, Yukon A, Surrey A, Cambridge A, Leicester A, Loughborough B, Sheffield B, Pompey A, Huddersfield A, and Sheffield D.
Just approaching the middle phase of this race now in a few minutes' time, and Coventry A currently on quite a push. They're in that mid-pack, 6th on the road at the time being, the fastest lap going to them as well, a 10.2. Got a few other teams kind of running in the mid-10s to high 10s, but at this point in time, Coventry A, fastest drivers out on track. Actually looking quite a good position there, slowly gaining on the likes of Lancaster and Trent up in front, but perhaps more importantly for their race, have dispatched of Imperial and Liverpool B behind. Liverpool B and Imperial embroiled in their own battle are on board at the moment with kart 62 and kart 13 for Reading A here. That's actually what we're mainly focused on, is this battle for the lead being split by some traffic here. So this is already 15 minutes in. We're going to start seeing some of this traffic management coming into play, and that's because of these alternate pit strategies that we will see throughout this endurance race. People, not like the sprint race where you're not going to see any lapping until about maybe 17 minutes in or so. Straight in, less than 15 minutes ago. As soon as that pit window opens, teams are already thinking about bringing their drivers in. Some have, and now there's traffic for some of those front runners to contend with. Here we are then with those two front runners. It is Cardiff A having a look up the inside at turn 1. Didn't quite see the completion of that move, but it went through successfully. That is now the two front runners in this race in the lead on the road as well, or at least ahead of that little bit of traffic.
Is that Peter Knight? Asks Dave Whitehouse. Ross Steele's already answered the question. Yes, it is. Yeah, I had a good chat with Peter whilst we were waiting for lunch. So he's fueled up, ready to go. I say this is one of the reasons why I really like this Reading A team. So for those not aware of Peter's exploits, Peter has actually done a lot of Club 100 racing before he joined the BUKC. Raced through the early years of what is now the Junior Championship, and came onto the scene, burst onto the scene. Could have used the Micah Richards reference for the football fans out there. At Wilton Mill in a sprint round a couple of years ago now, a few years ago now, making me feel old. I think it was 2020. We all like to forget that year. And he was a C2, and you know, no one really thought anything too much of it. It was like, oh yeah, it's one of the first new kids to come through from the juniors, now the seniors. Let's see how he does. Smashed it. Started beating people who've done Club 100 for 10 years in the lightweight sprints, and we were like, well, this kid's pretty good. And he's gone on to, you know, win various things, races mainly in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship now. I was having a bit of a chat with him earlier about how he's doing there with Team Tate. But now he's back in the Club 100 kart again. This time with Reading A. They have formed a really nice little team here that I think is going to be giving a lot of the perennial teams, your Coventrys, your Brookses, your Loughboroughs, quite a few problems this year.
Yep, saw a few glimpses of it this morning, and they've been quite punchy this afternoon. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work out in race 1, but race 2 is certainly looking strong so far. Still 45 minutes to go, just under 45 minutes to go here in this race. Coventry A still holding that fastest lap, but the times for Warwick A, Reading A out in front, coming down. And there's Coventry A now up into 3rd on the road.
So quarter of the way through the race, about halfway through the pit window. Here's a good battle out there on the circuit. This is over 19th place. This is Edinburgh A and Loughborough B. So Loughborough B needing to make a bit of progress here. Wanting to keep this good form from the morning going. In terms of have these two karts made pit stops, latest news from Piers Pryor down in pit lane is yes, both of them have. So that's maybe a reason why they're a bit further down the order is down the inside. And that's Giulio Peroni driving for them at the moment, and through either way go Loughborough B past Edinburgh A. And but these karts will be hoping, these teams will be hoping to get back up into the top 10 once this pit phase has been completed. Hello to Matt Hale, regular viewer in the Club 100 sphere. Side by side go one of the Leeds entries. That's the number 21 of Leeds A going past. Was that the 34 of Birmingham B? Let's check again whether both of those karts have pitted. Leeds have pitted. Birmingham B have not at the last check, but might have been the last minute or so. Matt asks from the GP Pro world, how are Club 100 iRacers getting on? Not too bad today, not too bad. We've had a win for Jesse Durgeest from Bath A in race 5. Various others doing pretty well as well. Thanks for the support, Matt. So next Club 100 iRacing round, Club 100 Sim Racing Championships event will be round 2 of the BUKC iRacing Trophy on the 21st of February on iRacing Round Okayama. If you want more details for it, head across to the DDMM socials. It's all on there. That was a nice move from Swansea. I think that's just behind the Loughborough and Edinburgh battle, isn't it? So that'll have been Swansea A going past Nottingham Trent A for 18th place.
There is that contact warning for that. They're now top 5 all in the A teams, actually, running very nicely. Coventry A, Reading A, both in very good positions at the moment. Reading can be controlling this race lead for a few laps now. Now about 4 seconds that gap to Warwick A, and they have been pretty much identical in terms of pace. Last lap was a little bit slower than a couple of Reading's previous. 1:11 still very impressive, but they've been hovering around the high 110s, both teams there for quite some time now. So good drive on display from both teams there. Lancaster A getting ahead of Coventry A this time round. Now, is that owing to a pit stop? We'll find out in just a moment. It looks to be that Coventry A, with that great pace in their cars, have made up a few positions in the early phase, have decided not too long before the pit window closes. They've had great pace, so they wanted to go probably quite long into this first and have dropped in to the pits now. to get ready for the next phase of their race. That does give the likes of Warwick a little bit of breathing room now. Now about 10 seconds down to the cars behind. Only has to focus now on keeping pace with the leaders and that bit of traffic, which makes it sound a lot easier than it actually is. It is not the easiest going out there. You know, might be fatigued at this point. You've been, of course, running for quite some time today already, just outside the fact that we're now running an endurance race. And there's a little bit more to think about in this endurance format. A couple more track limits warnings coming in there for B, Bath C, curb warning actually for Warwick B, as Lancaster A now jump into second on the road. I believe that is down to a Warwick A pit stop. We'll have a look in just a moment. Yep, seems to be the case.
The race continuing, 38 minutes to go. Reading A currently leaders by 15 seconds. But we are still in the middle of this pit stop phase. Not too long away from the end of. We're having reports from peers prior that Coventry A have had a bad pit stop, so they've come out in around 10th place. BUKC A in again. Now, I'm presuming that means yes. No, that's not scheduled. Or either the first one wasn't scheduled and they're in again, because on Piers' little tick sheets that I can see being photographed through to us here in the box, BUKC A have already been in. Well, there were questions. Were BUKC A going to return to their best here at PFI? They won one of the qualifiers back in Wilton Mill. They have a very good record at Wilton Mill, of course. It's a fairly local circuit to them. Whilst PFI is not too far away from Oxford Brookes, it's a team with a lot of experience in owner karting. Anyone who's got experience in owner karting will have experience here if they've raced in the British Championships and other national levels. It just does not seem to be happening for Oxford Brookes A today. Coventry A have gone back out after their bad pit stop and just set the fastest lap of their race. Now, to be clear, that will not count as their second pit stop because it's not in the second window.
Yeah.
So that's why we're saying it's unscheduled.
A shame. They were running very well in the first phase of this race. Still, in fact, with some impressive times there, nearly into the 109s there, a 10 flat. But unfortunately, that one small blip, whatever it was in the pits, has cost them in this race.
Well,
it's just how easy it will be in these endurance.
Unless they've really had a bit of an error. And you know, I was down in the driver briefing area whilst the little mini briefing ahead of the endurance was happening, and the question came up of what are the pit windows. I mean, slightly blunt answer to that question from Mundorf himself was read the rules. It's there, it's in black and white. But if teams are making pit stops twice in one window, and trying to do that to say, hey, we've done our two pit stops, no, that doesn't count. That's not what the rules say. Otherwise, everybody would be in at 5 minutes, do one stop, fill the cart full of fuel, go around, do one lap, do the second one, and hardly need any fuel. That's the purpose of the windows, is to make sure that, you know, there's a good amount of fuel going in and it's known that that's going to be able to take the cart through this next period of the race. Well, there we go. Oh, we're down to one, ladies and gentlemen. Coventry A have just had a curb warning. So, in our little competition that John Viger has posed to the teams today, of can any of these teams get through the whole day without a warning, we can say in this box officially now, it is best down to one team. And that team is Swansea A.
We have 90 minutes worth of racing, 95 minutes to go.
Well.
May the odds be ever in your favour, Swansea, eh?
Running in 11th place in this race at the moment. They'll be looking to push on. Them's the unofficial rules here. One more, you get one contact warning, one track limit warning, one curb warning. You name it, you're off. You're off the list of those eligible.
I like this kind of.
It's a good game.
This enticement that he's giving the team. Maybe Buckmore it'll be you can have a few goes in the pace cart at the end of the day, that sort of thing, just to keep the.
No, I think the free endurance race for a team that can get through without a single warning all day, I think that's a pretty good prize, that. But as we say, these are the ones that we've been ticking them off all day, one by one by one, as they come in. And the last remaining team that we in the box have not seen their name come up on the message board from Race Control is Swansea A. That is not the team that I would have predicted at the start of the day as the last team. I'm going to ask you right now, Swansea AA ever actually won anything in the BUKC? Because this be the first time they actually win something? Not to Piers Pryor's knowledge. There we go. Swansea fans are now going to be, come on, bring it to me.
And if we've missed one, please be honest, please.
Well, Brighton were honest early. When I asked them at half time what they thought of that, they went, "Nah, we got 2 in race 2." It's like, okay, off the list you go. We are now out of window 1 regards to the pits activity. So what you can see on your screen on the top left is representative of the race. Reading A leading by 1.2 seconds. Cardiff A in 2nd place. Warwick A 3rd. Bath A 4th. Coventry A 5th. UCLan A 6th. Then Loughborough Carts running line astern 7th and 8th. Swansea A 9th. Edinburgh A 10th. Lancaster A 11th. Liverpool B in 12th.
Interesting to see the dynamic between the two Loughborough squads there. They don't want to step on each other's toes too much.
Yes, there's 2.2 seconds between them at the moment. But for Loughborough A, they're only 0.4 behind UCLan. So the Prestonians dealing with the number 12 at the moment. Here's the 26 on your screens, ahead of the number 2. Oxford BUKC, where are they at the moment? So this is the battle for 18th place. Really has not been the kind of day that Oxford BUKC would have wanted. We were talking before today, Reeve, weren't we, that the question mark, I think, for the consistency from qualifiers was Southampton. 12 months ago, Southampton had won their qualifier, turned up to Buckmore Park, where the first 2 rounds of the series were held, and we kind of knew in our hearts at the end of that one already that Southampton weren't going to be a championship contender. They simply did not have consistency across the day in Buckmore Park that warranted that, that discussion of being championship contenders. I'm afraid I think we might be saying it about Oxford Brooks this year. They were 17th this morning in round 1. A not so good, and this is the thing with no drop scores in endurance. Not having a good result at the moment here. It's going to leave them off the pace in the championship standings.
Yeah, it just pins, as you were saying, more and more emphasis on nailing these endurance events, as you say. It's all well and good having 1 out of 6 races go wrong, but 1 out of these big 3 when there's no drop scores, as you say. Spells that's a big cone penalty, a big spin through turn 1. Ooh.
I think there was a Liverpool cart involved there as well. There's damage in the middle of the track, debris in the middle of the track. There's another cart that's had a moment off track there as well. I hope everything is okay there, I say, and there's a red flag. Yeah, so
not
a red
entirely
flag
surprising.
has come out there. So the race has been stopped with 29 and 30 minutes.
So this is the time now for the stewards to neutralise the race, bring everything back under control in order to make the track conditions the safest for the stewards, the marshals, and the drivers out there as well. Looks like, I'm guessing, a little bit of debris off a cart.
Yes, but I can see the driver in the blue and yellow suit. That was the driver I was most concerned about, is two drivers out and on their feet. That is a very high-speed area of the circuit. The ambulance in motion now, and appropriate response there. And there was a question on drivers' well-being, that the race is stopped to allow medical teams to get to the scene of the incident as quickly and as safely as possible. So, looked like there was one kart from the vision that we saw in trouble that collected another car. I say it's a very high-speed part of the circuit through turn 1 and turn 2 and under the bridge. And it's also one of the tighter points of the circuit as well as the track funnels in.
Especially with that curb, so enticing to kind of go over it, and with the camber on the curb, it can upset the back end of the cart.
Yeah, it's an easy part of the course to have a problem in. So the grid, so the drivers formed up on the back straight just before the Fullerton S's now, just to run through the order as it stands. So this was at the end of lap number 25. Reading A leading the race from Cardiff A, Warwick A third, Coventry B fourth, Bath A, Newclan A, Loughborough A, Swansea A, Loughborough B and Edinburgh A, your top 10. Lancaster A 11th, Liverpool B 12th, Coventry E 13th, Nottingham Trent A 14th, Imperial A 15th, Southampton C 16th, ahead of Sheffield B, Brooks A, Warwick B and Bristol A. That was your top 20. The timing has just reset on us, so obviously the race control will be going through their procedures now to get things underway again. UE A 21st, Sheffield D 22nd, 23rd Cambridge A, 24th Southampton B, 25th Leeds A, 26th Huddersfield A, Birmingham B 27th, Brunel A 28th, 29th Portsmouth A, 30th Imperial B, Bath C, Leicester A, Loughborough D, Coventry B and Surrey A. We of course won't speculate on which carts are involved until we're absolutely 100% clear and sure. Don't want to alarm anyone unnecessarily. Drivers out of the carts there on the back straight, you see, just getting a bit of a breather, and we'll take a breather here in the comments box as well. We'll be back shortly with more action here at PF International for the first 2 rounds of the BUKC. Back here for the BUKC rounds 1 and 2, and if you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions at the moment for an incident down at turn number 2, going through and under the Lichfield Bridge. Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor on commentary duties for you, obviously giving the everyone here at the circuit is giving the medical crews the time they need to get things going, and also the mechanical staff to get down there and take, I think it's 2 carts we can see out of our window, and just also go through and under the Litchfield Bridge to make sure everything is in place and ready to go. For the rules side of things, we're at 50% distance. So unless I'm told otherwise, Reeve, we will restart this race. We'll count back 1 lap from where we were, back to the full complete lap for the whole field, and restart the race for the remaining time. From a strategic point of view,
yeah,
go ahead.
So obviously, complete change of the head now in terms of this endurance race, because now, especially maybe we take a little bit of time off here or there, which is not completely out of the question at this stage. Drivers got to think about it more as an endurance race now. I mean, there will still be a second pit window still to go.
Yes.
But there's a lot less time left in it now.
Yeah.
And on top of that, cars will be getting cold.
Yes.
Drivers might be a little bit more refreshed with a quick chance for a breather out there, potentially. Maybe taken out of a rhythm a little bit. Plenty.
It's quite good, I think, or quite opportune, I should say, is the proper word, for anyone who is doing a long stint, is doing a double.
Yeah.
So they've stayed in the kart through the first pit stop phase, and they're going deep into the second. This is good, because otherwise it would be like, oof, you're doing, especially at the start of the season when the body's maybe not quite up to it. I know we've had this in the DDMM endurance team in previous years, a 50-minute, near 1 hour stint in February around Buckmore Park feels far harder. I know we're not at Buckmore Park today, but we're just using this as an example. Feels far harder than the same length of stint in July, or as long as it's not 35 degrees, then we get into other things. But when you're at the start of the season, you may not have the body condition for that kind of distance in terms of time. So for anyone doing that, this will give them an opportunity to rest. I don't think drivers won't be allowed to swap here because the race has been neutralised. The race will restart with a rolling start, single file grid. If you're just joining us as well, we did have round 1 this morning. Results are all available on results.alphatimer.co.uk/BUKC. But the headlines were this from round number 1. Coventry A, former champions, been out of the title picture for a few years, but they are well and truly back here. A perfect 180-point round score, virtue of 3 wins this morning for Eduardo Pozzo, Chris Simpson and Andreas Moreno. They also had a 13th in the first race, but that was their drop score, and I don't think the team really cared about that one, because that was pretty much as good as you can do in one of these events. They scored 60 championship points. Joining in them on the Premier podium were Loughborough B, who took a race win in race number 1 through Samuel Harrison, and Bath A as well joined them third on the podium in Premier. They took a race win as well this morning in the form of Jesse Durgeest. The other driver, the other team that took a race win this morning was Josh Adams for Southampton A, who finished 12th in the round this morning. Clubman category, because of the 54 teams that qualified through to the mains, 27 of them sit in the Premier category, 27 of them sit in the Clubman. The point system they use is all still relative in the overall position, so if you cross the first of the 35-36 carts, you get 60 points. If you cross 10th, you get 51. It doesn't matter if that was a Premier or a Clubman, that's what you get. Lancaster A did brilliantly this morning with 13th overall, so that maths tells you straight away that they beat a number of the Premier teams this morning. 3rd, 5th and 18th were their counting scores, and they were on 157 points, 5 points clear of Coventry E, who was second with a 3rd, 11th and a 17th, and Warwick A completed the podium in Clubman this morning with 150 points, virtue of a 6th, a 7th and a 20th. So those were the headlines from this morning. The grid now being reformed to start this race once more. The 13 at the front of the order there.
And this is a chance for some drivers now who maybe the gaps are starting to build a little bit, maybe stint wasn't going quite well. Now we've got another race start. Now is a potential opportunity.
Yeah, it's a different. I wouldn't go as far to say a unique situation, but a different situation that effectively this becomes a two-part race.
Yeah.
It becomes two 30-minute races. And it's almost akin to something that we see in the SP60. The difference, though, is you've got that driver change potentially to do if you haven't done it already, or whatever your strategy may be. So Reading A will be back at the front of the order. Cardiff A second, Warwick A third, Coventry A fourth, Bath A fifth. I think all the teams that were a lap down, so that takes us down to 27th place, may have been shuffled to the back of the order here. So there we go.
Just a quick shout out to the marshals and all the crew here at PFI. Done a good job, I think.
Yeah, I say for safety standards around the country, this isn't a disservice to other circuits. They've got some really good resources here at PF International, but I don't think you'd go anywhere that would beat what we've got here at PFI for safety. Nigel Edwards, who's does a lot of work in the British Championships and the FIA race director as well for events that myself and Anthony Jordan are working on this year. He's put a lot of time in here to ensure that, with Paul Fletcher and the ownership, that this is the leader of standards in the UK for karting safety, and they can be, say, commended for that work that they've done over the years, and long may it continue. As I say, World Championships here later in the year, which will be a fantastic event for British karting. It'll be the first time since the mid-2010s that the UK has held the highest ranking karting event in the world. That'll be in the autumn. Meanwhile, though, plenty of racing still to go here today for the BUKC and through the season. A lot of it will be involving Alpha Live, of course. British Kart Championship coverage will be here. The Club 100 will be visiting here as well across the course of the season. We had a great visit last year with the cadets and juniors. It wasn't a streamed round, but I think we're back here. I want to say off the top of my head, apologies, I haven't got it in front of me. I'm going to stall for a few seconds whilst I do get it up in front of me. I think we're here on the Spring Bank holiday weekend, because it's the round that's a Sunday, Monday again, as opposed to a Saturday, Sunday. Yes, we're here, 26th and 27th of May for the cadets and juniors. I would say sign up. I mean, still try, but I think you're going to struggle if you've got a cadet or junior age driver. But I'd say come down and support as well. If you're in the area on the Spring Bank holiday weekend, we'd really appreciate your support of our young drivers in Club 100, younger than the drivers we've got here in the BUKC, of course. So yeah, that was a really good event last year when we ran it for the cadets and juniors. It's great to have it back again for 2024. Warning watch. I'm just going to have another, whilst we're pausing for time here, Reeve, another look through to see, because have Swansea A had anything? It doesn't seem like they have.
Not entirely sure. They'll be wanting to watch out that they don't get one on the restart, because obviously tyres, karts, going to be nice and cold now.
Yeah.
And could catch a couple of drivers out. I've heard, I think from the other room there, we're going to be full course yellow in a little while. So shouldn't be too long to go now.
Yeah, so that would be my expectation, that we would full course yellow the start to have everyone do a full complete lap, at least under full course yellow. Ensure that everything is safe, and then we would restart the race and go back to green. Engines firing up, karts moving. They'll go through the third sector and full through the Mike Wilson Complex. And we will get the race underway. Drivers trying to get as much heat in the tyres as possible, because Piers has mentioned the temperature is dropping now. We're 4:15 here at the circuit.
Sun is pretty much gone.
Yeah. And the temperatures, well, I was going to say will drop pretty rapidly. I don't think they got particularly high in the first place.
You've had your weather reports and you've had your traffic reports from us so far to date. Yes. Let's see now. We're on the green, in fact, for this race start. So it's Coventry A, Bath A, UCLan A, and then the two Loughboroughs in the top 5 here as we head now under the bridge and through to the left-handed banked corner.
So away we go. There's a yellow flag out coming over the
spin
top
at
of the hill.
top. Yep, spin at the top of the hill there. It is underway though. I'm pleased to report Coventry actually good recovery here, given well, obviously they had that pit stop a little while back. Good to see them not reeling from that too much, and things seem to go in much better at this point in time. We do have reduced time here. We've got less than 50 minutes to go in this race now. That'll be for
now that's going to get
change.
interesting, because potentially what you're going to have now is a load of teams that haven't done their second pit stop, and they've not got long to do it. So yes, that is a good call. That is a very good call from Bath A. Yes, they're going to lose track position here, but I think that's a very sensible call from Bath A to get in, get that pit stop done, because I think the pits are about to get very, very busy across the next potentially 7 minutes.
As much as we love them, the BUKC teams aren't quite as organised as your traditional Formula 1 team in their pit stops. That pit lane is going to be a little bit chaotic with this many cars needing to come in now.
A lot of them are organised. The problem is they haven't got their own independent fuel bay.
Yes.
This isn't Formula 1 where you've got 11 fuel bays, 11 servicing areas. You've got 2 and 35 carts out there. Penalty for track limits, Leicester A. Where are they running at the moment in this field? They are down in 30th place. Carts that I don't think we've got running, Warwick A, Brunel A and Surrey A are all more than 1 lap off the lead here. Well, we were at the halfway distance, weren't we? So nobody has done their second, unless they've come in now, nobody has done their second pit stop.
A few more people diving in on this lap, which is very much the safe option. Well played by Bath A on the previous lap.
That was
even if the team wasn't ready for him. Still a good call, arguably, because it could get really chaotic.
I'd say if you're the Bath A driver, I think you plan for the necessity of get out and finish the race yourself. Especially if you've done your driver change already, that may be the one question mark on that. Where have Bath A re-emerged in all of this? 19th. 23 seconds off the lead. We have got a split as well, so anyone from Nottingham Trent down.
Only 23 seconds off the lead implies that not necessarily a driver change, I'm suspecting.
Maybe not, but if they...
it's a quick pit, we were saying, was around about 25 seconds.
If they're quick on the feet, they could potentially get that turned around. 10 minutes and 20 to go, so Coventry A still leading at the moment from Swansea A. Swansea A looking perhaps to have got through so far without any warnings. Are they on for a nice free endurance drive? Into the pits goes one of the Warwick carts. I think that was Warwick B, number 26. Coventry have pitted. So Coventry have pitted there, Swansea have pitted as well. That should be fine because they were the first 2 carts in the train. Back out comes a single-digit cart, so that should be Coventry. That was lightning quick from Coventry. 1 minute 30.6. Yellow flags out at turn 1. There's a cart a long way off, so far off even our camera can't catch it down there at the first hairpin, and it's a Premier as well. It's a double-digit Premier. Is that the 54? Is that the 54? I can just see it's there. There it is, the 62. It's the 62 that's gone off. That's Portsmouth A. Who had a great day at qualifiers, but I think the toughness of PF International. Say it's what I would say with its length as well, Reed. This is probably the hardest circuit if you've never been to before to learn on your first day.
My first ever drive at the BUKC was here at PF.
Nice.
Yeah, I had a brilliant day out. It was arguably my best. In fact, probably was my best drive. It's that right mix for me of the complex at the end of the track and the speed as well. The speed, the thrill, gets the adrenaline pumping. And
so 8.5 minutes to go. Still quite a few question marks over what the teams are doing with their strategies. If you're just joining us, this one's going to go down in the remember when the UKC HD BUKC. There's a black flag for U Clan A. We were at half an hour, almost on the nose. Red flag came out. We had a 15-minute pause. The race restarted with a reduced race clock of 15 minutes. Now, because we were at half an hour, the second pit window hadn't opened. So it means that everybody's got to do their pit stops, their second mandatory pit stops. Instead of the space of 25 minutes, they've got to do it in the space of 10, for our understanding. And there's about 2.5 minutes of that 10 to go. There, out of the pits, comes the number 36 across the line, just ahead of Lancaster. Lancaster there is your race leader.
credit to the teams and drivers out there. They seem to have spaced themselves out fairly sensibly in terms of getting those pit stops in such a short amount of time. It doesn't look like at any particular lap we had everyone bunching in. I think we all realised for mutual benefit.
Yeah.
Let's be sensible here and pit.
Coventry A back up to 7th place, Reading A up to 6th place. So these are teams that have all made their pit stops. I think that's the region, Cardiff A as well. So I think this is the region where we're going to be looking at the race victory.
You're looking at the lead on the road at least. That's between Lancaster A and Liverpool B. Heading up now through to the bridge section, now diving down to the first hairpin here.
So Lancaster have just done their best lap of the race so far. So yes, right, okay, so the 87 that's not got an 87 on it is still running around. So for those of you asking about the number plate, there's a confirmation on the screen. They are still running around, but because they're the only car without a number plate, everybody out there on circuit in terms of the observers knows it's the number 87. So that's how that one's working at the moment.
Lancaster A, Liverpool B leads A, Huddersfield A, all looking like they've just had a dip into the pits there. Cardiff A now leading on the road here. Reading A closely behind. Strong start to the race for Reading, of course, currently running in P2. Hoping, I think, to make amends for the disappointing end to race one. One of those unfortunate moments in racing, really, wasn't it? They put up a great fight, fantastic battle with the Liverpool squad towards the end of the first race. Just wasn't to be in the end.
No, they're still going to get some points out of this. 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So everybody should now have pitted, and I think everybody has, because the teams that we had at the front of the order after the red flag have now cycled back through to the front. Well done, everybody. That's
well
pretty
managed.
impressive. That I don't think anyone has really got that very wrong. There is some intelligence out there after all.
This is Edinburgh A on Liverpool B here. And I could be mistaken, that looks like Max Lorenz in the kart for Liverpool B, currently running in P4. Edinburgh A, though, should be making up a couple of positions on this lap. There we go, Edinburgh A up into 7th as Liverpool B has actually lost out on this lap, of course, pitting a moment ago. board with the number 62 of Portsmouth A there. That is lapped traffic, as we've been saying all afternoon so far. Lapped traffic, one of the biggest elements to negotiate in this endurance racing. It will be a prominent feature of our long races, even 45-minute long races, as we are currently enjoying at the moment for race 2. Let's go into what has been an even more eclectic pit strategy than perhaps we were expecting here in race 2. On board here with Cardiff A leading this race in front of Reading A now. Has got ahead on the road, and unless I'm mistaken, no penalties here for either of those two teams. So this is a fight on the road for the lead of this race, which is what we like to see. Not too far behind, though, is Coventry A. Don't count them out just yet. There are a few laps down. No, a few laps. I'll try that again. There are a few seconds down with just a few laps to go. So with a half a second pace advantage in Coventry A's corner, it would be a tall order if they had to dip into the 109s potentially, which we haven't quite seen. I doubt we will see at this stage in the racing. The track's just getting a little bit too cold now for the tyres to have proper adhesion. Although interesting to hear from Piers earlier on that these tyres really do reward a long stint. These Dunlop tyres, the new Dunlop tyres, do like to be driven hard and driven for quite a while. They enjoy the temperature and enjoy that good running in. 2.5 minutes to go now, and still out and out battling here as we get onto the start-finish straight. The fight for the lead continues on. Cardiff A ducking down there, but up the inside it's Reading A side by side, but gets a better run through turn 2, does Cardiff, and still in the lead at this moment in time. Running now down towards the first hairpin, and this time out it is Reading A in the lead, but for how long? Because side by side with Cardiff up the inside. Who's going to be latest on the brakes? Is going to be Cardiff, but he has to go wide into the corner, and there is Reading now getting about 30 centimetres in front, maybe even less. And as we head now into the second hairpin, it's still neck and neck between the two front runners.
Yeah, this is a properly good scrap. Cardiff A and Reading A both could have won the first race, but had penalties. They won't be partaking in the third race, so they know that every point is going to count here in the second round for the 2024 edition of the BUKC. Cardiff A, who had a difficult time this morning in the sprint round, finished a long way down the order from where they would have expected to be. Reading A really good, up there in 4th place. Could be coming away from PF International with a big haul of points. Peter Knight goes down the inside, tries to get the block pass in there, but that's well defended actually from Cardiff. Just nipped the Reading driver to the curb. Didn't actually allow Peter Knight to run through and carry the speed. It is a form of defence that you can use round the banking here onto Lichfield Bridge. Into hairpin number 1 then. 1 minute to go on the clock. Cardiff a little bit deep though. They're going to have to defend to the inside line. No, they get some good speed, really good speed out of hairpin 1. And still lead as they come out of hairpin number 2. Through into the Fullerton S's, taking a little bit of that curb, not running too wide as they exit the Fullerton S's. Track limit warning for Southampton B, 30 seconds to go, so they'll get over the line before the timer hits 0. There'll be one more lap of this. Oh, there's a back marker coming into play, Reeve. This could be difficult for Cardiff A.
That perennial endurance race feature showing true once again. A bit of a back marker in the midst of this battle for the lead here. The timer is about to hit 0.
Lancaster A up to 5th place, having another good run. One of the early front runners in the clubman category, but we're going to stay focused on this. To the inside, through has gone Reading A. So Peter Knight has found a way through over the top of the bridge. Cardiff A's driver didn't look too happy about that. Now can Knight defend into hairpin number 2. Reading A, who thought they'd won the first race of the round, may be on their way to winning the second. They'll have to wait and see what other teams can do in the third race to see whether they're on the podium or whether they've even won the round here today. but round into the Mike Wilson complex for the final time. Is this going to be a win for Reading? Is this going to be a win for Peter Knight? Cardiff A are right there on their rear bumper, and after a truncated race 2, Reading A take victory by a kart length. Over the line, 0.1 of a second ahead of Cardiff A. Coventry A will come across the line 3rd, more good points for them. Bath A will come across the line 4th, likewise good points for them. Loughborough B snatch 5th at the end ahead of Lancaster A. Edinburgh A will be 7th. Liverpool B should be coming around. There's a bit of a gap actually back to the next group of carts because they're all here over the line. Bristol A are going to nab another position ahead of Bristol A, Trent A, and then everybody else. Well, bit of a different endurance race there, Reeve Taylor, but it's Reading A provisionally, because we were here about an hour ago where we thought they'd won an endurance race, but in this one at least they did it on the road.
Exactly there. Yes, that slightly altered running, that slightly truncated 45-minute run gave a fantastic run.
And I have big news. Big news.
Oh, it's major news. It is.
JV has reason to have mixed emotions because one, someone's got a contact warning. That's never good. But two, nobody today will be getting the prize. 16:26, Swansea A got a contact warning, and with a full race to go, that's all the teams, at least from my view of things, have all at least had a warning. Nobody's going to get some free endurance racing. Oh. But game's the game. Them's the rules.
So close as well.
So close.
One race to go.
One race to go. I'm not even sure that they're in the last race as well.
Oh. It's called rubbing salt in the wound, that is.
I'm just going to check. Oh, no, they are. They're starting from second. Okay, so they still had another hour to get through anyway. There we go. That's been a fun little game. I think we should continue that for Buckmore Park.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, one more race to go then here at PF International. Do stay with us for hopefully what will be a full hour's length race. Thank you for joining us. Let us know who you're watching from. For now, though, we're going to head down to the dummy grid. Piers Pryor has got one more grid walk to do for this afternoon. Piers, over to you.
A dramatic but interrupted race number 2 this afternoon, but it was second place, second on the road.
Second again today. That's two
again
places.
That's very good though. That's 2 good solid results.
Yeah, I know, but you know, when you're so close, it kind of.
So close yet so far. Did you think you had a bit of an opportunity when, of course, the red flag brought you closer together?
To be fair, Harvey, who was in the car before me, was flying, catching their other driver. So I didn't really see them as a threat, but I was worried about, I think it was Coventry and Bath, because they were flying earlier on. So I was happy there was a gap between them. But what a race.
Good, yeah, what a race. Again, interrupted. Big crash at turn 1, but of course we got going again, which is good. It was a bit interesting with the pit stops. Had you made a pit stop before the red flag or not?
Yeah, we'd made one before the red flag, so we just came in straight away afterwards, and it was perfect.
Brilliant. Well done on 2 good results. I'm hoping to grab a word with our eventual race winner. Another win for Reading. Wow, I mean, you've won this afternoon, surely.
I can't believe it. It was such an intense battle. I was pushing Cardiff all the way, and it took the last lap. I was thinking, right, when am I going to go for it? When am I going to go for it? And it happened on a second or last lap. I can't even remember. Oh my God, what a battle.
Talk us through the move, because I didn't actually see it, because we were just sorting and making sure everything was ready to go live.
Of course. So we went under the bridge, and I forced Cardiff to go slightly defensive. Took a wide line, he just went too wide on the Banks Hill, and so I just took the inside, and on the bridge I took him. So
lovely. You must be pretty happy with that, and a round win for Reading. That's a good continuation of the form you've been on recently.
We've won the round. We've done it. I can't believe it.
Is this your teammate as well?
Yeah,
how was your stint that one? That must have been pretty good.
My 3 laps. Yeah, it was good.
3 laps, but hey,
Something like that.
it's a team.
It's a team. It's a team.
There's no I in team.
Yeah.
What number transponder are you guys?
Oh, there we got some other bits and pieces. Anyway, well done to Reading for their second win this afternoon. We now turn our attention to the final race of this afternoon. The floodlights are on, the temperature is dropping, so all the drivers in this race will have clear visors. And let's grab a word with some drivers who are going out this afternoon. Hello, how are you? Hello. How are you? Who are we talking to? Who are you racing for?
I'm racing for Surrey. We're fifth on the grid at the start now. Our first endurance didn't do too well, but just got to make the best of it now.
Make the best of it indeed. Of course, floodlights coming out now. Temperature's definitely dropping. Do you reckon that's going to make a difference with how the karts feel?
I think lap times will get a bit quicker, and just got to try and not. If you get a few slow laps, your temperature might drop a bit. Just got to keep at it, really.
And we saw that pit stops made a big difference in that previous race. Good pit stops put the drivers forward, and bad pit stops put some teams backwards. What have you been thinking about with your pit stops?
We've got to add weight and change the pedals, so it's going to be a bit of a
Probably not a record pit stop then.
No, we're only going to do one driver change to try to reduce the amount of mistakes.
Smart. Anyway, good luck with the race. We'll head a bit further down the field, see if we can grab some drivers starting further backwards. I'm trying to speak to someone I haven't spoken to yet today. I do end up forgetting who I have and haven't spoken to because we speak to a lot of people. I don't think I've spoken to this slot over here. Have we spoken to you today? We haven't, have we? Who are you?
I am Dan. I was in race 3. Race 3?
Race 3?
Yeah, race 3.
And remind us which uni you're racing for.
Cardiff.
Cardiff. So I'm going to chat to your man down here. Hello, who are you? Who are you racing for? What's your name?
Ollie, Cardiff.
Ollie from Cardiff. We saw in that previous race, good pit stops meant that you went forward, bad pit stops meant that you went backwards. So have you guys got a strategy for yours?
Pit quickly.
Do it quickly. Are you going to have to change lead, change pedals, change seat?
No, we're both heavy and we're both tall.
You know what? Heavy and tall, as long as you're both heavy and tall, it sounds like a good tactic because you could get in and out pretty quickly.
Yep.
Plan for the race. Talk to me through it. What's going to happen on lap 1 for you?
Stay out of trouble, hopefully.
Sorry?
Stay out of trouble, hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, good luck with that. Hopefully it goes well for you. We spoke to Kate earlier on. We've spoken to Liverpool quite a lot today. Why don't we chat to outgoing champions? Well, you might still win, you never know, but it's not been the best start to the season for what was a dominant performance last year. Jensen Brown, Exeter, number 1 plate. It's not been the start of the season that you would have liked.
No, not really. It doesn't seem to be going our way at the moment, but hopefully it will change in this race. And we'll see. I think we can win from here.
I think you can definitely win from here. Last year you won the championship on just consistency, and the endurance races were definitely a strength of yours. Was it pit stops? Is it teamwork? Is it just, listening to the other guys? What's the secret?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got the radio on, so I couldn't really hear what you were saying, but our secret is, I think we're really good at the pit stops.
It does look like he's ready for action there. Look at that. And are you going to go short, going to go long? What's the plan?
Well, I'm not sure I can reveal that information.
You know it's going to change their plan now. No one's watching this and then going to change it.
We might be trying a naughty undercut.
The undercut? You're going to go put some fresh tyres on and off you go?
Yeah, I'm thinking wets.
You know what? Actually could be the move. It's definitely getting colder. Anyway, we'll see how you get on. Thank you for chatting to us, Jensen. And let's see, we head right to the back of the grid. Hopefully we can still grab a word with someone I haven't spoken to as well. Number 48 in the Clubman group. What is your name and who are you driving for?
I'm driving for Brighton D.
What's the race looking like?
Very cold.
You think what, sorry?
Very cold.
It is definitely cold. It's definitely got colder. I've got 2 coats on. What are you up to tomorrow?
Sleeping in.
Sleeping in? Anything else?
No, not much.
Pretty chill week then. Go karting today, not much tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah.
Sounds like a great week. Anyway, I think that's about all we got time for. We are about to go green for the final time today. The third of the endurance races. Over to you in the comms box, Andrew and Reeve.
Thank you very much, Piers. So here we are then. Floodlights are on and drivers are ready for one last bit of action here at PFI. What a season opener it has been. So many stories from just one day.
Yeah, it's been a mix of the old and new in a way. So you've had teams like Coventry and Loughborough coming back to the fore who haven't been around for a while, but then Reading doing well. They've not seen success like this for quite a while. Oh, we've still got this third endurance race to go. Let's go through the grid very quickly ahead of the final race of the day. One more 60-minute challenge for the drivers. Bathurst will have pole position for it. Swansea A on alongside on the front row of the grid. On the second row of the grid, it will be Leeds A and Birmingham B, Surrey A and Southampton B, Loughborough B and Coventry B will be row 4, Sheffield B and UCLan A row 5, Coventry A and Cambridge A will be on row number 6.
Row 7 then, it'll be Battersea and Huddersfield A. Row 8, Portsmouth A and Leicester A. Row 9, Loughborough D and Liverpool A.
Cardiff C and Cardiff B, and all Cardiff, row 10. You want to be behind that, it goes away. And Birmingham A are. They're on row 11 alongside Sheffield C. Swansea B and Coventry F go from row number 12.
Row number 13 is a Lancaster B and Exeter A. Row 14 is UWE B. Then we have Oxford Brooks B. Row 15, Southampton A and Brighton B.
Oxford Brooks D and Sheffield A go from row 16. Liverpool C and Manchester A from row 17. And Leeds B complete the 35-kart field here in the Premier and Clubman's. The Mains Championship, last race of the day. Not the last race of the meeting. We'll have the intermediates here tomorrow. Won't be streaming it, but we will have some content for you across the day. I'll be putting the mobile phone in front of people's faces and telling them to talk and telling us about their racing experiences here. It's at PF International. Snow pending, of course. But let's have some fun, shall we? Let's decide who's going to win round 2 of this year's BUKC. Away we go for 60 minutes. Ooh. Contact between the 4 and the 27. A very aggressive chop there from Bath A. And I wonder if that might get the attention of someone out there, or the observers. It was a bold chop across. Now, there was, I think, a bit of Swansea coming back across as well, and they kind of met in the middle. That could have been a real moment of disaster for both of them, but they're all still in the race down the inside. And I think that's Samuel Harrison going for a move. Winner for Southampton earlier on today. I think he might have switched actually across to the B team. No, he hasn't. No, sorry. Of course, he's running in the Loughborough kart this year. So the number 14 running strongly at the front of the order, opening stages. Everyone just trying to get into a rhythm here. If they're at the front of the field, keep themselves at the front of the field. If they're towards the back, gain as many positions as they can without being spat out of the order. And then looking for perhaps that early pit stop when the pit stop window opens at 5 minutes. Round to complete lap number 1 then. Track limit warning for Swansea A. So my goodness me, they go throughout the whole day without any warnings of any sort. And Swansea A have now had 3 in the space of 6 racing minutes.
Well, they've got to make up for lost time, haven't they? They've got all the colleagues out there have got about 20,000, so why don't they as well?
Yeah, I suppose in some ways you're right. But yes, down the straight they go then. Little look for the lead. In fact, much bigger look for the lead. Beautiful from Surrey A. That was a bit of a, shall I go for it? Maybe not. Maybe I'm here now. Right, I'll just stick it down the inside and make a nice move for the lead on Bath A.
Cone penalty coming in for Lancaster B. Track limits warnings there for Liverpool C. And you just start to see now the track starting to look like, not that I'm an expert in tarmac or anything, just, you know when tarmac looks cold?
Yes.
Yeah, at least someone knows what I'm on about.
Yeah.
It's looking like that.
It looks like that kind of tarmac that if you fell down on it as a 6-year-old, it would be, really abrasive. I know what you mean. But across the line, new leaders, Surrey A. Now, where is the spreadsheet of dooming, I hear you ask? Well, it's coming up for you. In the clubhouse, done, sorted. 2 races, 4th and the 1st. Reading's 117 is what a team would need to beat if they want to win this round. Let's just follow these 3 going down into turn 1, because I just feel there was a move for the lead coming. Down the inside go Loughborough B. Take the lead back away from Surrey A. There's a point there. Say, come on, let's work together. 3.5 minutes. Pit window 90 seconds away. Teams that can beat Reading's 117 are as follows: Liverpool A, Birmingham A, Coventry A, Southampton A, and if you haven't race leaders, Loughborough B rather. They can all beat 117 or at least draw with it. Now we should remind Bit of rules practice at this stage of the season. Loughborough have a 4th on the board. They have to win to give themselves a chance of winning, and then set a faster lap time than the fastest lap time that Reading did in either race 1 or race 2.
And we know from race 1 in particular, they had an hour of really quite fast running. They
Yes.
worked their way up through the grid, and those two front runners at the end of race 1 didn't seem to slow each other down in their battling. They were still lapping in the low 110s, so it's going to be close.
Clubman situation, wide open. Lancaster A in the clubhouse already on 95. A vulnerable 95, I would say. Teams that could beat that, Brighton B, Leeds B, as there's a bit of a moment there for Surrey A through hairpin number 2. They're going to lose out there to at least, no, they're not going to lose out to Bath A. Bath A are going to slot in behind. Loughborough's still leading this one. Lancaster B could win in Clubman. Brooks D, Sheffield B, Leeds A, Huddersfield C, Huddersfield A rather, Sheffield C and Bath C all could win Clubman for round 2. So that one really is one we're going to have to keep a beady eye on, because it's going to get very complicated with the electronic abacus for that. And now the pit window is open. So is anyone towards the back of the field taking the opportunity to dive into the pits? I think of Cardiff. No, Cardiff B haven't gone into the pits. Cardiff C might have gone into the pits. They've just lost 4 places early on. Here is the chasing group. Leeds A, Swansea A, Coventry A and Sheffield B all in it. So, oh dear, as that's a bit of a deep line for Leeds A. That line would have worked this morning, but not when it's pretty dry and grippy here in the afternoon.
Yeah, maybe the track's starting to kind of decide it wants to be the opposite day now, later on in the afternoon. Now the inside is pretty much your only viable line now. It's a bit cold out there.
So let's this is the point of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, where we start banging some results, provisional results, into the spreadsheet. Into the spreadsheet of doom. Who would be winning this round with results as they stand? Well, Liverpool A have made some nice progress early on. They're up to 9th place. Where have Birmingham A emerged in all of this? Are they already pitted? Well, they're in 26th place at the moment. That's moving in the wrong direction for them. Coventry A aren't moving in the wrong direction. They're up to 4th place. But they would need at least, they need to win. They would need to win this race to emerge on top, because the good thing for Reading, with a race win, that's a very strong card to have in tiebreaker land.
Yes.
So a 3rd and a 2nd for Coventry, even though it would be the same number of points as Reading, would not be enough, because Reading's win from race 2 would then break the tiebreaker. Where is Southampton A at the moment? 17th, so they need to make some progress, but they did start 29th, so they're moving in the right direction. And Loughborough B at the moment, so we would be in that scenario that we talked about earlier, of it would be down to fastest laps. Paul Simard looking down the inside there in the number 77. Going for a move. A scrappy race earlier on in the day for Bath C. Now looking to fight back.
Bath A and Surrey A 2 laps ago, matching each other within 1,000th of a second on the lap a couple of laps ago. Not quite the same this time around. That gap now standing at around about 0.3 of a second. Bath A still with that fastest lap, 1:10.6. Monster curve there for Brighton B, but looking down the inside into the first hairpin there. 3 was not going to go into 1, luckily. A little bit wide for the runner on the back.
Hello to Links in the chat. Got myself a licence a week ago, looking to make it into the Inters at Buckmore. So one of our drivers in Warwick. Yeah, we could say it's the good thing with the licence system still being open for drivers to test and get their licence later in the season, that they can still make it into one of their teams based on where they qualify.
Nice track to start out at as well, Buckmore. It's certainly got a good mix of some technical corners to test your mettle on.
So still early stages of this one, not even 10 minutes into the race. Bath A have taken the lead. That is good news if you are supporting Reading, because that separates the tiebreaker between Reading and Loughborough B. Puts Loughborough back to 116 points from a possible 120, as we should mention. What are the fastest lap times looking like for these two teams at the moment? Well, if you're Reading, you did a 1 minute 10.4 in the first race. And in the second race, you did a 1 minute, my goodness me, that's consistent lap timing. 1 minute 10.435.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of consistency.
So Peter Knight's time is the one for Reading by 0.03 of a second. Loughborough B, oh, this is close. 1 minute 10.463. So if it was to be a tiebreaker situation between Reading and Loughborough B, the round would be being decided by, quick maths, about 28 milliseconds.
Ooh, good math stat there. That's
in fact, not about 28 milliseconds.
Exactly.
Exactly 28 milliseconds. But that's not the situation we're in at the moment, because the number 14 needs to win the race for that scenario to open. And of course, Loughborough B could go and set something quicker than a 1 minute 10.435 to win the round.
Top three managing this race rather nicely here. Still setting leading pace, still breaking away from that mid-pack behind, despite the fact that they're in the midst of battling. Impressive drive from all three so far.
Just having a look at some of our clubman teams who have a chance in this one. Not good news at the moment if you're supporting Brighton B. They're down in 30th spot right now. Leeds B had I want to say a decent start. They're up in 20th spot right now. Lancaster B, this is Lancaster A's teammates. They are currently in the house as the leaders. Apologies, our time scale. Currently they're last and 2 laps off the lead. So that looks to be a fairly settled event for Lancaster B. How are Brooks D getting on out there? They're in 15th. That's okay, but yeah, they need a bit more really to be challenging the scores. It's going to be winning you, clubman, today. Sheffield B likewise. Yeah, and I think at the moment Lancaster are looking all right for a double clubman win. That'd be a really good achievement for the guys from the Northwest.
Still running with the top three here, absolutely bumper to bumper as we head now in getting closer to those kind of middle phases of this race. Of course, nowhere near half distance just yet, but now's the time where we're getting more into the first pit window. And the last few teams will be thinking about making sure that their stops are at least planned, if not done yet. Liverpool 8 fastest lap there, 110.5 on the previous circuit round here.
Could hear some of the teams discussing their strategies of even down to like, well, we're going to pit on 22 minutes and 37 minutes, and being quite detailed with when they're going to pit out there. Yeah, so they're just doing some more of the maths. Surrey A are a bit of an outlier in terms of clubmen for anyone wondering, well, what about them? They're up in 3rd place in this race. Yes, they are, but they finished the first race in 33rd. So that rather takes them out of it. Liverpool A going along quite nicely. That's a good lap time. Popping in there. Now, hang on a minute. Liverpool A, 5th place at the moment.
They're in the
They
mix.
won race 1. If they get up into 4th or higher, they go into that tiebreaker situation. Well, just 4th. If they go into 4th, they go into that tiebreaker scenario that we were talking about between Reading and Loughborough B. The difference, a 1 minute 10.5, that's getting pretty close. The pace is there. If they can find another 10th,
Well, here they are.
they would take the lead in that one, or alternatively, just get up into 3rd.
Still all to play for with 45 minutes to go. And this is really the point at which teams, drivers have got to start absolutely nailing every aspect of this endurance race. One small error in a pit stop, one dropped bit of lead, one slightly dodgy pedal change.
Because you've obviously been on a team more recently than me, Reeve, but like, do you think that's a part of the strategy to go in at this stage when you know, oh, it could come down to fastest lap? Do you go out and for a few laps at least concentrate on trying to get as fast a lap in as possible, as Liverpool have just done there? And that's the one. That's the one. Right, 1 minute 10.404. That's a very, very good thing to have in your back pocket. That is faster than anything Reading and Loughborough B have done in this round. So if it was a tiebreaker now, Liverpool would win it. It's not a tiebreaker at the moment because they need to get into 4th place and past Coventry A.
Yes, I suppose, as you were saying there, Andrew, it comes down to who's in the cart. I expect when they know that something's on the line, when they know that maybe they don't know all the details, but they know that there's potentially a round win on the cards.
Yep.
It's just going to be a case of go out there, hell for leather, and see what happens. They'll have discussed a little bit beforehand. Usually Liverpool strategy is discussed in the pub the night before, which is obviously the best place to plan your strategies. They will discuss that beforehand to see maybe a general idea, but at this stage now, it's let's have them going as fast as we can for as long as we can.
Yeah. Lap times across the top 5 very stable at the moment. So all of them last time around were either in a 1 minute 10.9 or a 1 minute 10.8, apart from Liverpool A did a 1 minute 10.6. But maybe they will start to think about changing things if Coventry A can't pick their pace up further up. Well, Coventry A did do a personal best last time around in this race of that 1 minute 10.8. Ooh, that was looking a little bit scrappy. Very long way in this race to go.
Covey knows the pressure is on now. Speaking of pressure, here is that battle for the lead of the race. Plenty of pressure here. Surrey A dives into the pit now in this first pit window.
Thank you very much to Piers Pryor, who's been doing some brilliant work all day. Has just informed us that the 2 drivers involved in the red flag incident in the last race are all good.
Fantastic news.
So for those concerned for clear and obvious reasons, it's good news. Everyone's okay in that regard. Right, pit stop activity. Surrey in. That promotes Coventry A and Liverpool B to 3rd and 4th places respectively. Liverpool A have just received a contact warning that I am assuming is for what we saw happen at Hairpin 2 a few moments ago. So Liverpool A are now in terms of track position where they want to be. Surrey A back out. Decent pit stop, 1 minute 34.7. So they've lost about 24 seconds in that one. May well have changed driver. We will keep an eye on their lap times next time around. Bit of traffic now for Coventry A and Liverpool to deal with.
And it looks like Liverpool A wins out there. Coventry A caught by that traffic, and Liverpool now, for a moment at least, ahead of Coventry A, but loses out on the exit.
There's another factor in this. I love it when this
Another
works out.
permutation.
Another permutation. I love it when this works out in these endurances. So they're doing some good work, aren't they, with this Coventry A kart at the moment? They're both setting lap times. That means they're catching up to Bath A and Loughborough B. Brilliant news if you're Liverpool A. What isn't brilliant news is the kart that you're pushing along is Coventry A, who already have a 3rd in their back pocket.
Yes.
So the further up they get, the closer they're getting to going to a score that if you're Liverpool, you cannot beat.
So my message to the Liverpool crew is that banana peel that you kept handy.
And I just wonder here whether it's a tough one. It's probably the one kart on the track that you wouldn't want
be
to
stuck
be.
behind. Yeah, not just
Well,
because of their pace.
Their pace is great. That
Yeah.
side of it is marvellous, and trying to pulling that gap up to Loughborough and Bathurst when you've already put that 1 minute 10.4 in, which, as we've discussed, would be a winning tiebreaker in a tiebreaker situation. I think that's the right call. Going in there at that point. Well, that's Loughborough who just headed in, but I still think that's the right call because they weren't making much progress at that stage as well. I think you box. I think you box if you're Liverpool A. You've got what you needed out of following this Coventry kart, and that's exactly what they've done.
Brilliant stuff.
So now the key is, can they get out ahead of Surrey A? Can they jump Surrey A in the pit stops? Swansea A go through up into 5th place. We're looking at Liverpool. Loughborough B have come out there with a nice pit stop, 1:31.7. They haven't jumped
by quite
Surrey
some
A
margin as
in
well.
the stops. They still haven't come out of the stops. Ooh, 1:38.7.
About at least 6 seconds slower than
Yeah.
what you wanted, really.
Yep. That's the thing. If you want to win these rounds, you've got to be good at the pit stops. But we should remember this is the same situation for Southampton A in race 1. They'd had a not very good stop 1, and then they absolutely nailed it on the second one. Didn't win the race overall in the end because they had a penalty, but they were the first team over the line, first to see the checkered flag. It's the number 23 of Surrey A through the shot. Surrey A leading in Clubman at the moment. The 72 and the 64. The 72, I think, is a lap down because the 64 is the next kart position-wise behind Surrey. There's the number 41 going down the inside of a couple of drivers.
Number 61 of Liverpool C, that was then.
And that was the position then. That was Loughborough D going through for around 25th place. Track limit warning for Sheffield A. Curious day for Sheffield, I think.
Yes.
I think they would have been confident at the start of the day with 4 teams through into mains, and in terms of travel distance, this one's pretty good for Sheffield. It's only about an hour and a quarter away, but execution hasn't quite been there today for the South Yorkshire squad. Couple more minutes to go then before pit stop window number 1 closes. UClan A stuck up behind the number 66 at the moment. Now, I think the reason they didn't pit there is that Sheffield did. It's often a thing that we find in the Club 100 endurances that if there's any degree of uncertainty, you know there's 2 Bowsers. If you see a car that's gone in ahead of you, you know, well, one of the Bowsers is going to be occupied. And if there's any doubt that the other Bowser could be occupied, you go round again.
Yeah. There is enough fuel margin in these races for these cars to not have to worry about being on fumes.
Indeed. The thing that they've probably not got a massive margin on, though, is time. They've got less than 3 minutes to get in now.
True.
Get this pit stop done. So I think what we're going to see here is a cycling back to the front of the order, because Swansea have not pitted yet. UClan, as we know, have not pitted yet. So we're going to see Bath A at the midway stage of this cycle back to the front of the order. That's some good work from the number 4. They've got Axel Slepčević at the wheel for them at the moment. Right behind a Loughborough B. So this is the fight for the lead. This is the fight for the lead of the race. And again, do we go into that period of it's a question of do Loughborough know, isn't it, that they need a fast lap?
Yeah.
If they want to win this round, they've got to get a fast lap in. They've just gone by Bath A, so they won't get the benefit of the tow now, but they might get the opposite way round. They might get Bath pushing them along. They need a 1 minute 10.434 the moment, their fastest lap in this race is a 1 minute 10.820. They need that and the race win to win the round. Just looking down to Liverpool A, they re-emerged.
They're in traffic.
Yeah, they're in traffic now. This is not a great phase of the race for Liverpool A because they were in control of their destiny. They were in 4th place. They had the tie-breaking lap time, but now they find themselves behind both Southampton karts, Coventry A, Sheffield A. These are all strong teams. 47 seconds to go before the first pit window slams shut. Floodlights on here at PF International. Racing in what is nearly darkness. The number 72 of Lancaster B has just had a track limit warning there. UClan A better be in pretty quickly unless I've missed something here, because I don't see a lap time on their scorecard where they've obviously pitted.
Indeed. Now, if you're in Liverpool's position, what do you do here? Do you kind of accept this phase as a bit of a slow one and maybe right as the next pit window opens, immediately jump back in and try and find yourself some more clear air? They're currently running in P8. They've got a couple of cards ahead for some company. Southampton A, Sheffield A, also Southampton B have been able to get ahead. UClan A is now in the pits. They've dipped into the pits. Whether or not they've done that within the pit window being open, or they've just slipped in, it's very marginal indeed.
Marginal is the word, because obviously we've got a bit of a lag up to our timing information here. That's cutting it close. Very close.
Perhaps too close.
Perhaps too close. I think they were all right. I think they were, as long as they were in pit lane before 25 minutes and 1 second, they were fine. But that's putting a lot of risk in if you have a if you have a yellow flag hold up or a spin on that in lap. Either way, they've re-emerged in 9th place, so we've now got
an all right pit stop there as well.
Yeah, it was a decent pit stop, 1 minute 35.661 as they came back out there. So, Loughborough B lead at the midway phase. Everyone's done 1 pit stop. That's a representative point of the race. They've also just dropped their best lap time of the race so far, 1 minute 10.547. So they need just over another 1/10 of a second now.
Surrey A getting very close to that time. In fact, there is getting very close to that time of Liverpool A, that 4:04 that we had a few laps ago. Surrey A on the 10.427 on the last lap. So in a good rhythm at the moment are Surrey A. Under pressure from Bath, that's probably pushing them along quite a bit, and also not too far behind from Loughborough B.
Through the rest of the scores, need to keep an eye on Southampton A. They're not out of this in terms of the round win. 3rd and 7th, they've got a similar situation to Coventry. They could go out and get a good result and get themselves on the podium. What are Birmingham doing in this race? We haven't talked too much about Birmingham A, 24th. Yeah, it's not going to happen for this one. Seems off on the way with Birmingham A when there's an opportunity to go for a round win. It just slips away from them. Lancaster A, I think, are still holding on for their hopes of winning in the clubman class. We're just going through
Liverpool A, who I was just about to say, seems to be on a decent recovery here. 10.0, fantastic lap, just what they needed. Currently, at this phase, only 1.4 seconds down on Coventry A, who, of course, they lost quite a bit of time to in that pit stop.
And Surrey A have just received a penalty. Multiple pieces of contact for Surrey A. It's not a defining moment.
But it's an important
one. there's pace in the track, I think, here. There's quite a few teams going blue or purple or setting best lap times. That's got to be encouraging if you're Loughborough B, that you can get another. We're talking 0.112. If they can squeeze that out over their best lap time at the moment, they're then in round-winning position.
Well, as Piers was interviewing a few of the drivers before, a few of the drivers saying that actually slightly colder track temperatures, they don't have to care about what the tyres are. The tyres will be warm as long as they keep pushing and pushing and pushing hard. Of course,
Ooh, 72 running a bit wide
too
there.
hot. Yeah, number 72.
Yeah, the engines can quite like these cooler temperatures. That's a bit of a moment there for the 32. Got to get that wrapped up. Well done. Using the runoff there. That'll have been a scary moment. There is confirmation of your penalty for Surrey A. That's going to be contact. That's multiple pieces of contact, so it's not necessarily gaining advantage, but a few too many contact warnings, meaning that they've had 2 warnings. That'll be a 2-place deduction at the end of the race. So if you're Bath A and you're Coventry A, you're taking receipt of that. Thank you very much. But if anybody else, doesn't mean anything to them.
Just about now at the halfway stage of this race. You can see after that small mishap there.
Oh, big lap time. Big lap time. Sorry to cut across you, Reeve. 1 minute 10.433. That is 2 thousandths quicker than Peter Knight's fastest lap time for Reading A in race 2. That is now a tiebreaker changing situation. It means that both teams, Loughborough B and Reading A, have a 4th and a 1st as things stand. That is the best time that we've seen from Loughborough B across the round, and it's quicker than Reading's.
It is indeed. Sorry, they're responding well with a 10.265 as well. This track really does have some pace in it.
This will be, in a way, quite cruel if you're Reading, because there's nothing you could do about this. You're probably like, no, the cruelty of the draw. You would have preferred to have been in this race when the track is a bit, and we're talking such fine margins at this stage. But that is big. That is really big from Loughborough B to dig deep and get that lap time out. You've still got to go and win this race, of course. You've still got to go and not pick up any penalties for the next 29 minutes. You've still got to go and do another pit stop as well. But right now, they are in the position that they would need to get 60 points.
Sorry, 10.081.
Yeah. And the track is running the quickest that it probably has all day for the majority of teams. Change for 7th place. Southampton B go past Liverpool A. So as things would stand, Loughborough B would be your round winners. Reading A would be 2nd. Coventry A would be 3rd. Liverpool now slip down to 113. They would lose position to Cardiff as well. Meanwhile, still looking pretty good for Lancaster in Clubman.
Bath, Surrey and Loughborough. Surrey now catching back up to Loughborough. Bath separated by a little bit of traffic now. Starting to get into that traffic management phase of this race, which started a few minutes ago, of course, in the first pit window. And now we'll continue on as we get ready for the second pit window coming up now.
Just an update on Clubman. Need to keep an eye on Leeds B, I think. They're running in 20th place. They've just set their fastest lap of the race, the number 74. They had quite... What did they have from the first round? They had a 9th from the first race, which is not too shabby to have with you. If they can get up, I think, 3 more positions, if they can get to 17th, they might be on to take this away from Lancaster A. What is the gap to Cardiff B ahead? 4 seconds. Need to get cracking on a bit or do something clever with the Leeds A carts, because that is ahead of them at the moment in 13th place. Leeds A, I think, is another one of those teams that mathematically could win as well, though. So, you know, sometimes you would think about, is there a bit of tactics to be played there of pull the cart that's higher in the race order, but not necessarily in the standings out the way? Nah, I don't think that's a tactic that you play at this stage of the season. .26 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So we're approaching the point of the race where the second window will open. Sheffield A trying to make some progress up through the traffic. This is all not for position. They're trying to pull away from Coventry A as well. Now Coventry A have fallen down to 5th place here. That is going to move them off the podium, I think, right now. Yes, it is, because Cardiff would make, there would be a tiebreaker there with Cardiff. Cardiff have a 2nd place. Coventry have a 3rd. So Cardiff will be back onto the podium. That would be a good comeback for Cardiff after a difficult morning.
It would actually, yes. Almost reversing fortunes there for those two teams. Coventry, of course, very impressive this morning. Not to say they haven't been impressive, some great pace on display here. It's just, for each race, so much more is at stake when it comes down to the Enduros.
Southampton A trying to find their way through the traffic as well, but have just actually lost a position there to their own B team. And Liverpool are in there as well. So this is Liverpool trying to fight their way back through the order. They are still the fastest cart on the circuit, we should note. 1 minute 10.047. That's actually quite important, them getting past Liverpool A there. If they can find a way past, they're in a Southampton sandwich. That's the problem at the moment.
Yeah.
They need to get clear of both of these Southampton carts and get up the road. They're 2.3 seconds away from the next group. That's the critical one for Liverpool A, because we've been waxing lyrical about Loughborough B's 1 minute 10.433. Still the case if Liverpool A can get up to 4th or more in this round, they're in a position, they would then be in a position to win it.
They were potentially on for it, of course. We had that issue a few laps ago. Good save by Callum Pedder. But yeah, now find themselves in the Southampton sandwich.
Yeah.
As the com box has just gone dark.
It happens at this time of day.
Mysterious.
Southampton, and there's reason for Southampton to not comply with Liverpool, because those two teams are very close to one another in the standings for this round as well. It's a potential championship points at play for Southampton there if they can get both of those carts ahead of Liverpool. Second window is now open, we should mention. Opened 1 minute and 21 seconds ago.
Liverpool's pitted immediately.
I think, I like that call
Good
as
call.
well.
Yeah.
Get yourself out of that Southampton sandwich. Although I think Southampton B have gone in as well, so you've got to hope that there was no one in front. And that was a better pit stop that time around. 1 minute 32.3 for Liverpool. 1 minute 33.2 for Southampton B. So that's the first of the big hitters to stop in this second round of stops. Got to shout out Portsmouth as well. I've just noticed Portsmouth A running quite nicely. Up in 8th place, the number 62. And within half a minute of the leaders, we've also had a change at the front of the order. Now we have, but we haven't. Surrey A have taken the lead on the road, but they've got a penalty, we should remember. So that would put Loughborough B back into round-winning position. What Loughborough cannot afford for their hopes of getting the 60 points from this round is falling behind Bath A, and at the moment the gap between those two is, well, it's there, it's on your screens, 0.785 of a second. The red suit, white helmet, number 23, that is Surrey A. The blue suit, silver helmet, that is Loughborough B in P2.
Bath had a really nice run through that first
Yeah,
hairpin there.
Axel Slijepcevic putting all of his knowledge of this circuit to good use there. What is Bath's situation? Well, they got a 10th in race 1. So they're not mathematically in with a shot of winning this. They need a bit of misfortune for those ahead if they're going to sneak onto the podium. Still up for a decent haul of points from the first endurance round of the year. If you've enjoyed today, do head across to the website www.bukc.co.uk to find out how you can get involved. If you're at university, All of the clubs run through the students' unions and guilds and all of those organisations, the sports societies. Contact your captain to get involved, and if your university hasn't got a team, you haven't got a captain, make one.
Yeah.
And, good time of year actually to start getting things planned and maybe trying to get involved and looking to next year's championship. And of course, starting up, you've got a karting club as well. It's great opportunities now with the Motorsport UK karting pathway and the link up with Team Sport Karting to do some indoor karting. Plenty of opportunities to get involved. If you're not a student, www.club100.co.uk. Main championship seasons are upon us in a couple of weekends' time. As in go Loughborough. Loughborough B go for a pit stop. This is a very important pit stop for this race. For the round reef Taylor, they've got to get this right.
We wait with bated breath then. Just on board at the moment with Bath A. Obviously Loughborough A tumbling down as they sit in the pits. On board then with number 27 of Swansea there.
In 15th place at the moment. This is the fight for 14th place overall. Waiting on Loughborough B to emerge from the pits. There's a quite large gap between Coventry A and Portsmouth A that I think they'll be looking to try and just slot out into as soon as they come under our gantry here at start finish. Oh, bad stop. That's a bad stop for Loughborough B. I thought it felt long. 1 minute 50.8. So that's either something's gone wrong with the driver change or they've hit the fuel bowser with a delay. Out of our view, it's put them right back into the clutches of Liverpool A. That's how much time they've lost. Liverpool A have also got past both Southampton karts. Maybe there is hope for the number 32 then. So Surrey A haven't pitted. Bath A haven't pitted. Neither have Sheffield, neither have Coventry. But the big story right now is that, not sure why, but Loughborough B had a slow pit stop, some 18 seconds, I'd say, slower than I'd be expecting, and that is going to cost them. They have to win the race to have a chance of winning the round. They've already done the other bit, which is set a faster lap time than Reading did across their first or second race, and you can see the frustration because they're now losing. They've now lost out to both of the Southampton karts as well. That'll have been as they came down out of the pits. They'll have crossed the timing beam right in front of us here in the comms box, ahead of Liverpool A and the two Southampton karts, but not be up to speed. Those three karts have come through, and now Loughborough B have got it all to do.
Certainly not easy now in the final 20 minutes of this race. They'll be treating that a bit like a sprint at this point. That driver with around about 25 minutes ago just needs to absolutely gun it back to the checkered flag now if he can. Liverpool have got their fast driver in at the moment, Tim Edwards in the kart. Obviously fairly decent margin to the karts up in front, but anything to play for still.
Surrey A are in for their second mandatory pit stop. Not emerged yet, the number 23. There they are, just coming under us now, and they've got out ahead of Liverpool A and the Southampton karts and Loughborough B. But remember, they have a penalty. They have a penalty. So, hang on a minute, it's role reversal. So with the penalty applied, Liverpool A would go up to 4th. They have the fastest lap of the race. They have the fastest lap of the round. They're back in winning contention again. They're back in the position that they would need to score 117 points, have that tiebreaker with Reading A, and take it virtue of that 1 minute 10.047.
Still plenty of time left in this race. On board at the moment with the midfield action here, number 61 and number 5 running up through now. The ever-darkening left-handed banked turn. It must be getting really quite chilly out there now.
Yes, no, I can imagine that for anyone watching that, this is the point of the day where I would actually want to be out there on a cold day like this, because if you're in the karts, you're working hard, it's physical out there, you're feeling warm. If you stood at trackside a long day of racing,
yeah,
probably feeling quite cold right now. There's number 33 going through. That was that a move for position maybe? I'm trying to look where the 33 is down our list. Yes, it was. Cambridge A going past Loughborough D for 29th position. The number 32 just ahead, that is Liverpool A. That is the key car, not winning this race at the moment. Well, this would be quite a story. We're 5th on the road in race 1, but the 4 karts ahead all had penalties. They took inheritance of the win, and at the moment they're taking the round win again on the basis of another penalty, but this time for Surrey A.
Important to note as well, a little bit of lap traffic in between Liverpool and the likes of Loughborough Southampton as well, so not having to look over their shoulders too much at this moment in time, but as we say, still 15 minutes.
And they're closing. I say the pace is all right at the moment. The pace seems to have gone back out the circuit again. We should note that
now it's a bit too cold.
Yeah,
maybe.
Now it's too cold, and I think they're losing. We were at that sweet spot where the engines were really liking the crisp cold air as the sun started to set. Loads of drivers were in the low 1 minute 10s, mid 1 minute 10s. We're now in the 111s and the 112s. I don't know how Exeter are doing a 1 minute 10.6, their new fastest lap of the race. They still seem to have got some pace out there. Was that Bath heading into pit lane?
It might have been Coventry.
It's Coventry, apologies. Yes, it was Coventry A. Coventry A still, we shouldn't forget, have a mathematical way to win this. Now they can't rely on tiebreakers, because if they're in a tiebreaker situation with Reading, Liverpool, etc., that would be because they've got a third and a second, and they would instantly lose the tiebreaker on the basis Reading have got to win. So they've got to go out and beat 117 outright, and the only way they can do that is going and winning this race.
Brighton B with a track limits penalty there. Been a little while actually since we've seen a full-on penalty. Been some nice, clean, consistent running in this later phase of the race.
Coventry A re-emerge, decent pit stop, 1 minute 35.
Penalty for Surrey A.
Another penalty for Surrey A. Well, it doesn't change the scenario for Loughborough A. It doesn't change the scenario for Loughborough B either, because it was a multiple contact penalty for Surrey A earlier in the race, so it was already +2 positions. Will now be good news for the 2 Southampton karts, Exeter and Newclan as well, with that latest penalty. 13 minutes to go. 8 of them will have the pit window still open. Bath A and Sheffield A still to make their mandatory pit stops, their second mandatory pit stop, to be exact.
Coventry had a decent stop there.
They did.
Back out on the road, P3 now.
Solid.
Yeah.
Not the quickest we've seen today, but not the slowest either. I'm saying that they've just lost now. What's happened here? Why have Coventry dropped 9 seconds? They've come across the line. They've just done a 1 minute 19.7. And that has put Liverpool now in 4th place on the road. That'll become 3rd once Surrey A's penalties have been applied. Liverpool now have a 1 point lead. And my co-commentator is very excited. You're very quiet.
I'm not going to say anything, not going to curse anything. I was just going to compliment Surrey on that very impressive best lap pace that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, the front end of the field here has been, in fact, I'd say in race 3 it stood out more than any of the other Enduros. They've been on each other, absolutely. In fact, even going beyond the front end of the field, we've still got the likes of the midfield also in the mid-110s. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Well, we didn't see what befell Coventry, but it's another key point in this race. Loughborough B have had problems. Poor pit stop put them 20 seconds back from perhaps where they could have been. Coventry A lost 9 seconds. Liverpool A lost time themselves in their first pit stop. Track limit warning for Cambridge A, the number 33. Still waiting on those pit stops from Bath and Sheffield. Both of those karts cannot win the round. Bath had a 10th in their first race. Sheffield A, well, they had an 11th. A similar situation.
Bath and Sheffield both pitting there with some fantastic pit stops.
That's very quick. Wow, Bath have come out and done a 1:27.8.
Yeah.
I think that's the fastest one we've seen today.
Yeah, 17-second stop. Well done, Sheffield as well.
I think Bath will be feeling, and again, it's the look of the draw thing. You know, you'll have a 35th and a second on the grids today. You know, the next rep when we go to Bookmore Park next week, you could have, you know, a 15th and a 25th. What they can be encouraged about is they've got pit stops cracked.
Yes.
And if they've got the look of the draw on their side at Bookmore, they're still going to get a decent score here in the championship out of this round. I'm going to say it. I was doing them a disservice earlier in the day saying Bath were on the rise. They're not on the rise anymore. They're right
here.
there.
Yeah.
They are here. They are fighting for this championship. And they've got a chance here. They were 6th in their qualifier. If you compare their day versus Exeter, we were expecting Exeter to be the team outside the top 5 in qualifiers coming to the fore, just because they're reigning champions more than anything, whereas it's been Bath that I think have made people sit up and notice with their performance here today at PF International. Nine minutes and 20 seconds to go. Bath A now leading by 19 seconds. Surrey A behind Sheffield A still. Remember, Sheffield have had a penalty. No, hang on a minute. What has happened again? We've had another change. Another significant change in the story of this race. Loughborough B have found a way up to the back of Liverpool A and have overtaken them. So that swings it back in the direction of Loughborough. It would be 4th and 3rd. It wouldn't quite be enough to win the round yet.
Loughborough beat with some really good pace at the moment, pretty much matching their best at this moment in time. About half a second. Oh dear, that is the number 21 car off and into the barrier there.
Mike Wilson complex. That occurred.
Leeds.
That was Leeds A. Oh, who were going along
Leeds
quite nicely.
fighting for that. Fighting for the Clubmans at the moment. Thought it could have been them, but
okay, so it doesn't change the situation completely. So Loughborough B now back ahead of Liverpool A. The significance is the 20 seconds they lost in the pit stop. That combined with a very good pit stop for Bath A is what's going to cost them here. Liverpool A 5th now on the road. They can keep within range of Surrey A's penalty drop, which they are doing. They would go back into round-winning position. Loughborough B are pushing now. 1 minute 10.280. New best lap for. Maybe there's still a little bit more pace in the track. The lap times are coming back again as the fuel starts to wear off, perhaps. Two and a half minutes before the pit window shuts. Where are UCLan in all of this? Because they cut it very far. They're down in 10th place now. They've already done their second pit stop.
lapping rather well, it must be said. About 6 seconds down on the two Southampton cars, but about a second to a second and a half, no, say about a second quicker on track at this moment in time.
Checking in with the Clubman scenario. This one's getting into the realm of what I call too close to call, like an American election. They are on a very provisional 94. So the 1 point behind. Lancaster's secured 95.
Loughborough's got ahead of Surrey here.
Loughborough B have got ahead of Surrey A. That's not a surprise with the relative pace that those two karts had, but Surrey A had a penalty, so it's not changing too much in terms of the scenario. What Loughborough really need to do is try and get down the road to Sheffield A and then hope something befalls Bath A. A penalty, a problem, etc. There's not enough time for them to catch Bath A on the road, especially with Bath A putting in 1 minute 10.2s. But the clubman scenario is now in that point of where, you know, a 4-place penalty for someone in front of Leeds B could tip this in the direction of the West Yorkshire team. 1 minute to go before the pit window closes. There's nobody times out there, Reeve.
Indeed, it is always the way with these enduro races. Never settled by halfway. It always comes down to these final 5 minutes. After all of that running, it comes down to the nitty-gritty stuff right at the end. So many nuances, so much at stake at the very end of this round. Round 2 certainly has delivered, just like round 1 in the morning. Of course, been a great day out to start the season here at PFI. Lancaster B picking up a track limits penalty there. We've been all right on the penalties front in the middle stage.
I mean, we have a somewhat strange look of things from the comms box. We have the screen in front of us. Obviously, we have a pretty decent view out of the windows here at PF International. JV and others may tell me I'm completely wrong later this evening in the hotel, but I would say driving standards have been a lot better today.
Yes.
There's always room for improvement, don't get me wrong, but compared to where they were at qualifiers, where I think we've got to be, you know, we've praised this championship a lot, but we don't praise it where the praise is due, and we don't hold the criticism back when it is due. And the criticism was due at qualifiers. The standards were not good enough from the front to the back. It wasn't one particular group of drivers. It wasn't rookies. It wasn't, you know, people with a bit of owner experience coming in for the first time. It was everybody. It wasn't good enough, and I think a lot of people have heeded those lessons and gone in the right direction. As I say, it's still more work to do, I think. We'd prefer to there be no penalties at all and have flat-out races all the way to the end of these competitions. But we can't have everything, can we? So yes, that penalty for Southampton A will move them further down the order, but they're out of contention anyway. 4 minutes to go. Still the position at the moment where Liverpool A would win the round on countback, virtue of their fastest lap across the round being a 1 minute 10.0 as opposed to Reading's 1 minute 10.4. Coventry A setting blue lap times, 1.1 seconds behind. They are probably the kingmakers right now. There's the number 36 going down the inside.
Just 3 tenths separating them on the last cross.
This is worrying times now, but you've got to get past Surrey A. If you're Liverpool A, you've got to get past Surrey A, and they have. That is a big move, because the number 8 of Coventry A were closing in like a missile and are still closing in like a missile. They could still take the position that Liverpool need away. Liverpool A now go up to 4th place on the road. Surrey A's penalty situation is now out of the situation. It's gone. They're behind. It doesn't affect either of these two. It's Benjamin Southgate racing for Coventry here. Was in good spirits earlier, was Ben. If Benjamin Southgate could find a way through past Coventry A, this is what we're talking about when if you're new to this competition, how one place on a road in a single race can affect into championship points. This is exactly it here. Liverpool A need to hold on to this position on the road and they'll win the round. If they lose it, they'll be second. That's not a good exit out of the last corner for Southgate. He's going to fall back behind the Surrey cart. That's good news for Liverpool. They've got some breathing room now. 2 minutes to go. And Liverpool have got to go. They've got to get their heads down and get forward and away from that charging number 8.
Key moments in the Liverpool story then. Race 1, solid battle. P2 in the end, eventually promoted to a race victory. In this race, solid start. Some issues later on into the first stint. Swapping drivers at the right time into the second pit window, and then having Loughborough have a pretty disastrous pit stop as well. And now working their way up into P4 on the road at this point in time, but importantly, Coventry A is now clear once again of Surrey A, and the battle is very much back on. Just over 60 seconds left on the clock, a little bit longer.
Exeter A are coming as well. There's some good pace for the reigning champions at the moment. 1 minute 10.4 last time around. Penalty for Swansea B. Too much use of the curbs out there. Less than 60 seconds on the clock. Where are the race leaders? The number 4 of Bath A have been magnificent in this race. And there, 26 seconds. That is a chasm. That is a chasm in one of these races. Bath A have got the speed right. Their pit stops have been excellent. Watch out for this Bath team. I think for most they'd still be underdogs. They're in that murky region between underdogs and championship contenders for me. Axel Slijepcevic is going to come round the final couple of corners, take the win for Bath A. It's going to convert into some nice championship points for them. They take the win in race 3. We're now going to have to wait for nearly half a minute. Fast, a personal best on the last lap as well for Bath A, 1 minute 10.1. Sorry, no, we're on the final lap, so one more lap. But to be honest, Slijepcevic could probably walk the rest of this lap and he'll still win. But what does it mean for Liverpool A? One more lap is not good news at all if you're Liverpool A. The gap is 0.6 of a second, and the last time around, Southgate took 0.4 of a second. Southgate is right there. 0.1 of it. Oh, he's right there. He's right on the bumper. This is for the round win. Liverpool have got to hold on to position ahead of Coventry A. Benjamin Southgate is to the outside. He's not going to be able to overtake there through the Lichfield Bridge. We're up on time now. There's a battle going on between the 27 and the 14. Where Southgate's down the inside going into hairpin 1. Is he going to be able to get the move done? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Southgate goes through and past Liverpool into 4th place. Exeter there as well. Liverpool were 1 lap away. Bath A have come over the line to win the race. Sheffield A with Adam Nather at the wheel are going to take 2nd. Loughborough B are going to be 3rd. They're going to have 2 thirds in this round. That's not going to be enough for the round win. And with a last lap overtake, unless Liverpool can strike back in the Mike Wilson sketch, there it is. Southgate's going to come over the line. There is the change. Coventry 4th, Liverpool A 5th. They miss out by 1 point. Reading A provisionally are going to win round 2 with a brilliant drive in the second race in particular, with the win driven over the line by Peter Knight. Wow, 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 wow. What a finish to the round.
Fantastic late race drive there from Coventry A. Really pushing on, just working way back through all that traffic, dealing with Southampton A, Southampton B, and got the move done when it matters. There's not much more you can say, really, can you?
There's not much more you can say, indeed.
Now seeing the Liverpool side.
Yeah, we're getting some messages because of our setup today in the box and the Liverpool team. What they've got to say, I'd always like to pick up on this at this point of the season. Look at that number on the Liverpool A card, number 32. For those of you not aware, that is the position they finished in the main championship last year. The fact that we're talking about of them 1 lap away from winning a round shows how much they've come on in the off-season. There is your provisional result from race number 3. Bath A win the race. Dominant performance, 28 seconds. Nearly half a second a lap quicker than Sheffield A. That's more like it from Sheffield A. Second place will be a decent score of points. A couple of things for them to work on, I think, in the sprints. They'll be back for Buckmore Park next week. Loughborough B, I think they could be pretty happy with their work today. They were on the podium in the first round, and we'll just see how the points shake out. And they may have done so again in round 2. Coventry A can definitely be happy with how they've got on today. Won in the first round. They're going to be high up the scores again in round 2. They are back. Coventry are in this title fight. Liverpool A were 0.447 of a second from winning the round. They finished 5th.
Rub it in, Andrew.
Sorry, mate. Hey, it's happened to Birmingham many a time. 116 points is what they finished the round on, but they will be on the podium. They can take that as a solace. 6th place for Exeter A. Still showing those flashes of the form that took them to the title last year, but they've got work to do before we race at Bookmore Park next week. Surrey A were your top clubman team home, but they've got penalties. Southampton B, Newclan A, and Southampton A finish in the top 10. I'm just going to do a quick check for clubman, just to see that there's no one who surprised me late on. No, I think we're going to at least provisionally call Lancaster A. Have done the double today for clubman. Very impressive performance for Lancaster. Before we head down, any last thoughts, Reeve? I know you're probably a bit gutted with what's this happened there.
I am, but at the end of the day, what a brilliant way to start the season for every team involved there. As we've said, I think standard of driving really quite good. Some great pace on display as well. And I'm really looking forward to what we've got coming up in the next couple of rounds.
Indeed, we're at Bookmore Park next week, but from us here in the comments box, if you enjoyed the things from a commentary point of view, at @MM on the major social media networks. For now, though, here at PFI, we're going to head down to Piers Pryor to close out the show. Piers, over to you.
So the final race here from PFI, and it was a good one, and I've managed to grab the Bath A team. Bath, that was a pretty textbook win. 28 seconds in the lead, lovely stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we started from first, so we had kind of...
Hey, don't put yourself down, you still won the race.
Nah, I mean, my teammate gave the kart to me in first. I kind of just brought it home with some clean pit stops. Yeah, just a bit of traffic management, not going over the track limits and stuff like that. So
let's talk about those pit stops, because Loughborough B were right up there and they had an absolute shocker, but we think you had the fastest pit stop of the day, which really helped you extend that lead.
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of experience with pit stops, doing endurance racing and stuff like that. So I chose to do kind of both the pit stops, so I got in and then did the 2 pit stops after, the pit stop getting in and the pit stop afterwards, because I've got quite a lot of experience with that.
Clearly it works.
We gained time with that, so yeah.
And what about yourself? You had a brilliant first stint, because you, as we just said, gave him the kart in first place and he just sealed it home. But yeah, good first stint. It helps when you start at the front, right?
Yeah, it was a really good first stint. It's my first BUKC event, so really good. So had a bit of an issue in the pit stop, because I stopped a bit too early, because I'm just, again, not used to it. But luckily Axel took over and just had an absolutely incredible 2 stints.
Yeah, and Andrew Mather and Reeve in the commentary box were singing your praises, saying that Bath A are, they're not just on the up, they're here and you're ready for a championship challenge. Do you feel like you're actually in it for the championship now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got more than 4 really good drivers. We've got a really strong A team, and yeah, if we can avoid penalties, we'll do well, but that's the way. Avoiding them, so. Yeah.
Well done, guys. Congratulations on a win in that race. We'll see where it leaves you in the round. Not sure yet, because there's lots of bits of fastest laps in getting involved, but hopefully, you'll almost certainly be on the podium, I'm sure. But I'm going to grab a word with the Loughborough team now, because, guys, you had such a good first start to the race, or first part of the race, and then it seemed like you had a really slow pit stop. We didn't catch quite what happened.
Few communication issues just with floodlights and stuff. So yeah, sadly pitted and got caught in a little bit of traffic, but still really happy with P3.
Yeah, P3 is pretty good, but if you had won the race, you potentially could have won the round, but you should still be there or thereabouts. But you're pretty happy with the performance today?
Yeah, it makes a big difference to last year, so we're already heading in the right direction. So yeah.
And also, quick word, it looked like when you came out the pits that the track, it almost caught you out a little bit. It must have been a bit different to drive than what it was earlier.
Yeah, no, I think I was just a bit eager on the brakes a couple of times, so I just got angry with myself, got into a rhythm, and unfortunately had some good pace. So unfortunately couldn't get P2. Would have been lovely to get that. But yeah, no, can't complain with my pace after small hiccups out of the pits. And
can't complain at all. Of course, less than a week now until we go again. What's the plan for next time out?
Win.
How are you going to do that?
Drive faster.
Drive faster. You know what? Thanks very much, guys. I'll let you go over to the presentation and celebrate with the rest of your team. In which case, that's kind of about it for us here at PFI. We've had a great day of racing. Started out this morning in the wet. Track dried out throughout the day. We had lovely sunshine. It was cold throughout. Finished in the floodlights. Great racing throughout. Championship is looking very, very interesting because no one's really stomping away with it at the moment. But we'll see you back in exactly a week's time, Wednesday next week at Buckmore Park for rounds 3 and 4 of the British University's Karting Championship 2024. Bye-bye until then.